Okay, Matt, so jump on. Going for a walk with my wife. Wow, that's a good thing to do. Yeah, most people are watching on my channel. At some point, the two channels are going to diverge. Look who's sleeping. Uh, uh, there. She really seems to like that particular perch. What am I doing? Why can't I figure this out? Oh, because it's mirrored. I think that's why. Is that why? Let's see. Yeah, that's why. Because it's mirrored. Three dimensions is difficult. I am going to go make some tea. You're gonna fall again. So there's like a kind of backstop here that she leans on, but then she leans on it too much and she ends up falling. And it's not my fault if you end up falling. Hey, Ginger Bill, you should jump on. I am definitely not on spring break, that's for sure. Yeah, yeah, it is. Well, yeah. I mean, my guess is that the Randos United channel, once it starts having more people on it, and Mo's gonna have to figure that out. I mean, the reason why I wanted there to be a different channel than mine was so that there could be broader participation than just my audience. And I'm hoping that will happen. Like, you don't have to like me to like the idea of having these just chatting streams. And right now, Mo and Father Eric are streaming on that channel. I think that's the only people who, let me check. I mean, it has 105 subscribers, which is good. Father Eric, me, Mo. Oh, how could I forget? Mark Lefebvre is streaming on Randos United. I think Nechama is intending to eventually stream on there. Andrew, you're always on.
Yep. How's it been?
I'm good. I'm good. How have you been?
Good.
Who doesn't like you? I want names. There are plenty of people who don't like me. I think I'll let them. I'll let them identify themselves.
You poke them in their propositions.
Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, at some point I'm gonna have to limit Andrew's time, but he tells me that his grades are not suffering. So, and he's in Los Angeles. I mean, like, where's my excuse of don't be on the internet the whole time and get off the just chatting to like actually meet with people when you're like within walking distance of me and we're doing this. I mean, literally, I could just walk to where you are right now. It's actually, has it been raining today? Ever since my office has moved into my apartment, I barely leave the apartment, which is one of the reasons I had an office outside of my apartment. But did it rain today?
I don't think so. It's just been foggy as heck. I hear it'll rain tomorrow.
59 degrees, mostly cloudy. 3% chance of rain. Oh no, that's the rest of the day. Yeah, it's going to rain tomorrow and possibly Wednesday. Well, if Andrew wants to come to my place, he could. I have another chair. We could pull that up.
Sure, sometime. Although, whatever, the quarter ends in 2 weeks, so.
Yeah, you should be studying for finals and doing homework. You're spending a lot of time online, Andrew.
This is the last one. I swear.
It better be.
It's okay. I've got like a ton of buffer for math and physics and chem labs. It's just chemistry I have to worry about.
Charlie is going to perform at Carnegie Hall in an hour and a half. Is it going to be online? As far as being on the internet is concerned, there are much worse places that one could be on the internet than the just chatting streams. This is true. Chezi says, "Give me some Torah." Well, I cannot join the StreamYard because I don't have Facebook, nor do I want to link my YouTube with it. It's not going to show your YouTube. I'll be right back. I guess I'm not going to have tea because my tea kettle was filled with all kinds of bugs. I'm guessing the 2 weeks I was gone, it was like the only place where there was water. Oh, Ginger Bill! Hey!
Hello. How you doing?
You did join.
I did join in the end. I found out a way to get around the problem.
You've been on StreamYard before, though. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, but I've never needed to sign into anything.
It's the porn bombers. That's why I require.
Yes, of course. I've experienced that before with Cassidy. That
Oh,
was interesting. Yeah.
yeah. The porn bombers are a real problem. How have you
Yeah.
been? How's the house?
It's very well. Thank you very much for asking. Yeah. How have you guys been going? I've not spoken to you in a while.
Yeah, things are good. Things are good.
Good. Good.
Um, let's see. Is this being streamed on 2 channels? Yes, it is.
Oh no,
Uh,
2 channels. Oh.
it is being actually streamed on Twitch, on my Twitter, on my channel, and on the Randos United channel.
Okay. I'm everywhere.
You
Hello,
are
internet.
everywhere. Yes.
I am now omnipotent on the internet. That's how it works, right?
That you actually have a pretty big channel of your own. I'm
I
not
do,
going to
yeah.
out you, but
It's not the outing. It's more of I kind of trying to keep things separate. Just it's compartmentalization more than anything.
so were you watching the Andrea with the bangs?
I haven't watched it yet. No, it was one of those. I wish I watched it live. I haven't watched Andrew yet, but yeah, I will try and watch it tomorrow or something. We're recording.
I'm not too familiar with Andrea. What's her whole deal?
She's old school, like Ginger Bill. That's the thing. Like the
Yeah,
old
we're
school,
friends.
Yeah,
Like me
old
and Andrea are
school.
friends. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of that's the best way of putting it. What's the
Yeah.
deal with? She's got a bit of a mini YouTube presence and Twitter presence with Andrew with the bangs. She's Canadian. So, I'm sorry about that for her anyway. And we're old school. I don't know how else to put it. It's hard to explain someone that you know.
Yeah, and I mean, how long has it been? 2-3 years now?
4.
4. Yeah. We've
Because
been doing this for a
we
long
all knew each other well before COVID happened. So, and then COVID happened, and that's when Andrea. We just played like game. We had a games night every week or something like that. So that's how we
right after Paul's thing on
exactly.
on
So that was what
Fridays.
we kept used to doing and such. So it was always kind of that thing. So over COVID, it kept us sane. But that was the thing.
Kept some of us sane, at least.
Kept us some of the same. Like, yeah. I mean, I'm a bit insane already, so sane as I can get. But so that's kind of is. I don't know how to explain someone you know. It's very hard. Like, how would you summarize someone? She's a nice woman. That's the best way of putting it. And she's got some interesting content.
I actually got to meet her at Cassidy's wedding.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah,
there
we
with
met.
her
We
husband.
met. Oh God, it was in September. We met. She came to England with her husband. So yeah. Fortunately, I didn't go to Cassidy's wedding because, of course, that was in America. Couldn't go.
But you've met up with Ferdy, right?
No, I haven't. I've still not met him Ferdy, even though I've spoke to him for hours and hours and hours.
Really? You're so close, though.
It's not close. What you Americans think is close is very far away compared to American standards.
It's right. You could swim across the channel. Come on. It's right
I could
there.
go meet him. I'll probably try and meet him this year for definite. Most definitely.
I'm trying to recruit people for the Israel conference, even though it's a year away. I'm already excited about it.
All right, cool.
Yeah, you should come.
Well, I'm not ginger. I'm ginger, which is not very common for a Jewish bloke, nor am I Jewish, which helps. So, yeah.
Actually, you know the stereotype. The stereotype during the Middle Ages was that redheads are all Jewish.
Really?
Is it?
That's it. That was the stereotype. So
okay,
when they,
I guess it might have not been a stereotype in England. I guess it was a stereotype in like maybe Germany.
Well, there were no Jews in England.
No, there wasn't. No.
Yeah. Jews were expelled in 1300. Apparently, my mom's ancestors were included in that. But yeah, there were no Jews in England, but that's why, for example, Charles Dickens had Fagin be a redhead and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I did not know that.
I think Shakespeare also. I think he also casts redhead Jews. I don't know if I'm remembering correctly.
I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just don't know. So, because usually redheadedness is like more associated with like the Vikings and the Celts and the Saxons and such. So that kind of Northern European.
Yeah, I was very surprised about it, but then, something.
Well, you got the Ashkenazi Jews, which are Germans, so they're all like Low Germans, aren't they? Or is it High German? I can't remember.
Ashkenazi actually means German in Hebrew.
I know it is, but it's just like that ethnic group. I can't remember if it's High German or Low German. It's like a branch of. I think it might be High German.
I do not know.
Yiddish, something like that.
Yes, Yiddish is basically German.
Yeah. Just with an accent. It's German with an accent.
And a lot of Hebrew words. Though.
Yeah, so it's a pidgin language, effectively. Here we go.
So what have you been up to?
Work. It's been fun, though. Work. Just getting things done. How about yourself?
Did I tell you I started a master's degree?
Yes, you did. You did tell me you're doing you want psychology, aren't you? So
yeah, and it's the wokest thing in the world. Listen to this. So
yeah,
I have a class that is supposed to teach me about scientific research, right?
Yes.
And the first chapter of the textbook talks about various types of scientific knowledge.
Yes,
including prescriptive science.
Hume is rolling in his grave. That's what's happening here. Prescriptive science. That's called ethics or morality.
Right.
By
exactly.
definition.
And I pointed that out, and my professor.
I'm not even being rude. That is not even like left wing or right wing as a view.
Yeah.
That's just more. This is called the is-ought gap.
Yeah. Yes. And I pointed that out and cited my sources, and the professor gave me a 0 on the assignment.
Why?
Because this is social work, and we all have to like.
No,
they don't want you actually thinking. You're not allowed to actually think.
No, so I can understand from like where people confuse it, like saying, "Oh, scientists can't completely be like value free. They'll have their own values and they'll apply it to this nonsense, yada yada yada." Like they will do that spiel, again to do it German word, but it's kind of a very weird thing. Is that people confuse that like no, science, if in a weird sense, ought to be value free, but of course people do mix them up, and because people are people, you can't stop people peopling.
You're way overthinking it. The fact
no, I'm not overthinking it. I'm trying to get to the simpler point. I'm going over and then come back down to it, and like, yeah, but people don't separate it. They just don't. They don't see a difference. Full stop.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the believe the science types. I mean. Yeah.
The belief science types are more they don't know what science is.
Mm-hmm.
It's more of I like this cool stuff, this cool technology stuff. Yeah. Like not science, technology. Yeah, and I'll treat these scientists as prophets, kind of view.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they'll treat them as, which is like okay if that's your level of analysis. I'm not going to argue with you because it's not worth my time.
Well, yeah, but the problem is for a lot of people, I mean, it's the fact is a majority of the people who are certainly in my
they will be
master's degree
most in academia will be that, yeah, just by definition.
Well, the students, they're just. They don't care. They just want to get a grade and they want to go on with their lives.
Yeah. They're not. This is the thing is, and this is not an insult. By the way, this is not an insult to people. Most scientists are not scientists. Mm-hmm. Most scientists are either technicians or clerics.
Right.
And they're great jobs. By the way, we need technicians and we need clerics. But don't kid yourself, you're not being a scientist. Mm-hmm. And that's fine. That is absolutely fine. But that's
Yeah.
why we don't have the curiosity. Many of them don't even know how to measure things. Many of them don't know what to do X, Y, and Z. And it's just like, measuring thing is a thing that annoys me so much because I used to be a metrologist, which is the units of like system, the science of units and measures and measuring things.
Yeah. Okay.
And God, the amount of things you read and like they don't know how to measure anything.
Oh, it kills me with significant digits. When people increase significant digits by doing calculations on measurements, and then like suddenly like they're increasing significant digits and they have no clue how bad that is.
Well, it's not even that. They don't understand what an error bar is. Like, okay, what's the error measurement? Like, I have a tape measure in front of me right now, right? This has got both, unfortunately, centimeters, well, millimeters really, millimeters and inches. So this means I'm trying to be very careful with my words. I can be accurate to 0.5 millimeter on this tape measure. Yeah? Relative to this tape measure. It's very important what I just said there. All it is, it's everything's relative to everything else in that way you do measurements. So you have a measurement which is accurate to 0.5 millimeter. So if you add more decimal places than 0.5 millimeter, those are useless numbers. Or another example of that is when you try and keep adding those numbers, it doesn't help. You effectively have to multiply all of the errors together as well. And the bigger your errors get relatively, you just take the biggest relative error. Problem solved. And it's kind of, I'm simplifying that even further. Statistics gets harder. This is why most people, it's really hard to measure things. Did you not know this? You already know this, obviously, but it's just...
No, this is... So one of my pet peeves for a long time has been confidence intervals. Because, I mean, I'm very used to seeing confidence intervals in social sciences. Yeah. Like when you do a survey, you say, the poll plus or minus 3%, right? And what I kept on pointing out was every time we would be looking at environmental policy, especially like people talking about global warming and stuff, like I would never see a confidence interval. It was like, if there's no confidence interval, I can't.
Oh no, with the global warming stuff, one thing that really annoys me is the measuring stuff. Like, again, you see a lot of graphs and you see not even confidence interval, you don't even see error bars. You do not see error bars in their predictions or their graphs, and it's like really bad science. Like if I did that in my bachelor's degree, I would have failed. Like I had to show error bars, but they're not showing it in these things. And you may think, oh, this is just for the public, otherwise it's too noisy. And okay. But then you go back to their original papers and they still don't have them.
No. Yeah, no.
And it's like, I'm not criticizing the science them doing per se in this case. I'm more like, how you're presenting this is so bad.
Well,
and it's they're not the only thing. I'm not trying to be like climate skeptic or any of those stupid terms. It's more of a like, at least just be a decent scientist.
Right. I mean, if you present it with, all the things that, like, at least bother to dress it up as science.
Yeah. Yeah. I have many issues with the climatology stuff in general, and it's all to do with the measurement things, obviously. But it's more of a. This is not just that field of physics and stuff like that, and chemistry. It's in most fields. Like most papers, when you read them, they're just bad. They're just bad. I could rant about this for hours, so please just stop me. Because it is one of those. I'm like, wouldn't you know how it happened? Look, you just read the stuff and you go, you haven't done how did this get passed through peer review is what I want to know.
Well,
I know why. I know the answer, but it's not nice. It's because they don't know what they're doing either.
Yeah. KL, I have no idea who you are, but be nice to Ginger Bill. He's an important person in this.
Hello. I am an Englishman. I am not that word that you particularly used, especially since I'm a bachelor. So that's not going to actually work, technically speaking.
Okay, well, you have to understand in the United States.
I know.
that
I'm just
the
doing
word,
a double joke on a
has
joke.
become a yes.
I know. So that was more of a double joke on him. So that insult, it's fun.
I see, said the blind man.
Yes.
What have you been? Did you watch Jordan Peterson's? What do you think of his new arc? He's inviting us all to. Have you heard about this?
I'm just gonna phrase the stuff. I don't think the Daily Wire is good for him. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't like the Daily Wire that much, to be honest with you. That's a different thing entirely.
I'm not a huge fan of the Daily Wire.
The thing is, okay, I'll be very careful. I like Michael Knowles. I like Andrew Klavan.
I like Andrew Klavan.
I like both of those people.
Mm-hmm.
Knowles can be a bit of a wise dicky guy at times, but I like him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like Ben Shapiro at all. I don't like Jeremy Boring at all. I don't mind. Oh God.
I don't like Matt Walsh.
Matt Walsh, I think, is one of those. I don't like the man, but I don't think what he's doing is not necessarily bad. If you know what I mean. If you know what I mean by that.
Yeah, but he. I mean, he is like, I am not exactly Mr. Winsome, and I think he goes too far in his antagonism.
It's the style. It's quite American, so I'm just like, yeah, whatever. Then there's what's the other people?
Candace Owens.
Candace Owens, she's just a grifter, always has been.
Yeah, she always has been. Yeah.
Always has been. I'm trying to think of anyone else on that. The one that looks like Ben Shapiro, the girl.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
She looks identical. Like if you put a wig on Ben Shapiro and made Ben Shapiro 20 years younger, it's her.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
I don't remember her name either. Someone probably knows exactly.
Sherry
but again, I don't
loves
hate Matt Walsh.
Walsh.
I'm just saying, like, Matt Walsh I think he's doing good stuff. I just don't like. There's just something about him I don't like. It's
Yeah,
not like I'm not complaining about his views or anything like that. It's just more of a, yeah.
Yeah.
What's this? Okay, this is bothering me. The girl that looks like Ben Shapiro, like it could be Ben Shapiro's sister. Not. It is. Someone will probably know in the chat who exactly know what I'm talking about.
Brett Cooper?
That's the girl, yes.
Okay. I have no idea who this Brett Cooper is.
Well, look at her. Just look at her and then tell me she doesn't look like the spitting image of like Ben Shapiro in a wig.
You're right.
Yep. Like again, a lot younger. Like she looks like what? I guess she's in her mid-20s, but yeah,
that's funny.
Yep.
She does. It's
look quite scary, isn't it?
Well, this is her pinned tweet. Let me put up this tweet.
Sorry, I'm just drinking a hot toddy without whiskey. So it's kind of just lemon and hot water and honey and cloves and cinnamon and nutmeg. Well, lovely.
I was trying to make... so this is her pinned tweet.
Yeah. Oh, I can see it here. I'm like, only here? I'm not joking. Put a wig on Ben Shapiro and yeah.
The new DW host, I am Brett Cooper, is literally a female Ben Shapiro. Yeah.
Again, it's just weird.
Yeah.
Again, she's not ugly. She's very attractive, but it's very much like she's Ben Shapiro in a wig.
Ben Shapiro doesn't have a very masculine face.
No, he's quite feminine looking. But whatever.
Ben Shapiro is Mo's age.
Ben Shapiro is like, how old is Ben Shapiro? I'm gonna have to search this on the interwebs.
I want to say
he is 39.
I was thinking 30.
So I was right about maybe the 10 years younger thing. So how old is this Brett Cooper? Not the fighter, the commentator. She is Let me just figure out the math in my head. She's 22.
So 15 years younger.
Yeah.
Mo!
Do I look like Ben Shapiro?
No.
I'm glad. I like
you
that my
know
voice is a
Ginger
little
Bill?
bit deeper than his as well.
No, I don't think we've met.
Really?
No.
Ginger Bill is one of the old school guys. Mo is my chosen Moses for us.
The chosen one. Jacob's chosen one.
Yes, he's lead you into the desert. Okay, good.
I just saw you guys on talking about the Daily Wire. I was like, oh, it sounds like a fun conversation.
Well, I was just
like the Daily
listening.
Wire. I really don't. That's what kind of was saying.
I
I like
was-
some of the hosts, but not the Daily Wire itself.
I was just listening to Jordan Peterson's video for his what is he calling it? Association for Responsible Citizenship.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know that it's actually very Daily Wire involved. It seems to be his own thing. So apparently in London, he's going to have a conference where he has invited 2,000 people. And it's going to be on Halloween weekend. And
Reformation Day for some of us.
that's exactly what Paul Vanderklay was saying. He was making the allusions to Martin Luther, and he's going to be giving like some sort of keynote speech, which he's hoping to get. What's the name of that big theater he and Sam Harris debated at? That has like it's a 15,000 seat theater or something in London.
I'm not a Londoner. I'm sorry, I don't know.
If I were you, I would be definitely going. But
Well, I don't really like London that much. But
London was actually kind of disappointing. You know what was the most disappointing?
what?
Was the changing of the guards at Buckingham Palace.
Okay.
Like, it was like a bad marching band.
They are like, by the way, they are like heavily trained, by the way. So like they do know how to do things. They are all like part of the military.
Okay.
But they like do not mess with them is what I'm gonna say, because they have got armed guns with them and they will shoot.
Okay.
But they do look like it's just tradition. It's literally English. This thing about English is that it's all tradition. Because this is things like this is something to an American like, okay, you've got a constitution in America, it's all written down. Our constitution is just literally what our traditions are.
Right. Yeah.
It's not written down. It is,
Yeah.
It kind of is, but it's not codified into a single document. It's like, oh, it's over here, it's over there. It's like, it's this thing here, like this happened on this date kind of thing. And it's recorded somewhere, like we'll find it somewhere, don't worry, kind of thing. And that's kind of what it is. It's just traditions. So it may seem silly, but like you recognize it straight away.
Well, no, I mean, it's not silly. I was on my Discord where we're having a discussion about Israeli politics because it's a shambles. And part of the problem is it's based on the British model, right? So the Knesset is...
Well, yeah, because the 1940s, the British and the Americans went, right, let's make Israel, shall we?
and it was a British colony. And so the Knesset is basically as sovereign as the House of Commons is, which is basically as sovereign as you can get. Like that, the House of Commons is basically sovereign.
Yeah, because just for people listening, in the UK we have different levels of the government, at least. So we have the members of Parliament, which is each district across the country. We elect someone as a member of Parliament, and they get represented in the House of Commons. The House of Commons would be equivalent to your House in America.
House of Representative, yeah.
Ish, yeah.
Ish,
and I say that very loosely. And then what they do is they're the ones who kind of like propose legislation and such like that. They will debate it, and then they pass this to the Lords. So the Lords are kind of equivalent-ish, big-ish, by the way, big asterisk next to it, to your Senate. But they are, the lords are there permanently. Like, they've got a permanent residence. They're not elected. They're either hereditary, they're going to be some part of related to the church, or some party members elect them every so often into there. So that's they're literally there for life. And they're the ones that effectively they're just ceremonial at this point. They don't really do anything. All they do is they go, if the House of Commons passes something, they check it, effectively see any typos, and then they'll pass it. Because they're I can't even remember one in the past at least 30 years that have said, no, take it back.
And
Ever
they
since
don't
Tony Blair,
actually
it has literally, so that's 26 years now, Tony Blair is, literally they've done nothing. Because
Yeah.
Tony Blair, let's not talk about the Dark Lord himself anymore. But yes.
But Great Britain has first of all, it has an aristocracy. Second, it
Yes.
has
America does, but it's not as clear.
Yeah,
You do,
I
but it's not as clear.
The aristocracy. I mean, I was surprised to see how functional the aristocracy in Great Britain actually is. It actually does function as an aristocracy, whereas our aristocracy, I wish it did more than it does. But anyway, in Israel, it's a 50-year-old country, and they have none of these traditions, and so
they haven't got the time yet to get that. They will get an aristocracy. Like, this is the thing, is in America, one thing, like as an Englishman looking at American politics, you notice that in American politics you don't really have a concept of class very well, but you do have classes. It's just you don't explicitly call them that. Like, so a lot of the time you'll just focus on, like, race is a good example of this, when actually it's a class problem or race problem. But you'll proxy it with it, and it's just like, what are you doing?
Because people that are upper class in the U.S. keep pretending like they're not.
Yes, exactly. There are upper class. You do have an aristocracy. You do have an oligarchy as well. Like, you've got an oligarchical system, effectively, in America. As much as people say, no, we're a republic, don't you know? And I'm like, no, you're an oligarchy. We are as well. We're an oligarchy to a technical sense. But most liberal states in the world now are. So just attending how well they all go.
Charles Murray, he's been writing a lot of books that people don't actually want to
read.
They don't want to admit. They want the stuff in there not to be true.
Yeah.
And therefore they call him names. And
Yes.
It's like, yeah, that doesn't work.
Yeah.
So, Mo, what's up with you? What are you up to?
Just trying to survive, man. Hezi called me earlier, but I was in a meeting with a real estate client. And then I tried to call him afterwards, and I think he was probably on with you and Paul at that point. And so we're still playing tag.
Yeah, I've been prodding him kind of. But yeah, the fact is, I mean, I should have considered how much more touchy things are in Israel than they are in the United States. Let's put it that way. And yeah, so probably best to have this conversation not in front of hundreds of people.
Yeah, so we got to talk. There's a few other people on my list I've been trying to get through. Last 3 weeks.
Catherine and Eamon have been totally absent without leave. Have you been able to contact them?
I have not heard from them. I've reached out a couple of times. I haven't heard anything.
Yeah, me too.
So,
I don't know what's going on.
But yeah, in the meantime, I'm still, other than dealing with all the stuff in my life, still trying to help Grim with some of the stuff for the Chino event, which I'm looking forward to. I bought my ticket. But then
are the wife and kids coming?
So the wife and kids are coming to Southern California. They'll probably spend most of that time with my sister-in-law who lives there. I'm going to reach out to my brother-in-law, see if he wants to join us for the event there. My wife we'll see how it goes with her. A lot of times when she gets around her family, she never wants to leave them. So
Yeah, and I'm guessing the event would be really boring for your daughters.
I don't know. My daughter, she just turned 10,
yeah.
and
Okay.
she
I thought you
also.
had 2 daughters.
I do. I have 2 daughters and a son. My
Okay.
oldest is 10. My youngest is a daughter. She's 4, and then I
Oh,
have
okay.
a 8-year-old son. But my
Okay.
daughter is forever wanting to have like grown-up conversations now. Every time she hears us talking about anything that's like a hot topic, politics, climate change, racial issues, she's like, "Oh, what were you talking about?" And
Interesting. Okay. So she might enjoy it.
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. And she's starting to. She reads a lot. So she's very interested in figuring out.
How old is she again? Sorry,
She's
sorry,
10.
I'm asking. 10. Okay.
Yeah, I was around that age. I started acting like a 30-year-old.
Look, I already act like a 70-year-old. Okay, I'm an old man. So I've always been an old man since about.
I think I was 12 when I read Crime and Punishment and got absolutely taken by it.
I got to give her that one.
No, at 10, I was probably reading George Orwell. I'm not saying I necessarily recommend it, but just that's what I was reading.
Yeah, I really don't know what I got.
And I wasn't reading much. I hated books as a kid. Absolutely hated it.
Yeah, I was reading comic books at that age.
No, I wasn't even doing that. The thing was, I was how do I put it? I thought I hated reading. Turned out all the stuff I was given to read, I just hated.
Yeah, I never really liked reading.
Very different thing, but yes, one thing is like I didn't realize I actually didn't mind reading until I was about 19.
Yeah,
that's
so
I was in university by then, and I realized, all the stuff they gave me to read, I just hated. And the stuff I did like was only the odd book, and I thought they were just the odd. Literally, they were the edge cases. No, it's just most stuff I disliked.
Yeah,
I like reading people.
Yeah, that's fun. Oh God, that's the best hobby in the world, isn't it? Just even talking.
It's very three-dimensional because, there's people that are talking to you, but they're also giving you facial expressions, and especially in the Midwest in America, half of what they're saying isn't true, and so you have to read their body language to.
Sometimes people tell you the truth. Always, like I found that when I speak to people, they very rarely lie. They tell you the truth, but you just have to listen to them.
Yeah. Like in the Midwest, I hate you is something that people commonly say with their faces, but never vocalize.
Yeah, people can be very polite, but polite doesn't mean they're nice.
Yes,
and that's
especially
something
very.
Like even in Britain, that's a very common thing. You can be very polite to someone without being nice to them. But in America, one thing I've noticed: most people are kind. Most people are nice, but not polite. And sometimes they confuse the two. I found like I spoke to I'm not saying you guys, but I spoke to many American Americans. They confuse the two, and they also confuse kindness with niceness as well. And I was like, no, they're not the same. You can be kind and very horrible. Like you can tell them to F off, and that's you being kind. Like actually can be. There's numerous cases I can think of that. But it's just I don't know. Cultures are weird, aren't they?
Yeah, but I've always enjoyed watching people, just watching people interact and looking for things that they're trying to hide. Should have been a cop.
No, I'm glad I got the job I do at least. No, I just like talking to people, just learning about them, like learning different things. Like you go down the pub or something, you go down the pub, you talk to a random person and see what they're like. And you can tell what kind of person they are from time to time very easily, very, very, very quickly. Because they will just tell you things. I won't talk about any stories here, even if this person would never, ever even watch this video. Like the chances of having effect is just zero. I don't want to talk about people I have spoke to, even in this semi-public space. But it's just, let's put it this way: you'd be amazed what people will tell you, and they don't realize they've told you. They're very personal things.
Yeah. It is interesting, because I do feel like there are people want to tell you personal things.
Yeah.
They really want. I mean, people want to be known. They want to reveal themselves, but it's so scary that they find all ways to do it in the most subtle of fashions, or just drink a lot and then say it.
Or it's not even that. Sometimes it's just people say it, but people are just not listening because they either don't want to listen, they're not used to listening, or they're not listening to what they're actually saying. They like people like, oh, you're on this conversation, so I'm going to predict what you're thinking. And like, no, you're not listening to what they've said, which is a different thing. And so many times I've done that. I know I just do it. Like you just automatically do it, but because you just get bored sometimes of listening to some people. But at the same time. But I need to stop myself doing that. It's not necessarily a healthy thing to do.
It's always tricky because I start looking at the comments and I get distracted.
Well,
Yeah,
Dragonlance was really good. The crime or punishment more. So in the Midwest, bless your heart often means you better watch your
bless your
step.
heart.
Getting drunk and actually sharing your heart is the Midwest way.
I don't think they have a monopoly on that. I think most of the world has that as well, except the the Muslim world. But yeah,
a drunk mouth speaks a sober mind.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good one.
So this only works in Hebrew, but the Talmud says you can know a person bekaso, bekiso, bekoso. So in his anger, in his wallet, and in his cup.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been the sober guy at a lot of bars because I used to never drink. I never really enjoyed the taste of alcohol. So especially when I was a musician, I would go to bars all the time to play or to watch other people play, and I'd be drinking a cherry Coke while everybody else was. And then I also have a fairly high tolerance for liquor, and so even if I would have a drink, it's like I was almost always a sober guy.
Yeah,
and it's weird talking to somebody that's super drunk and then seeing them the next day, and they have no idea what they shared with me.
That's the thing. I've never been. I've how do I put this? I like a drink, but I would say I may have, like, say, on average a pint a night. That's nothing to get drunk on, though. Even when I have been drunk, I still remember everything. I have literally never like lost my memory or anything, and I'm also very sober. Like, to the sense, like, people say, "Oh, you've not drank much, Bill. You're very lucid." I'm like, no, I'm heavily drunk. It's just that I don't act stupid when I get drunk. Like, why do people, like, it's literally people when they get drunk, how do I put it? Their inhibitions are lowered, aren't they?
Yes.
So they start acting very more, I'm not sure what the phrase to put is, but like weird on purpose.
It's
like
actually fun. I
don't, my inhibitions maybe, like, mine don't necessarily low, or maybe I just act myself all the time anyway. So it's kind of I'm not going crazy. Like, this is just me. Yeah. Why would I need to act silly, kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, all that's happening is when you drink is it's basically shutting down your frontal lobe, which affects your ability to think about the future and weigh, the wisdom. But if you're not somebody that ever has these strong innate desires to do something wild or crazy, it's not really going to affect you in the same way.
Yeah, maybe
they have a lot of pent up desires.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm going to do something, I'll do it. Even sober. Like, it's kind of the, like, I don't actually have like, oh, I'm only going to do this when I'm drunk kind of view. But I guess that's also
people. If you're willing to do it when you're sober,
yeah, that's fine. I mean, like, for me, you don't need to get me drunk to do something. But no, it's one of those things. But there are some people like that, and you can see also sometimes I don't know. It's not even drunk. It's even just other things. In certain situations, people just go in certain. It's lovely, but also sad, because there are sometimes they're being open, and it's like they can't say it in any other situation, and it's just
Well, and it's hard sometimes when you go to the next day and somebody just revealed something very deep, and hey, we should talk about this, and that's something I only bring up when I'm.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Because I used to play in bars and everything as well, like pubs and whatever. Because I used to do music as well in a band. But you meet characters, and it is weird how some people are only being open when they're drunk. Because it's weird to me. Like, why would you think it's okay when you're drunk but not sober? Even if we, like, I don't get the. I'm weird. I know I am weird, but it's so foreign to my thinking. So I don't know how to deal with it.
I suspect part of it is that people care so much about what other people think of them. And so, because part of it, you know, when I was even doing the musician thing, I was during the daytime, I was working as a sex education teacher.
Oh, okay.
And so you'd be at a bar and somebody said, what do you do for a living? Well, I teach sex education. Hey, you know, I had this rash the other day, you know, and all of a sudden they're asking, and I found out that there were so many adults, like in their 20s, sometimes in their 30s, that had no idea anything about sexuality, and we're like just guessing. But most of what they got was from pop culture or pornography, and they really wanted to talk to somebody. They had tons of questions, but never wanted to give off the impression that they didn't know what they were doing. And so I would get all kinds of awkward conversations and questions around that. But it makes sense, you know. So many people are, you know, they're afraid to ask questions.
Yeah. And also, I think you're probably told not to ask questions, especially when you're at school.
Oh, yeah.
Ironically.
Well, and a lot of times, especially in sex education, I would go in and teach. I worked for a hospital, so I would teach. And the teachers were always thankful because they hated having to talk about these things with students.
Well, I can see it's why it's hard. There's certain things where I'm like, for me, I'm like, it's more of like, just ask your parents kind of question. Like, I'm not going to answer it for you because I think it's inappropriate for me as a random person to tell you, like in that kind of situation.
Yeah.
But then sometimes I'm like, well, if you want to learn about the biology of it, let's just go straight to the science. This will be fun. But I don't know. I'm a physicist, so I can just blag. I can blag the biology because I can do a bit of like biological physics or anything, medical physics. But I don't know. It's just sometimes you love like you can just depersonalize it when you're talking about the science in that way.
Yeah. Well, and I think that is also helpful. Like when I taught sex education, the idea, you know, since I worked for a hospital, most people that would teach this kind of thing have their ideological agenda, which according to the laws, you're not supposed to carry any of that. You're supposed to be very objective, especially when working for a hospital. Most people don't do that. But I found that kind of sticking to that made it so much easier. Like I would get questions, and a big part of what I would do is take questions. I used to commit to answering any question, but a lot of times people would ask me, so what do you think about abortion? And I would say, well, right now I'm not here to teach you morality or religion. If you would like to try to send me an email outside of this, or I would recommend talking to your parents, your priest, your rabbi, whatever, whoever you go to for questions. I'm here just to teach you about the biology and the health risks.
Yeah. Because that's the thing since we're talking about Jacob is like that is literally people sometimes mix the science and the morality together. Like again, abortion question is we can talk about how they actually do an abortion, but that is not the same as like is abortions actually wrong or permissible?
Yeah.
And it is it's a complete different thing. That is literally a moral, ethical, religious question.
Yeah.
And you can tackle it from so many different standpoints, but if you're coming from a science standpoint, like you're talking about sex education, like, okay, this is what sexual intercourse is. It's all the STDs, STIs, the process of gestation. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about here. I'm just guessing. I'm just trying to keep the flows. Humans are 9 months, right? Just making sure. I'm just checking.
Yeah. Well,
they're not elephants with 12.
40 weeks.
4 weeks. Yes, 4 weeks. 4 weeks. Yeah, they're just mice or whatever.
40 weeks. So it's not exactly 9 months.
I don't remember. I just it's close enough. It's just a time period, okay?
Yeah. But it's funny because a lot of young people feel like they got to figure this out at 14. They got to figure out, okay, who am I attracted to? I got to figure that out. What my type is, because I got to figure that out. I have to get experience at 14.
Okay. Some things I find funny. I'm like, I know who I'm attracted to. I don't have a type. I knew this. My type is I like pretty women.
Yeah.
That's my type.
But a lot of 14-year-olds think that they have to have a type. And it's like, first of all, you're 14. You just started discovering hormones. Stop trying to make all these decisions, because then you got these guys in their 20s that are still trying to operate based on what they decided as a 14-year-old.
Yeah.
Or read in Maxim magazine.
Yeah, I know. It is hard. It's because it's also the problem is that the people that usually ask for advice are other 14-year-olds. which
Mhm.
they're clueless as well. Why the hell are you asking people who are clueless about this when you're clueless?
Yeah.
But clearly you're clueless, so you don't know
Well,
they're
because they're going to
clueless.
somebody who's pretending they're not clueless.
Exactly, yeah.
And they're
There's
believing.
always like one person at school's like, yeah, I've had loads of sex with loads of women.
Yeah.
Like but clearly they're a virgin, but they'll pretend that kind of thing. It's fun. Oh,
Yeah.
good old school. I hated school, but but kind of that thing. Yeah. I don't know, but actually, here's a question for you: like, what got you into sex education as a job?
So I was teaching music at a private school,
Yeah.
and I was getting paid crap. And I had a friend of mine who was teaching sex ed, but he was kind of like doing it. It was weird. Like he would go around. He was kind of talked about in Chicago as a 30-year-old virgin. He was like on the Tyra Banks show as a 30-year-old virgin because he was like did modeling, really good-looking guy, and the fact that he was still a virgin is this crazy, awesome thing. So he was doing it, but he was a friend of mine, and so I was kind of complaining about not getting paid enough at the private school, and he was like, "Hey, well, there's an opening in my department," and I was like, "Oh, well, I'll give this a go," and I ended up being good at it.
Oh, okay.
And I enjoyed it and it really forced me to kind of, I had my religious perspectives around sex and sexuality, but I had never thought of it outside of that, and so it forced me to start thinking about things, and more in kind of that way of so most people would say we want younger people to avoid sexual activity, but a lot of Christians or religious people will say only for religious reasons, and then everybody else will say, yeah, well, it's not that big of a deal because they can't figure out because all they were ever taught was the religious reason to avoid it.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, well, is there a health and biological reason to avoid these kinds of behaviors? And of course there is. And then once you figure that out, the rest is kind of easy because you're saying things and all the grown-ups are like, a word? Like, that's real? Like, I mean... And it gets real political sometimes, but it doesn't have to be. Because I used to go into class. I was under funding for a community-based abstinence education program, which is considered super right-wing, whatever. So I would go into schools, and I'd have a very progressive teacher threaten me. I'm listening to every word you say. You say one thing out of line, I'm going to report you to blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And inevitably, every time I was in a classroom like that, the teacher would apologize to me afterwards.
Okay.
Because most of these teachers cared about their kids. They were afraid that I was going to come in and tell the kids they were going to.
They're worried that you're going to try and indoctrinate them to your position, and
yeah.
Of course.
I'm saying is, here's what's healthy. Figure out what's healthy and pursue that.
Yeah.
And all that other nonsense that you're being given by the movies and your friend that's next to you, it's all bullshit. So, but here are some real things that you can go to, and now you know this, do your best.
Yep. Yeah.
But
I guess also a lot of things like the healthy things would be common sense, like in the past.
You should be surprised how common sense they are.
Yeah, but most of them are like, okay, if you don't have many sexual partners, don't have like certain things like this, like, okay, don't have sex with someone you don't actually trust.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know their history or anything like that, and their health and everything like that. I'm just talking about common sense things, but you'd be surprised by, again, I know kids don't really understand this, or other things like also don't remember that actually when you have sex, you'll have an emotional relationship with that person to a certain extent, and it's not just a physical thing. It's never a physical thing.
Yeah.
But like there's all these, like I know these are obvious, you already know Cully taught all these stuff, but it's like teaching a kid this is like it's just be careful. Like these are clearly look, this is what will happen if you do X.
Yes.
I'm not saying you ought to do or not ought to do X. It's more of this is what's this what gonna do?
Yeah.
Like every time you have sex, there's a chance you'll get someone pregnant.
You avoid
always,
this,
even with a condom.
Yeah. You avoid this and this can happen. And then a large part of it is taking their questions because they have a ton of questions. And so how I would do that is I would bring index cards to the class. Yeah. And I would give everybody an index card, and I said everybody has to write a question, or write something on this index card. Don't put your name on it, and I would get all the index cards and shuffle them up, and then I committed to reading every question and answering. And some of them were awkward, but the kids appreciated that here's somebody that's actually answering my questions and isn't afraid to answer the questions.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of really interesting ones, and there were a lot of stupid ones.
Yeah.
I get pregnant if I'm on top. That one was a common
No,
one.
I can understand that logic though. Like, it's not stupid logic. Like this thing, you say stupid questions. They're not stupid.
Yeah, it's gravity. I mean,
It's gravity. Like, of course, why would it go up if it's gravity? And it's like, they've got a tail, right?
yeah.
They can swim. That kind of view.
Yeah, but it was also interesting because I would go into like some conferences with other sex education teachers that were very ideologically driven, and they knew almost nothing about what they were talking about. And a big part of it was because they were so focused on their ideologies that they didn't really look into like the facts about it.
Yeah,
which
like, I
mean,
can
obviously that's part of
understand
the sport.
a lot of the ideal. How do I put it? I can understand like different traditions about how they come to view like aspects of sex quite easily, because you can come from it from different standpoints quite easily and get to the similar conclusions. Like if you come it from like a virtue ethical standpoint, you can get to many different conclusions about I say even abortion, for goodness sake. Like I know it's a taboo topic, but like from a, let's say, a virtue ethical standpoint, that's just one meta-ethical category. I could do other ones, obviously. You could get to the conclusion like you don't know if it's actually wrong to do an abortion, but there's no real good reasons to get to that point in the first place, because it's kind of more like, why did you get to the point where you actually impregnated a woman? That kind of question, like why did you get to there in the first place? And it's kind of more of the asking the questions of, well, you got here, you chose these decisions, you knew the risks and the consequences, and what other kind of character of a man would you be that you like, or even the woman in that case, it doesn't matter in either sense, man or the woman, like you knew what you were getting into, so why are you trying to kind of do whatever afterwards or whatever?
That conversation among educators is typically, and it's very, and what helped is that I was doing in a lot of poor schools, and I was a poor person and grew up with poor. So I would tell the kids, all these grown-ups around you think it's stupid for me to tell you not to have sex, because they think you're little poor savages that can't control themselves. And now it's up to you to decide whether or not they're going to be right. And it became a great motivating factor, because that's what all their teachers thought of them. They thought that these poor, mostly Latino kids, that, they're never going to make it that far without it. And it's just like, how condescending is that? But that's
it's not even condescending. It's kind of like there's so many weird views, it like bundled together in just that statement alone. I know it's things like because I come from a neighborhood in general when I grew up, where there's a lot of like teenage pregnancies.
Yeah.
And it wasn't, how do I put this? I'm trying to phrase what it is. They weren't idiots. They knew what sex was happening. They just thought they would be lucky. That was all it was. So the people having sex, like the kids having teenage sex, were not dumb. They knew exactly what they were doing. They were just thinking, I'll be the lucky one this time. Like hopefully.
Sometimes it's I got myself into this situation, right?
Yeah.
Because
exactly.
When you're a young man, you get alone with a girl that you're very attractive to, and she's willing, man, walking away from that's not any. And so the part of it is the thinking ahead. It's like, how do I avoid even getting into that situation?
Because it's the question is like, let's say if you're a part of your ethics, say you're not a problem with a condom. I'm just saying, you may, other traditions obviously don't. Like if you're not wrong with condom, like, okay, always, if you go with the girl, make sure you have a condom first in that percent. If you don't believe in that, then just don't have the sex in the first place, and just go with whatever. Like just make out with her, fine. Just don't have the sex, whatever. Like there's so many different things, and it's like the problem is you can't give one answer to one person, because again, it's all ethical at this point. It's not scientific anymore. It's more of a, well, if you did use a condom, regardless of the ethical requirements, like
I think a lot of people in the sex ed industry would get lost in some of those things. Like, how do we address every mechanism in every situation?
But you don't.
And I would my whole thing was, many of you guys are young people, you have goals in your life. There's things that you want to accomplish. If you want to accomplish those things, I'd ask, what are the things that'll get in the way? Drug use, gangs, having kids, teenage pregnancy. Okay, so then you want to avoid these things then, right? If you want to get to these goals, you want to avoid these things. Okay, here are the practical ways that you can avoid those goals, or avoid those things, those obstacles to getting to where you want to be. And very few people can ever argue with that.
Yeah. And again, that's the virtue ethical answer. That is literally what it is. It is literally what kind of man do you want to be or woman
Yeah.
you want to be. And okay, if that's the one, then do that. Like you're not even in a weird sense, it's very hypothetical. Like it's like, if you want to achieve X, then there are certain Y's you have to do.
Mm-hmm.
You're not saying why you want to achieve X. You're not telling them that.
Yeah.
They already know the why.
Yeah.
And it's the that's why I was kind of doing the views with the like, okay, if you're not fine with condom, then do this, because it's kind of like, you know what you want to do, don't you?
Yep.
But then there's some people like, they say they're 15 and they got pregnant and like, yeah, I wanted to get pregnant at 15. And it's like, how can you argue against that to a certain extent? It's more of a like, well, you're still a child. You're not going to be able to take care of this. But it's like,
yeah.
It's,
well, then it's helping people understand, because like, well, it depends on what your goals is. It depends on your family background, right? What kind of support structures you have in mind. Or that you have, like, there's a difference between getting pregnant at 15 randomly at some party and you're actually in a relationship. Maybe it's highly unlikely. Like one of my cousins got pregnant at 15, married the guy. He ended up passing away. He got sick and died.
I'm so sorry.
But I mean, this is 25 years ago.
Still
but it's one of those things where she had a son. She found another husband who became a stepdad. But she grew up quickly. And it's like, okay, I don't think that's common, but for some
I've known people who were they had children at 15, and then they were grandparents by 30 because their children had 15. And I know people like this, and I know that this certain individual as well, not saying who, they're great grandparents now.
Yeah,
but they're not that old in the grand scheme of things. And are they a bad person? No.
And that's the tricky part is helping people understand that whatever choice the choices that you make are the choices that you make, and then you want to deal
your
with
choices, your responsibility.
You want to deal with you want to make them wisely. You want to deal with the repercussions.
Like I'd be very clear to people listening. I'm not recommending anyone do this at an early age. At least get older, have literally like stay relation, be an adult, get a job, have a husband, wife, whatever, a spouse, and then start doing it. That's my personal view. I'm not. No, I'm a bachelor.
Oh.
So, but I'd love a family. I'd love a wife and kids. I just haven't found the right woman yet. That's half the problem.
Yeah, it took me a while to find one that would take me.
Yeah,
somebody else found her for me, so that was.
Oh, that's good.
That was nice. Like that. I wasn't doing so well on my own.
No, because I won't go into too much anyway. Just say it's very hard to find a decent woman. It is hard.
Yes.
That's
I found a lot of problematic ones, and then somebody else set me up.
They're easy. They're easy to find. That's all I'm going to say.
Incorporate sex ed into the DMV.
And also have beds in every car and normalize car sex.
You don't need beds. You just need to pull the seat back, and that's problem solved.
Actually, Jordan Peterson talked about the fact that teenagers are not having sex.
No, they're not.
I mean, I'm kind of ambivalent on this because the reason they're not having sex is worse than premarital sex, in my opinion.
Yes, I agree with you.
I would much rather they were actually like getting into relationships and then getting into trouble than not being able to form relationships.
Yeah. Like the cure for that problem apparently has been a worse problem.
Yeah, it's a
because
worse
it's not
problem.
even just that. It's not even just teenagers. It's early 20s as well for people. Like they're struggling, and it's women and men. It's both pretty much to a certain extent are struggling to even find relationships to do this. They're also I'm guilty of this myself, but like online a lot as well. Yeah. So they're not having physical relationships. They're only having like internet virtual relationships. Yeah. Like there's so many of these different dynamics where it's a completely different world we're in at the moment.
Pornography is
another one, but pornography is also it was always there, but it's now so accessible is the problem.
Yeah, no,
That's the
there was
difference.
never this
No.
access.
Yeah, it was
No,
never.
there's never.
Yeah,
But it's not even just that. It's the access of everything. Like,
mhm.
it's not just one thing. I wouldn't
Yes.
just focus on
And
pornography.
the ability to escape, because as somebody that's been married for 12 years, relationships suck sometimes. Like, I'm sure there's sometimes my wife wishes she made different choices. Not all the time, but there are those moments. And now, anytime you have
but then
that
you go
moment,
like,
A real human being will never ever replace a idealized fantasy. Like, if you're living in fantasies, it's funny. I'm having this conversation with somebody, and it's one of the things I'm trying to make clear to him is stopping with the masturbation and pornography isn't so that you will not engage in sex. It's so that you will engage, like you will have a desire to actually be intimate with real human beings.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I think that's something people don't quite get. Like,
that's one aspect. The other aspect is it's more of a look. You get a dopamine hit from this, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you get like, oh, this feels great. Of course, it feels great. Like, if you tried sex, it's even better. But there's also the
an easier dopamine hit.
But like, why are you relying on that for that as your hit of like happiness?
Because the other one is hard. Like, one, engage in a relationship is difficult, and even if you have that relationship, there's all these dynamics.
God, people should know this from dealing with their family. Like, it's not
fewer and fewer people are dealing with their family.
Yeah,
I mean, you're having kids growing up where both parents are gone from the house nearly all day. And so they have what they know how to do is relate to students and teachers, and they don't even know how to relate to their families anymore because they haven't been raised with that.
No,
and a lot of them only know how to relate through devices.
Yeah,
and that's one thing I was. Sounds like why I'm bringing this as a tangent, but I've been thinking about it recently. Where, when like apparently there's the younger generation. I'm technically of that generation, whatever. People under the age of 30, whatever. Like, apparently they're reading like, this sounds like a tangent, but I'll explain why it's useful. Netflix and with films, they'll put subtitles on. Many people watch with subtitles nowadays. A really huge proportion of young people, but the older people don't. Even if they're older people, you think are more hard of hearing, so they'd want subtitles. Have you noticed this at all, or like, young people watch subtitles when they watch films and everything and TV shows.
Really?
Yeah.
Does that have to do with the inability to read like facial expressions and body language?
No. So my hypothesis is that you're reading all day long.
Okay.
Yeah. So why would you start listening to people? I don't know. There's other views. Some people say, it's because it's hard of hearing. That's why I put it on. It's like, but if that was true, older people would put it on as well. And I agree, most films are mixed awfully because films are actually built for a cinema, obviously, and then they mix it down to a 5.1 surround. That means it has a central channel. They put all the voice in the central channel. So when they get into the stereo, you can't hear a damn thing. And many people watch it on a phone, which has crap speakers, or they've got some crap earbuds, or they're watching it on a cheap TV, which doesn't have good speakers because most TVs are so thin now, they can't even fit speakers in them. I don't know why it's happening, but I think one of my views is, honestly, it's because people read all the time. They're more likely to read things than to watch it.
And I wonder if that's going to be my wife works at a college, and she's noticing that there's a lot of students that won't respond to her texts. Like, if she wants to meet with somebody and she might text them, they'll like come visit her office. And part of it is that by the time they got to college, they spent so much of their life texting that they're done with it. They want to they're almost starved for embodied interaction.
I prefer that. I hate emails and texting to people when I do, because I'm awful at text. The written medium. I hate writing. I'm not very good at expressing myself in text. Never have been. So I'd rather just talk to someone. I'm very okay with speaking, but I'm not good at writing. But yeah.
This is from the BBC. Young people are almost 4 times more likely than older viewers to watch TV shows with subtitles,
Yeah.
despite having fewer hearing problems, according to
Mhm.
research by a captioning charity. 4 out of 5 viewers aged 18 to 25
Wow.
said they use subtitles all or part of the time.
Yep.
Less than a quarter of those aged between 56 and 75 said they do so. I mean, if you're reading these subtitles, you're not looking at facial expressions and
Yep.
stuff.
Now, I'd be very careful. I actually watch sometimes with subtitles. Usually it's a film. Now, I'm weird anyway. I've got something called ticker tape synesthesia. So when you're speaking, I actually see the text in front of me already.
Well,
I have permanent subtitles. Yeah, it's annoying. So when I'm watching it in a film, it actually it stops my own internal one and just forces it onto the screen instead. Kind of. Doesn't always work. Because sometimes I'm watching something and the subtitles are wrong and my brain just goes, "Argh!" Like it's like
synesthesia is interesting. I
Yeah.
had friends who were composers who had that.
Yeah.
They would just see colors when.
Yeah, but I'm literally when you're speaking to me, I'm
Listen.
seeing the text in front of me.
Yeah.
It's kind of it's bizarre.
That's
to explain to
really
people.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's when I first heard of it, I was like, whoa. But apparently it's actually somewhat common with people with perfect pitch. And
I've got
yeah.
near perfect pitch. So I'm a quasi perfect pitch. So I know certain notes in my head and then I do the relative pitch from it quite easily. So I can tell you what like a C is in my head because I just remember certain songs. And then I know I hear this note. I'm like, oh, I know what that is from doing it. So that's quasi perfect pitch. It's not perfect pitch. Like I know exactly from straight away. I'm all like, oh, I know this note. Done. But
Yeah.
because I was I'm not young enough to have learned it. I only started playing music or instruments when I was 11. So you had to be about like 6 or 7 at the latest to learn perfect pitch properly. But
human brains
Yeah.
are strange things.
they are very, and luckily
created
you're doing a
these
master's
things?
degree in it. But
All right, guys. Well, I got to start putting my kids to bed.
that's all right. It's been lovely to meet you, Mo. Anyway.
Yeah, it's lovely meeting you. And Jacob, always a pleasure. You guys enjoy the rest of your evenings or whatever time it is where you're at.
Yeah, it's midnight here, so I'll probably go to bed in a few minutes myself.
Yeah, right. Charlie. Bye, Mo. Charlie.
I saw Charlie told me, I'm like, what the
Yeah.
like? I've been working late. I've been working on American time, so don't worry. I work with Americans all the time, so I have to work late because time zones exist. Damn you, time zones.
Matt C was on the Andrea thing. Apparently,
Yeah.
that was the first time he had ever jumped on. So there he is.
Oh, hello.
This is his second time on a live stream.
Well, welcome.
Hey,
Nice to
howdy.
meet you, Matt.
Yeah. Sorry,
Do you do
I heard
Discord at
you
all?
guys might be ending soon, so I wanted to jump on.
I don't know if Jacob ending.
my streams
Jacob goes on
always
for
go-
hours.
Yeah,
usually.
my stream. I will not stream for less than 2 hours because I
Great.
think it's necessary to just have that length.
Mm.
But
Mhm.
that's me.
So just
Very
saw something that's
estuary,
B
like-
flat now. I'm like, no. Even though I do love a B flat sus to major 7. Like I love that chord. Such a nice chord. Yeah. So there we go. They're just reading the chat.
So Matt, tell us about yourself. So do you Discord or are you on Bridge of the Meaning or not at all?
Yeah, but no one ever jumps into voice chat and bridges the meaning. Everyone wants to cam up and come on live streams, it seems like. Which is
It used to be more
Yep.
common for the voice chats. I think for some reason in the past, let's say 6 months, it's just kind of died down a bit for some reason. I'm not particularly sure why.
that's just when I started showing up. So
Yeah, literally, it's about
maybe I'm the variable.
Nah, you're not. I think it's just the people who are more likely to do that. I've just stopped doing it for other reasons, kind of thing.
Yeah, it used to be a much bigger thing.
Well, it used to be a much smaller server.
Yeah, and Corona.
Yeah,
Oh, sure.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you had all the lockdowns and you couldn't go anywhere, it was a nice little community to have anyway. It was lovely. But now the server is also huge. Like, you haven't got the small knit communities that we used to have. Because when it first started, the server happened, which is what, 2018, I think, maybe earlier than that.
That far back.
It goes quite well, yeah. I think that's right, 2018. Am I wrong? Like autumn.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
It was a very small group of people, and everyone knew everyone in that sense. You'd still have a little friendship groups within there, but you knew everyone. And nowadays, I don't know anyone because it's such a huge group. So it's kind of like you don't want to talk because it's so big. I'm not saying me exactly. I just meant you in like, the general sense. I'll talk to anyone, but that's big.
So tell us about yourself, Matt.
Let's see. I'm a medical illustrator, and my pastime is I kind of autistically invest in ancient Near Eastern studies, Semitic studies, and then I make a comic book that's kind of on that theme. So
interesting. So did you watch my discussion with Father Stephen?
No, but I heard about it. I know.
That's like the best thing on my channel. It certainly has the most views. But
great.
Yeah, when people ask me what my channel's about, I usually say Second Temple Judaism, and they're like, "What?" I'm like, "Exactly."
Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, if that throws them off, they're going to be in for a ride.
Most people have no clue what Second Temple means. I have to say, most Christians, okay, and this has been a topic of discussion forever and a day on my channel. But so Christians here, after the destruction of the temple, the synagogue services started, and they think that's after the destruction of the temple, after Jesus. And I have to point out to them that Jesus went to synagogue. And it completely changes their dating of what the synagogue is.
Well, okay, maybe so for someone here who's a Gentile, I don't understand any of this. Right, so I thought, because synagogue is, maybe I'm misunderstanding things, is effectively the Jewish temple, right?
Jewish church.
Jewish church, in a sense, yes.
So there's the temple where there was the sacrifices and things like that. And then after the destruction of the first temple, Jews started having synagogue services where they would gather to pray. And
so that would be the equivalent to a church. Okay, I'm with you, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, synagogue is just a Greek word for assembly, which is what ecclesia is the same word for assembly. So it's just
okay. That makes more sense.
We're both saying the same thing, and then somehow it turned into like we don't even know what each other's doing in those buildings.
So in this
but
sense,
we're saying the same thing.
Yeah. So in this sense, the second temple just means the kind of like a second period of this church, in a sense.
No. Okay. So the temple,
a
temple that was built. Okay. There was a temple around year 1000 BCE.
Yeah.
There was a temple that was built by Solomon, supposedly. I mean, I'm not going to get into what the debates are, but generally, there was, and that's called the first temple. It was.
So is that Solomon's temple, right? Just to make sure my history is all over the place. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, and that was destroyed around the year 500. With the Babylonian captivity.
Yeah.
And there was a 70-year interregnum when there was no temple. And during that interregnum, the prophets established synagogue services as, like Hosea says, bring confessions, take with you words, and we shall become whole with the sacrifices of our lips, right?
Yeah.
And then Ezra was given permission by Cyrus to the Messiah, was given permission to build the second temple, which he went back and did. And so simultaneously there was a temple, and there were synagogues all over the place, including in Jerusalem. And both of them existed until the destruction of the temple the second temple, Ezra's temple, in 70 BC, 70 CE or AD. And after that, Jews only had synagogue services, whereas Christians in their churches had a sort of combination temple / synagogue service.
Okay.
And
Okay.
yeah, so a lot of people, they think that the synagogue services we have now were established after Jesus, when that's obviously not the case if you believe in the Gospels.
With this
because
they were established during the second temple, which is like what, Herod's temple, if I remember right.
well,
Is that what his name?
Herod
Yeah,
expanded
my
the
history's
temple.
awful because it's Solomon in the past,
Yes.
and then it became Herod's. Or no, it's not.
Okay,
Yeah,
you can call
Christians
them-
tend to
yeah.
talk about Herod as being.
Look,
because
I
he's
don't
like
know.
the
I'm
main
not. Look, I'm
character
not Jewish.
at
I'm
that
not even,
point.
I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
even Christian either. But like, this is what I've learned from like.
No,
past.
No, you're
Honestly-
Anglo,
honestly,
so it's fine.
you know far more than the vast majority of people. So don't
I'm a
worry
weirdo,
about it.
okay? You know this about me already. So my history is like bad. So it's like, okay, so that's that thing. So what you're saying is you're talking about these established traditions were during this kind of period.
So Jesus went to synagogues.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So
So he went to
the-
these
yeah.
traditions there, and you're arguing that's where they came from, not after Jesus,
Yeah.
the death of Jesus, and
Exactly.
the establishment of Christianity.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. With you now. That's fine.
Okay. Yeah. So when people say the synagogue services were established after the destruction of the temple, they often mean the second temple when actually it was the first temple. So they're off by 500 years.
Okay. With you. I think. Yeah.
So Matt, what flavor of religion are you?
So I'm Presbyterian.
Presbyterian. Ooh.
Yeah.
No,
I know
I'm
there's a
joking.
lot
I
of
have no
syllables.
idea.
there.
Okay. I know it's a lot. That's hard to say.
Were you raised Presbyterian or?
No,
Okay.
no. I was raised, I guess Unitarian, and then a bit of Methodist.
Unitarian,
So you went
Unitarian
Unitarian, then to the
Universalist,
Reformed.
or
Okay.
or biblical Unitarian.
No, not like your buddy. There was no. It's
Not like
just
Sam.
like, how do we baptize, popular culture and give people some sort of ritual structure?
Yeah,
around
Unitarian
which they can-
Universalists. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
They're they're almost not Christian. I mean, they basically aren't Christian.
They are progressive, but they're. This is
They-
they're
the
progressive.
Universalists. They've kind of sort of stopped identifying as Christian. I mean,
They are
I'm
just
not
progressive.
saying
Well, good for
That
them.
is the Church of Progressivism, and I don't mean that as an insult.
Yeah.
I mean that's literally what they are. Even though the progressives were technically Puritans, but let's not get into the weeds.
So you were raised Unitarian?
Yeah, pretty much. I was raised by hippies, so
Okay.
yeah, we went to a Unitarian church growing up.
May I ask,
Yeah.
how old are you?
36, I think, maybe 37.
You have to add up the dates in your head. I do.
at this point-
you're old enough that it doesn't
Could
matter.
Yeah, but to rebel against my hippie parents, I said, I gotta get to something. I gotta get to the roots. I gotta go back to the oldest traditions. I gotta go Orthodox. I gotta go Presbyterian.
What year was this?
Not Eastern Orthodox. That's way too recent. That's all 6th, 7th century craziness, Nicene fights.
So
I gotta go
what
back
year-
to the first. I gotta go back to the 2nd century, the
What-
first century. I gotta go
what-
back to Peter and Paul, who's Presbyterian. So
What
That's my joke.
What year did you like 10 years ago, 20 years ago?
I mean, I took it seriously about 10 years ago. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You mentioned you were married. Tell me if I'm prying too much, but I'm just interested.
No, it's your show. Yeah,
yeah. So you said you were married. How long have you been married?
10 years next month.
Okay.
Oh, congratulations.
Congratulations. Any kids?
No, I wish, but no.
Okay. So has your wife also been on this religious journey with you, or?
Yeah, she was kind of the rock. I like to say, like, I was kind of raised, as you can tell, I was sort of raised in the wilderness, and she was raised in like the fenced-in garden, as it were, of like a more rigorously structured confessional tradition. And I found that, at least for me, it was kind of that particular tradition is sort of interrogating things the way I needed to hear them interrogated, I guess, and was agnostic about things that I was like, you're not going to be a heretic for getting interested in the things that I'm interested in, if that makes sense. You might be in like a Southern Baptist group, but.
So you joined her church? Is that like she was Presbyterian?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's that factor. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah. So what kind of things are you interested in that would get you kicked out of a Baptist church?
Talking about some of the things that you talk about, like trying to understand what are Jewish perspectives on Christianity, which is an important topic that I think Christians tend to assume the starting position on. And it doesn't take more than a few minutes in a good faith conversation to realize that the categories are so different. A PCA, I would go OPC, but they're too far away. So like people don't know. Like I was talking to your friend Dechezi, and I was asking him, like, in the back room, like, what does he think about, like, what about the category of Ephraim, of like a Josephite Northern Kingdom, like, is there a category for Christians with this like Noahite sort of discussion that he was sort of having, of like trying to figure out how to, like, of the Ger, the sojourner category of, like, they're not, like, in a sense they're not ethnically, but in a sense they're being grafted in, kind of God-fearing category. Is there a room for Christians to be discussed in that term? And I got the feeling that he was open, he was positive to that, I guess. Like, I don't know, like, that's just anecdotal.
Yeah, I mean, generally,
that was fascinating to me.
Yeah, generally what the debate has been is, so Noahide, the biblical term, well, the question becomes, is the biblical term Noah, so the rabbinic term Ben Noah, right, a Noahide, that is, at least some people will say that is the biblical category of Ger Toshav, which is a resident alien. Okay. Yeah. And when it comes down to it, the big debate since the Middle Ages has been whether Christianity qualifies as being Noahide. And it's been a huge debate within Judaism, and honestly, the sticking point has been the egalitarian Trinity.
Sorry for me getting a Gentile here. What do you mean by Noahide exactly? I'm sorry.
Okay, so Noahide.
I'm sorry, Ginger Bill, that I just showed up in my presence derailed this. I know.
No, this is wonderful. By the way, I love it. You're not derailing anything. I'm just
we talk about this on my channel constantly.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's just words. Yeah. If you may explain it, I'm like, oh, it's that. I'm awful at names, so I literally don't know
so there is a concept in Judaism called the Covenant of Noah.
Yes,
which comes from Genesis 9.
Yeah, and
in Judaism, we believe that all of humanity is bound by the covenant of Noah. There's the covenant of
I know what you're talking
Sinai.
about now. Thank you.
Yes. So there's the covenant of Sinai, which is for Israel, and there's the covenant of Noah, which is for the entirety of humanity.
Yes, I'm with you now.
Because it predates the Sinai. So, and it's literally
with you
all
now.
of humanity is
So,
present with Noah and his
the
sons.
reason why I was confused is because I just didn't understand the context of the word, and I was thinking, is it a word I don't understand? Now you said no, or I was like, okay, I'm with you.
Yeah, biblical Noah, and so and this predates Jesus. Judaism.
Oh yeah, it does by a
yeah.
few hundreds of.
No. The idea that
Judaism
but like requires Gentiles to live like this is something that comes before Christianity, which is kind of a problem for most interpretations of Paul for the past 2,000 years.
In what way?
So when you're reading in Romans,
okay,
Paul talking about the Gentiles being grafted into the tree, right? Or being adopted into the house of God.
Yeah.
The question becomes, like, if the covenant of Noah existed, what exactly are you talking about? How did Christianity change? And this is the discussion that I'm having with Father Stephen DeYoung, and we've been spending hours and hours getting into it. So like, if you think you're gonna like catch the contours in the next few minutes, you're not.
Oh no, I wasn't expecting myself to do anyway. I just wanted to understand the basic concept. That was all.
There's a huge.
Like I want to see the mountain. I don't want to see all the leaves yet. So
okay, so the old perspective of Paul, what Christianity basically has been teaching for most of 2,000 years, is that the covenant of Sinai was just for the Jews. The Gentiles had no relationship with God, with the God of Israel. Jesus came and replaced the relationship that the Jews had with the God of Israel with the church and its relationship. So this is called supersessionism.
Yeah, okay.
This is not Presbyterian, by the way, but it does represent
this sounds very Catholic to me so far, but okay.
Catholic and majority Protestant, probably, frankly, and Eastern Orthodox.
Yes, Presbyterian is Reformed, aren't they? So they're Calvinists. So clearly they're going to disagree there. Okay.
Well, I mean, Matt is saying that Presbyterians don't believe this, but as far as I know, Presbyterians are generally supersessionists, or at least were for the past until 50 years ago. The thing is, after the Holocaust, supersessionism became a bad word, and a lot of people started shying away from it and coming up with other theories. But then what happened was with the Dead Sea Scrolls, we became aware of a bunch of things that made old perspectives of Paul basically nonsensical from a historical point of view. So the Protestants have been trying to digest that a lot more than the Eastern Orthodox and the Catholics have, because the Protestants are trying to go back to the church as it was constituted by Paul and like as it existed 2,000 years ago, whereas the Catholics are like, okay, even if
we've evolved with this now, guys, this is the church. Carry on.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is again, it's this is the continuation. We are the church.
That's also the Orthodox, the Eastern Orthodox perspective.
Yeah, the Orthodox and the Catholics aren't, how to put it, they had a schism.
Well, Father Stephen DeYoung has very interesting ideas. He actually believes in what's called Paul within Judaism, and which has been a shocking and very interesting discussion that I've been having with him and on my channel. And he claims that he's not getting pushback within the Eastern Orthodox Church. And in fact, I mean, he's apparently making the Sunday school curriculum for the entirety of like the Eastern Orthodox in the United States. So like people are apparently, at least in the United States and in the English-speaking Eastern Orthodox world, happy with his interpretations of Paul within Judaism. But that goes even beyond what's called New Perspectives of Paul, which N.T. Wright has been doing.
Well, isn't this
Yeah.
because especially Eastern Orthodox isn't actually as rigid as, say, Catholicism is in that really weird sense?
Yeah,
Because and maybe I'm not Christian, so I can say whatever I want here. It doesn't matter. It doesn't help.
The thing is, Eastern Orthodoxy is somewhat poorly defined, which
Yes,
makes
it-
it
yes,
a
because it's
lot
not like- it's not as-
easier to make
It's not
claims
poorly
about
defined.
Eastern
It's that they have multiple different churches. They have their own state churches, and Eastern Orthodoxy is effectively Eastern. I'm going to butcher this, and people can tell me I'm wrong. And I know I'm wrong, but that's the point. I'm trying to say is it's effectively you have these state churches of the East.
Mhm. Yeah,
Who are Christian.
That's
That
difficult.
are not Protestant.
I mean, they do every Sunday. They do pray. Like if you go to a Russian Orthodox church
Hmm.
anywhere on the planet, they're praying for the people of Russia.
the patriarch,
Exactly.
the
Which
patriarch
is
of,
not.
of
I'm not
Moscow,
criticizing
Kirill.
Eastern Orthodoxy at
Yeah.
all.
And,
here,
and
by
more
the
than
way.
that, they're praying for the ethnos of Russia, which is just
yeah, exactly.
wild,
Like
which I kind of
that's
understand.
That's the state religion.
Yeah.
That's the same like Anglicanism or anything like that.
It's more,
That's-
yeah, like from a modern sense it is, but like that's why I kind of appreciate that Orthodox people are saying they're converting, because I've like from like being Baptist to being Orthodox, because it feels like an ethnic identity switch. Like
yeah,
if you
it's not
stop
necessarily
praying
ethnic.
for the
It
Russian
isn't
people
just-
every Sunday,
exactly, yeah.
you've changed ethnicities, which I think is kind of interesting that you can do that. Like that's actually, I feel like that's a valid pre-modern way
Which
to
is
go
unlike,
about
for
thinking of
instance,
that
let's say
ethnic
Catholicism.
dimension.
That's not the same thing. So in Catholicism, there are like, okay, there would be English Catholics, there'd be French Catholics. They're all act very differently to each other, but they're all Catholic in that sense. Compared to the Eastern Orthodox, is like, well, there's the Greek Orthodox, there's the Russian Orthodox, there's the Georgian Orthodox, and the Armenian Orthodox. They're separate things.
Well, okay, the Armenian are actually not part of the Eastern Orthodox.
I know they're not. I know that very well.
Yeah.
I know the branches. Don't worry. That's
Yeah.
why I even add them on purpose, because it's a completely separate thing on purpose. And then you
Thank
have
you.
even all the other branches that go elsewhere, and it goes even crazier. And let's not go there because they have their own other schisms going everywhere else.
Well, yeah, and so I mean, it's hard to say what exactly Eastern Orthodoxy is, but this perspective, this new perspectives on Paul, while I don't believe it's true, I certainly prefer it to old perspectives on Paul. And Paul within Judaism, while again, I haven't been convinced that it's a correct reading on Paul. I certainly would prefer if Christians believed in it than anything else they believe in. So yeah, old perspectives on Paul, new perspectives on Paul, Paul within Judaism. These are
okay,
things.
because it's one of those things that, to me, again as an outsider, this is all great. I can just comment on anything. It doesn't matter. It won't offend anyone or offend everyone. My inclination here is more of it. It sounds like the Protestants are wanting to go to the, as someone commented in there, the return thing, kind of go back to the original, where it was the original thing. But to me, it's like that's silly because that's dead. Like you're not going back to anything that exists anymore.
Well, there's like a propositional return, right? And then there's a just to use this little corner of the internet's terminology. But and the distinct from that would be like a participatory return, which
yeah,
would
but I
be
don't think you could
impossible.
ever get the participatory return because you're not in the past.
Yeah, which is
And
what
the
the Reformation is all about, a propositional return, right? Where you can say you're trying to reorient, and then the second step is, okay, what shall we then do in 2023 in this culture with this language and these?
Yeah, but then there's
this
the other
ecosystem.
aspect, even with the propositional thing. To me, like, and I'm not trying to criticize like Protestantism in general.
No,
here,
no,
but
don't. Stop being so Anglo. You're just going to apologize
I know I'm doing this
every
on
time.
purpose. Yeah, I'm apologizing all right. The reason why I'm also trying to apologize is because I'm also in a public setting. If this was a private setting, I would not be apologizing whatsoever. Is I'm on
Fair
camera.
enough.
So I mean, extremely polite on purpose. If I was doing
If this was in voice chat, you wouldn't be.
if this was in voice chat, oh no, I'd just be letting it rip. Don't worry. Because I'm trying to be very considerate here. This is the problem. It's more of, because you don't know who's listening, obviously. It's, to me, it's more of a, like the not participatory, the propositional aspects of it. It seems like, yeah, but it didn't survive, did it? Like they died. So returning back to it seems like, but it didn't last. So something else evolved as it evolved, and it went this way in this direction. So why did it go in this direction?
Well, ask the Orthodox, any of these Orthodox,
or even the Catholics,
and they'll tell
as
you.
well.
Yeah, ask any of these Catholics; they'll tell you it did survive. But
exactly, they'll say, but this is the continuation of it. And this is what we believe, and exactly that's their thing. Is they said it said divide, but then you say the Protestants say no, it didn't. We want to go back to what it originally was, and it's like, well, it didn't survive. Then, if you think if you think we need to go back, then you've just admitted it didn't survive. So it's kind of either it didn't survive.
That's a nice thing about the different Judaisms is that like I feel like everyone's at least on the same page, that they've got these really significant discrete chapters for, let's just talk about from Second Temple Judaism on, so just 2,000 years, they've got a pretty a better understanding, I think, than most Christian denominations of how the religion has changed over the centuries, and how that is a part of that's not a way of invalidating the tradition by demonstrating its introduction of different texts or like new thought patterns, different philosophical schools that injected different streams, and then different sages came up with this, had a vision. That's all part of the greater like constellation of how to talk about Judaism. And it seems like I know I'm speaking for a Jew here. I feel like that's always been always been the case, it seems, because that's what even the Talmud is doing, is dialoguing with, trying to encapsulate a greater ecosystem of that, like a very estuary kind of framework of that dialogue. And is it trying to necessarily rule on things the way we might think of from a propositional, Western Protestant, like post-Christian sort of assumption about how we need to start, deciding who's right and who's wrong.
Have you been following James Tabor?
No. Should I be?
I think you would find, yes. I think if you, as a Protestant, so what I have been saying is, if you're interested in Second Temple Judaism, and especially the Dead Sea Scrolls, as a Protestant, I would look at James Tabor. As a Jew, I would look at Robert Eisenman. Also, as a Muslim, I would probably look at Robert Eisenman. As a Catholic, I would look at John Bergsma. Although I'm not very familiar with his work, he seems to know his stuff from a Catholic point of view. And Eastern Orthodoxy, I would look at Father Stephen DeYoung. Those are serious scholars of the Dead Sea Scrolls and Second Temple Judaism, who are engaging from those various. So the analogy I give is, when you have a data set and you do a linear regression, right? Everybody has a line based on their assumptions. And then when you get more data, right, you get a data dump, and everybody has to fit in the new data, right? They make different lines based on the same assumptions they made their first line, right? And I think that's what's happening with the Dead Sea Scrolls, is like the Jews are making their new line with the Dead Sea Scrolls. Although, if you ask me, the Dead Sea Scrolls have basically just fallen on the line that Judaism drew before, which
really is that your view? Like that would be,
yeah,
that's the dominant Judaism. of the Second Temple period?
No. I would say that, okay, so one thing for me when I was studying Talmud and the Mishnah is I always assumed, because the Mishnah is like 200 years after the destruction, and the Babylonian Talmud's like 500 years, after Jesus. And so I always assumed that the rabbis of the Talmud and the Mishnah were anachronistically describing the Second Temple in ways that, just as if I'm talking about, I don't know, if I'm talking about 200 years ago, I will describe it in terms that make sense to me, right? I thought that they were anachronistically describing the Second Temple. And the more I learn about the Dead Sea Scrolls and everything we know now, like when I read 4QMMT, which is one of the Dead Sea Scrolls, it was jaw-dropping for me. It was like, I was like, how could this be what it is? Which, it's one of the reasons it's called MMT, even though that's not what MMT stands for, is when they first saw it, they thought it was a Mishnaic text. That's why they called it 4QMMT. Now they've changed the name with the same, with kind of the same initialisms, but because it's obviously not a Mishnaic text, but it sounds exactly like the Mishnah.
Yeah, kind of like proto Mishnaic. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and so it's kind of like, oh, so I was wrong in doubting the historical the historical validity of the picture of the Second Temple that the Talmud had. Like, I remember that there's only one tractate of Talmud I ever studied. When I was in Israel, there was one tractate of Talmud which I learned, and it has a discussion of what was going on during the Second Temple. And I remember being like, okay, they're anachronistically ascribing views that I didn't think actually existed like 400 years before the description that they're giving.
Yeah, you just think, okay, like I'm going to check at the front of the book. I'm going to see when the publication copyright date was. It says 500 AD.
Yeah.
So that's when all this stuff came together. And if they're describing stuff before then, yeah, like maybe it's a telephone game at best.
Right. But, exactly. And then I find out that no, actually the description is like really on cue. And for me, that was like, wow. Whereas for a lot of Christians, I mean, you look at the Dead Sea Scrolls, and if you're honest with yourself, you have to realize that the old perspectives on Paul are just not viable. And that's what Christianity has taught for like 1,000 years, at least.
Well, I get excited about Dead Sea Scrolls too. Okay, so I'm reading. Do I have it right here? No, but I'm reading. There's a Jewish scholar who basically argued in the 90s that the Essenes were a messianic community that was in alignment with James the Just.
So you're talking about Robert Eisenman. I'm reading James, the Brother of Jesus, right now.
Okay, yeah, it's a different book I have, but I think that's him. Yeah, same author.
Okay,
and
isn't
there's like weird allusions to the liar and the person who's trying to water down.
That sounds like Robert Eisenman. Yes.
Yeah.
Robert
what do you think about that?
So I think Robert Eisenman actually goes a bit further than I would.
Yeah. But he sounds kind of like you with your evaluation of Paul.
He's convinced me of a lot of things. He has convinced me of a lot of things.
I think he's onto something. It makes sense.
Well, and his views have been disseminating in ways that are far beyond. Like he taught at Cal State Long Beach. He was not a prominent scholar, and unfortunately, he's also very like he babbles, and he's very bad at communicating his ideas. And like his book, honestly, it's just rambling, and I'm almost
It's pretty
done
dense. Yeah.
1,000 pages. James, the Brother of Jesus. Honestly, if you're reading his older book, you probably should ditch it for James, the Brother of Jesus, because because lots of things came out about the Dead Sea Scrolls over the 20 years after that first book. I think what's that first book, Secrets of the Dead Sea or something like that.
You know what? I'll find it and bring it right back. Actually, I got it for a footnote in it. It was recommended to me by.
You know what? Let me go turn on the light. You go find that book. We'll both be back.
And speaking of which, I'm going to get going then. Anyway,
Yeah, that's your execute.
That's
See
my
you, buddy.
execute as well. So it's nice
to
meeting
meet
you
you.
all anyway, and nice to meet you, Matt. Say good night.
Okay, we lost Ginger Bill, but I kind of figured we would.
Yeah, he said he was heading out. I hope your chat's entertained.
Well, this is the basics of my channel. Like my channel is constantly going over this. So yes.
Fun.
So
I'm so glad I found you. I actually
Which
did have
book
it.
is
I didn't notice the I'd taken the cover off. It's Dead Sea Scrolls and the First Christians.
Yeah. So he
Recognize
co-wrote that book with somebody else, I believe.
Okay.
Did
Really?
he? Or I thought I am not the greatest Robert Eisenman, even though I tried listening to a lot of his. But yeah, James, the Brother of Jesus.
It's just the collection of scholarly essays and some translations he did
Right.
of the BSS. So
that's the one that ended up getting him sued, if I remember correctly.
really, wow.
You didn't hear about his article, his lawsuit that went all the way to the Supreme Court, Israeli Supreme Court?
Oh my goodness, no! I'm so new to him.
Okay, so what happened was somebody in the book, I believe that book, was publishing information that was copyrighted. So the content of MMT is actually copyrighted by the guy who reconstructed it. And this was a big Dead Sea Scrolls Uncovered. And like a lot of people were saying, well, you can't, I mean, yeah, you reconstructed the text, but you can't copyright a 2,000-year-old text, right? And that went all the way up to the Israeli Supreme Court, and the Israeli Supreme Court actually said he did have copyright and he could stop other people from publishing the text of MMT. And so Eisenman actually believes that there's some sort of nefarious desire to keep the information from the Dead Sea Scrolls secret.
That's a bit in here. He kind of insinuates that, which I find fascinating.
Yeah. That's so he. I think he goes a little bit too far in a lot of his assertions, but I think he basically. I mean, I don't know if the Qumran community was exactly the early Christians, the way he believes they were. Like, he actually believes James the Just was the teacher of righteousness in Qumran.
Yeah.
I don't think that's necessarily the case. I could believe. I mean, if I were to make my own timeline, I believe Jesus lived about 100 years BCE, established the community in Qumran, and James was known as a brother of Jesus because he was like a leader in that community, like 100 years after the action. Like, I believe several people were conglomerated into Jesus. And James, the brother, I mean, this is all my personal weird stuff.
No, it's fascinating.
So, and I think John the Baptist did exist, and John the Baptist may have been an offshoot from the Qumran community, and like,
I think a lot of people discuss that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and so, I mean, exactly what happened. I mean, I think most people say John the Baptist had some sort of disciple who was, and I think that there was a disciple of John the Baptist who was also one of the people who got turned into Jesus. But I think there was a lot of different things which ultimately did. And Eisenman's idea is that Paul was a Herodian, and Herod and his minions created Christianity as a way of hijacking this Jewish movement. And while it didn't work with the Jews, the Jews that it did work with ended up becoming the Muslims to some extent. Like, so he thinks that
I'm with you on that 7th century stuff too. Yeah.
Which second?
7th, the Muslim stuff.
Oh, the Muslim stuff? Yeah. So like that Islam was the Jewish Christians. As opposed to the Pauline Christians, as opposed to Gentile Christians. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
that's so fascinating. I'm glad that that Chezi, like, it's cool to hear like that sort of dialogue happening on such a practical level on the ground in modern Israel to help with. That's the impression I got from him. Like, there's people talking, like trying to platform that kind of discussion to help. I guess there's like a minister of security or something that he says he's a racist, and he's not. He's building these categories for Muslims, I guess, for Palestinians.
Ben Gvir, yeah.
That he's saying, like, if they were having these kind of discussions, like, they'd be able to recategorize Muslims as you know,
as Ger Toshav. Yeah, I mean,
right. Which means you treat them differently. Ultimately, the idea, I guess.
Chezi is I call him a rabid Zionist. He's not rabid, but he is a religious Zionist.
Yeah. And so, well, I mean, he's in the sure. I mean, there's gradations within the country.
Most of the religious people in Israel are what's called non-Zionist.
Really? Wow.
Which, yes. So this tends to be very surprising to Christians. Which
in Americans,
until 20 to 30 years ago, generally was not even called non-Zionist. It was called anti-Zionist. Because like the religious fights between the secular Zionists and the religious were huge, and there was a very small slice of the Jewish population which was religious Zionists, and because of Christian money, that slice has grown incredibly. Because
those Southern Baptists.
Yes, because the Christians are funding like all kinds of institutes, and yeah, this is another thing that's kind of touchy because I am a non-Zionist, and so yeah.
That's what do you think about oh man, I just had a it seems like everyone around here has read Dominion.
I haven't read it, but it is kind of like a cornerstone, and I mean, I don't know exactly what he says. I get the feeling his version, his understanding of Judaism comes a lot from progressive Judaism and academic studies as opposed to what, religious Jews believe.
Yeah, he kind of obliterates, it seems like. He's like, Judaism isn't even a religion really originally. Like, and it's other people that defined it as such. But I don't know. I describe more agency to Judaism than that.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, he doesn't believe in God acting through history the way I do. Like, for me, Maimonides, chapter 11 of Maimonides, that so
we have a friend. Do we have a Muslim friend? That would
I have been trying very hard to get Muslims involved in this little corner.
I'd love that. I'll try to.
We do have some Muslims who have gotten involved in this little corner, and yeah, the idea is that the early Muslims were the remnants of the Jewish Christian community as opposed to the Gentile Christian community.
Yeah, they were trying to retake Mecca, which was Jerusalem, and then it got.
Okay, now
somewhere in southwestern.
That will get you killed.
Your channel canceled. I'm sorry.
No, not my channel's canceled, but yeah, this is stuff that is very controversial.
I know that's not even fair for me to throw out like that. That's
not
really just make a joke like that. Yeah, I apologize.
But if you are interested in this stuff, I believe the name of the book is In the Shadow of the Sword, which is Tom Holland's book, history, trying to reconstruct Muslim history without necessarily relying solely on Muslim sources.
His definition of Zionism, that's why I wanted to bring him up, is because he said
Holland?
He was talking with Paul Vanderklay, and he said that Zionism is an attempt, he feels, for Judaism to just become the people of Israel again and not be a religion called Judaism, which is what Christians have. That's the box that Christians forced it into. Oh, great.
Oh,
welcome.
Fawad, your dot's connected.
Shalom.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought you were subscribed to my channel.
I probably am, but I did not. So Fawad is one of the welcome guests on here. He
beautiful.
He's been on here a few times.
Shalom, Matt. How are you doing, brother?
Doing well. Sorry for offhandedly hand waving a very important and complicated topic. I'm not trying to be. Maybe I was flippant, so I apologize.
Yeah, that was an interesting insight. That's the first time I hear that.
Really?
But
This is the first time you've heard this?
Yeah, it's the first time.
So Tom Holland did a couple of I think he did. I know he did at least one BBC documentary, and he wrote a book, and so there has been an attempt at reconstructing the history of Islam without relying on Muslim history as such. And so, and I got a kitty. So
Yeah. We're just looking at 7th century. They could be, believer.
Yeah, and
it's everybody talking in the concurrent with the nascent Arab conquests, I guess, right? Would you say?
Well, so it
sides.
bases it on the fact that there are coins for Muhammad who conquered Jerusalem, and it does kind of go along with the Petra being the original Mecca thing, which I know is very controversial.
If it wasn't Petra, it's Jerusalem.
That's literally mind-numbingly stupid and dumb. That's been refuted. Like honestly, that's like the
it's not Petra.
Ecclesiastes. Like literally, like when I heard that, and because I'm the least knowledgeable Muslim that you can come across on these online channels. When I heard that, that was so mind-numbingly stupid, because we actually have proof, and even from the Jewish sources. Like for instance, where does Ibn Ezra say in Genesis where Hagar, she was settled, where the Ishmaelites were settled? He even mentioned Zamzam. Zamzam is said to be, again, it's the Mecca-Becca topic, but it's like Zionists actually say, what is that guy that actually even wrote the book? Even a lot of Jewish scholars actually claim. Yeah, exactly.
I honestly, I don't have a dog in this fight.
Yeah.
But they all refute Petra so soundly because they're all secretly of the belief that it was originally Jerusalem, and they know that, and so they know that it's not Petra, which is how they were able to stomp that out so fast and make fun of them. But they don't endorse, generally speaking, like a historical pre-Abbasid, pre-Muawiyah Mecca, not like I don't know, but I don't know. that's how they chat about it. Is this is a complicated? Obviously, this is something it's a hot button topic.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can come up with all kinds of theories and kind of like come up with your own biases, but then you have to sort of weigh out the proof or the documentations that we have from back in the day, even from the Christian sources and the Jewish sources for that matter, right? As to where Mecca was and where Muhammad was. Or did Muhammad actually capture Jerusalem, or was it at the time of Umar ibn Khattab? Okay, so the letters that we have that he wrote to Heraclius, and we know there's documented history that the Battle of Tabuk did not happen. Okay, when Christians were at the border of Syria, okay, and they were trying to attack Muslims, that did not happen. So if it had happened, it would have been at that time. So Muslims at that time, at the time of Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, they had not crossed over the border of Syria, right? This happened after the death of Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him. There's documented sources that actually from Christians. I forget the chronicles. You can actually even Google it. And these are.
I agree with you. I think like I'm coming from what like there isn't a academic consensus, and a lot of academics are Muslim and feel that the dominant what they call the dominant narrative, the religious narrative, is factual and historical. But there is a school of thought that, like, I mean, what you're saying is true. That this is the perspective I'm coming from, is that Muhammad did not capture Jerusalem, though that was his intent, and that's the Quran's focal interest. But Umar did. Umar being the and Jacob would find this interesting. playing with that that messianic apocalyptic paradigm of the two messiahs, the Ben Joseph and Ben Daoud.
David.
That Umar would be the Daoud, the second conquering, victorious, reigning Messiah. The suffering Messiah that has an incomplete journey to Jerusalem would be Muhammad in that circumstance. That's the paradigm that was originally being played with. That's the theory.
Well,
It's
this
happy
I
to
have
be.
never heard of. Yeah,
Yeah,
you know a
I've
lot
never
more
heard of
about
that
Islam
either.
than I do.
That's the first time I'm hearing that.
There's
Yeah.
a Shoemaker, Stephen Shoemaker. He's kind of a guy in these circles, and he's kind of a Quran. I don't know. He tends to argue that the Quran was later, was put together kind of later than 650. And I don't go like I'll say it was all put together. And I know that's a hot button topic too.
Do you
Let's say
listen to
Uthman put it all together.
Derek Mythvision?
I'm
Do
sorry?
you know who that is? Derek
No.
Mythvision? Oh, he's been
never heard
on
of
EA Dawa. He actually came on with Khalil once.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
Yeah, he's a pretty big guy in this. So he's very big on mythicism, like that Jesus didn't actually exist. And he's had James Tabor on a bunch of times, Robert Eisenman on a bunch of times. What's the name of that guy?
Oh, cool.
Price, Robert Price, I think his name is, several times. So I mean, this stuff gets into his territory much more. Yeah.
But brother Matt, like you said that this is a claim by a Muslim that Umar ibn Khattab was a messiah.
That was the believing view of the Ummah in the first half of we're talking pre-Umayyad at that point, right? We're talking about like the nascent.
It was a heretical, basically like the I forget the.
Well, Umar himself thought that.
Mutazilites or whatnot. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There were plenty of heretical groups. Like in every religion, you're going to have heretical groups because this idea goes totally, like completely against the Quran. Because in Quran, Isa ibn Maryam, Jesus, peace be upon him, the son of Mary, is referred to as the Masih. So Umar ibn Khattab could not have been him.
Well, okay, so there is. So
well,
what
Jacob
Matt is
understands
talking about
plurality
is,
here.
Yeah, so there is this idea of multiple types of messiahs, and yeah, this gets kind of complicated. But
no,
I know
that
it's not a Muslim thing at all. As
right.
As far as
no,
I
know that Jews they had a different concept of like different types of messiahs that they, in the early, even at the time of Jesus, peace upon him, there were like different groups that had different types of messiahs that they were waiting for. I'm aware of that, but I'm saying,
well, the
from
Bible calls Cyrus the Messiah.
Yes. But isn't it funny that they actually, like in the translations, it doesn't say Messiah, it says the anointed one. Did you notice that?
Yes, I have definitely noticed. They
Christians are uncomfortable. They don't know how to deal with that category.
Yeah. Like whenever I point that out to them, they're like, no, it says the anointed one. I'm like, what does Messiah mean? It means the anointed one.
Yeah, I mean, in Hebrew, it's Mashiach Havaya. Like, it's really, really clear. So it's like, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, but I found it really fascinating. Like I would like to read that book that you were talking about. Like that's one of the reasons why I hopped on the screen, because it's like so strange, because the Jewish people didn't even come in contact with Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, because the first 13 years of his life he lived in Mecca, right? So he was actually preaching to whom? To the pagan Arabs. The Jewish people were not even in the picture. For the first 13 years.
Okay, so the idea is that the Christians that Muhammad had contact with were not Pauline Christians; they were Jewish Christians. So they were Christians. No, well, there's.
He means like keeping.
Okay, there were different strands of Christianity, obviously, right? and the particular strand of Christianity that interacted with Muhammad and early Islam was of a particular. That's the idea. Is that there? James, the Brother of Jesus, is a book by Robert Eisenman that is actually. It's low key, really popular among people who are interested in this stuff. And like I have said several times, like he has a lot of theories and he brings them together in a way that I think almost everybody's like, yeah, you're going way too far. But it's been really influential in the fact that his theories, like, they convince so many people to move in certain ways to look at things. And so I am very reluctant to endorse his view, but I would say reading his work and seeing how he looks at it is really interesting.
But don't you think that the pagan Arabs, they should have been the very first ones to make this claim, because they were living right there next to him. His own uncle was against him, and there were so many people that were against him that were from his family, from his neighborhood, from his friends before he was given the revelation. So don't you think this is one of the things they would have pointed out about him?
What do you mean? What claim?
That you took basically this revelation, you copied it, you plagiarized it, or this is basically
no.
Judaism.
That's not. That's okay. No. That's not. I mean, there are people who make that claim, but as far as I'm concerned, what's interesting and makes sense to me is that the particular Christians, which the Quran did have, the Quran talks about the Nasara, right? Does talk about the Christians. That
Ansar were not Christians. Ansar were the people that were actually living, the pagan Arabs that were living in Medina. So there were
who
three
taught you
Jewish
that,
tribes.
Fawad? Was it an 8th century Abbasid scholar, or was it a 7th century?
Who?
Exactly. I'm talking about. So, like, this is what's so fascinating. This is one of the reasons why Islam is like one of my absolute favorite subjects, and I find the whole thing is so fascinating. It's because you've got like a telescope. Like, in order to see back into the 7th century through the tradition, you've got to look back through several civil wars and different, which are a really big deal in an Arab empire, because that means a change in the religious structure. You've got the capital moving from Damascus to Iraq, right, to Babylon, and you've got Umayyad to Abbasid transition, and that's a revolution. They call it an Abbasid religious revolution for a reason, and that really, like, you already have the Shia and the Sunni debates in that 7th century, and people are trying to legitimize, like Muawiyah is even saying that Uthman wrote it because he's trying to distinguish, like, because that was his uncle, and he's trying to distinguish, I've got the book and I've got the reign, and I'm going to shut down the second fitna, right? I know, like, just please, like, understand, like, you can see from my perspective, at least, I understand this isn't a Muslim perspective, but, like, I'm just trying to respectfully kind of talk about, like, it's really fascinating to see, like, what does come to us from the 8th and 9th century. The Quran is much older than the 8th and 9th century. We can say it goes right back to 615, but traditions around it and where it comes from, like, we have to look through what Abbasids tell us about other people's culture while sitting in Iraq, about what happens in Western Arabia, which like Christianity doesn't go through that transition. Even Judaism doesn't go through that transition. There's a lot of really heavy transitions that happen in early Islam. So anyway,
Are you sure Christianity and Judaism didn't go through that transition? Sadducees, Pharisees from the time of Jesus, peace be upon him, then like the early Christianity, the first 300 years, 400 years has nothing to do with the Christianity today. That's why there were so many councils that took place. For instance, James the Just, Peter, John, all of them, they did not get along with Pauline. If you take the Pauline Christianity out of the mix, you don't have Christianity, the modern day Christianity anymore.
Right.
That's a huge transition for me. That's
you're talking to two people who can understand where you're coming from with that.
Yeah. No, but the statement that you made, that made absolutely zero sense to me, brother, with all due respect. Because Islam, even if we have the Shias and the Sunni debates, that's more political. So it might be more of the traditions of the Prophet, but the core message, the Tawheed, the 5 pillars of Islam, the 6 pillars of Iman, which is the faith, they all are the same. You walk up to any Shia, they will not say, even though they're against the caliphate of Uthman, but they do agree and they do accept the canonized version of the Quran that was done by Uthman. Those same people that are actually against Abu Bakr, Umar, and Uthman, they're reading the Quranic manuscripts today, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, so just to clear up what I was saying, the Quran does talk about Jews and Christians, right? And I pulled it up. So the idea is,
just to clarify. Yeah. Wait, Jacob. Here's something interesting that you may or may not know. Do you know that 2/3 of the Quran actually refers to the Christians and Jews?
I did not know that. No.
2/3 of the Quran. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. So the idea is that there were Christians in the area of Muhammad, and those Christians were not Pauline Christians, they were Jewish Christians. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Like Torah observant, like
right.
Christians.
Yeah. Right. I do agree with that partially, because in the Abyssinia, which is the Ethiopian Christians, right? This is one of the reasons why Muslims, they emigrated to.
I'll be right back. I gotta move to a different room.
Okay.
This is really fast.
By the way, Matt, are you a Christian or are you a Jew? Complicated.
By Jacob's categories, I'm Ephraim is what I am. Because Messiah ben Joseph was rejected by his brothers, was left for dead, went to a foreign land, to the Goy, to the Goyim, and was recognized there, and now he is
that's
reviewing himself so that his brothers can once again reunite with him and recognize him for what he is. But for the time being, he's dressed up like an Egyptian.
This is very interesting.
I know. I'll be right back.
Yeah, that goes into the whole thing about the 2 messiahs, Josephite and Davidic, and it's
right. Okay. So as I was saying, sorry, go ahead.
How have you been?
I've been good. Kind of busy. My wife, actually, she went for a vacation with her sisters, so I'm a bit free.
Okay.
To hop on these channels a little bit more, because you may have heard of what's going on with Khalil. I don't know all the details. Yeah. So
I'm not aware what happened.
I honestly don't know much about it either. I contacted Friendly Muslim, and he also was not able to give me details. So I just wanted to make sure that the brother was okay. He said he's fine. So I don't know. Like they put up something on. He has, I think, some legal issues going on, and again, like I can't talk about it since I don't know anything. So rather than speculating, I'd rather just keep my mouth shut, right? So I don't know. He's got some legal issues going on. So until he hasn't sorted those out, I think he won't be doing any streams. Just their own personal matter. So I
His
don't
most
question.
recent video was 2 weeks ago.
And that's probably they put it on schedule or something, or probably Friendly Muslim.
His last stream was 3 weeks ago.
Exactly, yeah. So because they put up something on their channel saying that they have to sort out that legal issue, and then he'll be back.
Where did they put this on his channel?
This was, I think, on his own channel. If you actually go to his channel, it should be on there. There isn't a video about it. They put an announcement on there. It should be on there.
On the community tab?
Yeah, no, it's not on the community, on the channel. Yeah, right there.
At the present time, the legal matters concerning Justin Downing, also known as Khalilullah, is both an ongoing legal and personal matter. As such, there's no comment that can be made at this time. At such a time where this matter has concluded from a legal standpoint and is safe to do so, his legally appointed representatives will be able to make a full statement. Thank you for your patience and continued support. That this is the same thing?
Yep. That was it.
Wow. Okay.
I'm sorry to hear that. So he got in trouble with some sort of legal dispute.
Like, your guess is as good as mine. We have no clue what's going on.
Wow.
Yeah. I just hope he's okay and his family's fine.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Because he's a good guy. I've known him for a few months.
Yeah. No, he's. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Well, I'm glad you let me know.
Yeah. Yeah, just keep him in your prayers, guys, and may Allah make it easy for everybody. That is.
Has his wife been posting things on her channel?
No, nothing. They both are sort of quiet about the whole thing. Like I had a conversation with a Friendly Muslim the other day. He was on call with me for a while the other day. Actually, we talked for an hour because I was actually having an issue with, I don't know if you know, Kenny, I forget his name. He had a debate with David Wood about a year ago about the issue of the age of Aisha, radiyallahu anha. Anyways, I commented on that guy's, because he's a Muslim apologist.
Right.
And so I commented on his channel. I said, brother, like, I'm sorry, but you didn't do a good job. You didn't seem prepared for the debate. Because he's supposed to do another debate. So, he didn't like the comment and he was being really salty. And, I was like, do you want to talk? Like, I was being respectful. I was like, do you want to talk about this issue, this matter privately? We can talk about it privately. No worries. He wanted to do it on his live show. And I got on his live show and, he didn't let me talk. And even people were telling him later on, that you didn't let the brother speak. And he just made himself look like, I don't want to say the word, but an ass, So because I was coming from a good place, because he has another debate coming up with the same guy, David Wood. And you know how David Wood, like these guys, they're Islamophobes. Like you literally go to their channels, they have nothing good to say about their own Bible. All they do is they just make money off of
they're constantly slamming Islam. Yeah, that's and in the foulest terms.
Exactly. Like one of the reasons I love to come to your channel, to some of the other, like Ariel's channel, Khazi's channel. Sometimes I log on there to see what he's got going on there, and some of the Christians, is because I want to know what they have to say about their own scriptures. If I want to know something about Islam, I'll go to a Muslim person, But this is like, I like to have academic discussions, but when it gets to ad hominems and stuff like this, I just, even if it's like, between Muslims, I don't like to take part in that. I'm like, all right, guys, take care later. That's, yeah.
There's too much speaker's corner type nonsense that goes on
Well,
with this
that's
stuff.
the thing. Speaker's Corner has weirdly become like online and offline at the same time. There's this guy, they call him Joshua the Jew, and he's dressed up. He's dressed up like a Hasidic Jew, and as far as I can tell, he's not actually Jewish.
Oh no!
And he's known as Joshua the Jew. Everybody knows Joshua the Jew, and I'm like, I went to his channel. I'm like, I'm not even sure he's Jewish. But he shows
calls
up.
himself an Orthodox Jew.
Yeah, well, there's nothing preventing him from doing that.
Wow.
One of the things, like, because I'll confess, like, and this is probably, it's not a unusual way to get into this stuff, but like if you go to YouTube and you look up, you know, I don't know, Jews and Muslims talking about the Quran, like, I don't know, well, maybe Christians and Muslims talking about the Quran, you're going to find a lot of Speaker's Corner type stuff, at least. But then, like, I started reading the academic content, and I found, like, this is what's so fascinating. It's like 7th century Christianity looks pretty darn alien to me, and it doesn't look like Eastern Orthodoxy. It doesn't look like Roman Catholicism. You know, certainly doesn't look like Protestantism. There's a lot, like, and that's what I like about Quranic studies, is that like diving into that, and it helps me understand like the plurality, like what the mosaic of Judaism looked like at the time too. There's a lot of stuff, like, I have to, like, interact and engage with, you know, texts that to me, like, I've either never heard of or I would never consider important, that were just part of the religious architecture. Like, it's part of the cosmic framework of how they're thinking about, you know, Mary and palm trees, or, you know, like seven sleepers. Like, these are more in the forefront of Christians in Syria, for instance, at that period, than most of the Bible would be, you know? So like reorienting myself to understand things, you know, so I can kind of inductively evaluate, you know, the Quran's propositions and its assumptions about its readership, means, like, I have to understand Christianity a lot better than I can just get from, you know, denomination down the street or something. And I got to understand Judaism a lot better too. So it's a fun education.
It's so frustrating sometimes talking to Christians. That's why I love talking to Jewish people, because, as I said, it's a more rational, calm, academic discussion. At the end of the day, they don't agree with us, we don't agree with them. But, you know, like, it's apart from the politics of Israel and Palestine, which I don't like to talk about, right? Because it's an ongoing issue, and it will go on for God knows how long it will keep going on for, right? Mm-hmm. I see so many similarities between Judaism and Islam, and, you know, I see Tawheed. So for me, you know, the only, I mean, that's not the only, the biggest difference that I see between the Jewish people and Christians, the Christians like, you know, I'm sorry if any Christian brothers or sisters are listening to this, I consider them pagans. I don't consider them Noachites or like how, you know, Jewish people will call them. I don't even consider them an Abrahamic religion, because they have totally deviated away from the Abrahamic religion strand, you know? You know, Jewish people, I like to say shalom to them, but I'm not going to say shalom to a Christian person, because
you said it to me.
Well, I'm sorry. In my
Messi the Jew, am I dressed up inappropriately or something? Did you mis-ID me?
No, but hold on, brother. That's why I asked you.
I appreciate it. It was nice of you to even say that.
Yeah.
But
so.
For what? I mean,
it comes from a good place. Like, I don't mean it.
You're being consistent. I respect that tremendously.
Because like, they don't, like, Jewish people till this day, right? They will say shalom alaikum. right? I'm sorry if I'm butchering the Hebrew language with my pronunciation, right? But
Yeah,
Pretty
Alex,
close.
him.
It's the same thing.
that's plain. Yeah. So, but a Christian person, they don't greet each other that way. So I'm not obligated to greet them that way. You know what I mean?
It's
Like I
yeah.
don't even see
that's
Christians
interesting.
between themselves greeting each other that way. Like my own wife actually is a Christian woman. So I don't
Maybe
like
Middle
I asked
Eastern
her this.
Christians probably. I think it's more of a Semitic thing. It's a cultural expectation as much as anything, right? Like go to like an Antiochian.
That's part
community.
of the thing. Okay, so that's part of the thing.
Yeah.
Like, Islam is basically, I mean, if you're going to be a serious Muslim, you're going to learn Arabic. If you're
Agreed.
going to be a serious Jew, you're going to learn Hebrew.
Agreed.
I'm not even sure that you learn Greek as a serious Christian necessarily.
Yeah, and there's religious. You guys both know the religious reasons for that, right? Like there's just a different understanding of how the word God's almost like how Torah gets communicated from a Christian.
I have to say, I have a much more nefarious theory for why Christians don't learn Hebrew.
Oh, well, there's that. Yeah, well, there's your supersessionism right there. Absolutely.
Well, it's not just
which is terrible.
The fact is, when Christians learn Hebrew, we get converts to Judaism.
Oh, okay.
That happens a lot. And like, yeah, when Christians learn Hebrew, they start looking the translation of and yes, I mean, Phlebas is right. That's why Christianity took over the world, and it's been able to conquer so much of the world. Is because
it's culturally decentralized.
Yeah. Right, and it's willing to conform to the various cultures, and that's why I think Christianity is doing what ultimately Maimonides, going back to Maimonides and chapter 11 of the Kings of Laws and Wars, like what he says is that Christianity and Islam actually exists to spread the ideas of the Jewish Bible around the world so that when the Messiah comes, everyone will have some conception of Jewish concepts and realize that they were all wrong.
Yeah. So it's Jacob, I totally agree with you. Learning the original language, brother Matt, I think it's essential because with you sound like an academic person yourself, so you
no, yeah.
know.
I mean, I know Greek and I'm learning Hebrew, so I'm pro learning the languages, but theologic, I'm not. There's no theological reason to learn them in Christianity, where I can see there's more of that in Judaism and certainly more in Islam.
But
I'm just
you know why
respecting
we
the
have that, right?
distinctions.
Yeah, but you know why we have that, right? Because one of the things is, like, if I were to claim a book to be divine, I want it to be in its original language for me to make that distinction on my own without having a human hand touching it, because whatever a human hands touch, it will be corrupted. Look at how many different translations there are. Look at how many different versions of the Bible there are. Till this day.
No, don't bring out that Speaker's Corner stuff. I know how many versions of the Quran there are, right? Isn't that what they say over there?
No, not the same thing at all.
No, I get it. Yeah,
There's less. You're going to talk
you
about
guys
the
have maintained your scriptures.
It's not the same thing because no matter what, because so when we say different versions of the Bible, you know what we mean, right?
Yeah, but I think you're ascribing a Quranic category to the Bible. Like you're I think generally Muslims tend to talk about Christians like it's almost like this one-to-one, like, you haven't respected your Bible the way we've respected our Quran, but the word of God to us is ultimately the person of the Messiah,
Rabbi.
right? That would be how we talk about it. So it's a closer, if you want to talk about the uncorrupted, eternal, perfectly preserved word of Hashem, it would be Messiah from our perspective, and it would be the Quran from your perspective, right? Like, I think was that fair to say?
I don't think so, because it's, as I said, apples and oranges. First of all, we don't whenever we say different versions of the Bible, first of all, like it really annoys me that Christians, they keep claiming that when Quran refers to Injil, it is referring to the Bible that you guys carry in your hands these days. Like, we are tired of repeating that again and again. Like, the verse even says clearly, Injil, not Injils. You know, it doesn't say gospels. It doesn't say plural. It's the Injil Isa, which we don't have. Like, for instance, the parables of the Jesus that you see might in the New Testament these days, they may have been, you know, the teachings of Christ, right? So we don't believe that he was carrying, neither do you guys believe that he was carrying a gospel of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, you know, under his arm like a priest, and he was saying, in the beginning there was God, and, you know, John 1:1, or, you know, like, where
I get the Quranic perspective is that Jesus literally wrote a book called the Injil, but can you see our perspective that's kind of like a maybe a transposition of over the centuries, right? That's like kind of a 7th century corruption of just kind of the gospel, as in like the good news, the evangelion, like kind of recompositing itself into a book in the narrative structure of the Quran, and then that kind of being literalized by the Abbasid period. Like, you could see that internally where we're getting, like, where we just don't recognize what you guys are talking about, right? Like, I know you're going to say I'm wrong, but you can see where we're viewing it from, right? You can put yourself in our shoes.
Right, but at the same time, when I ask Christians which canon is the correct Bible, I don't get a straightforward answer. The Catholics, they have 73 books. Protestants, they have 66. The Ethiopian Orthodox or whatever, they have 81 books, right? So which one am I supposed to, like, let's say, if as
why does that worry you if the Word of God isn't the Bible from a Christian or a Jewish perspective?
But you believe it's the Word of God. So the burden of proof falls on you to actually. No,
the Messiah is the Word of God.
That's
so. What does that even mean?
But what? So that's the thing. That's the thing.
You just gotta see it from our. You don't have to agree, but you gotta see what we're saying.
Yeah, he's coming from a very different perspective.
Jacob, basically, what I'm saying is this: if there are constantly books, chapters, verses being added and taken out, right? So me, from a neutral perspective, how would I know how to filter out?
Hold on, Fawad. Okay, so I understand and actually agree with how you're framing this, but the frame that Matt is giving is a very different frame, and it is a much more Christian frame, which is the idea that what is the scripture is not actually what is most important. And Father Stephen DeYoung oftentimes actually defends this particular view, is that no, the scripture is not what we're referring to when we speak about the Word of God. We are in fact speaking about Jesus himself.
Okay, so
the Hebrew is Mimra, right? Is that the word?
Okay, let's not get into that, because I don't want to try to defend your view.
That's fine.
I disagree with it.
Let's just let Fawad interrogate. That's fine.
I understand. Like,
you get it.
Yeah, I get it. Particularly Fawad, you have to understand, in Judaism and in Islam, right? Being literate has always been in Judaism, the highest the highest status you can have is sofer, is to be a scribe. And in Islam, I believe you call them a hafez, somebody who memorizes the Quran. In Christianity, the highest status is somebody who lives like Jesus.
That's pretty fair, and you can see why that correlate, that actually that patterns really well, doesn't it? Right? There's and that's not accidental. That through the centuries, that's kind of how that category manifests in Christianity and how that's distinct.
And so I mean, obviously, you're going to see that Christians don't, and I completely agree with you. Christians do not treat their Bible the way that Jews and Muslims do. It does not carry, like, a Christian will read their Bible in the bathroom. That is just,
they'll keep it on the toilet, just sitting on the commode, and then walk away.
Mind-bogglingly disgusting to me.
Yeah,
right?
I agree with that.
And you have every right. Yeah, no, you're being
and it's because they view it from a very different light. And I mean, that's just what Christianity is. And look, if you're willing to let people read the Bible in the bathroom, you might just end up with a lot more converts, especially, through translation. Christianity spreads itself in ways. Islam is not spreading as fast in sub-Saharan Africa and in China as Christianity is.
But
it all has to do with these categories. Like it's the sacred profane boundary that is really important in Scripture. It's in all of our texts, and Christianity is centrally focused on the, I don't want to say obliteration of those boundaries, but a radical, like a transformational perspective of the which is, it's very Pauline, but I'd say it's very even Jesus talks in those categories to the extent that you could read it in the Torah.
I would love to see where you see this in Jesus.
I know.
Like,
see, I got to prepare. I got to get my notes out to talk to Jacob about that.
Because Jacob, I was about to bust out a whole bunch of verses to him where Jesus says the complete opposite. He says, choose the narrow path. Constantly Jesus refers to a few verses that keep getting quoted out of context. For instance,
I didn't say obliterate. I almost did, and I said I wasn't going to say that because he does, Jesus, but he is transforming ideas of where those categories lie.
Well, this is part of my bigger debate with Christians, because I don't see Jesus. So what was surprising to me was to read the Gospels and listen to the words of Jesus and find out that he was Jewish, not Christian.
Yeah. Sure. And you see
Jacob, sorry, go ahead, Matt. Go ahead.
Well, I know, like, someone like Jacob is going to see he's going to see these, like, the Zadokite category at play and in debate with, like a Hillelite, right? Kind of school of thought. And then you've got the Herodian school of thought. And everybody's kind of combating at that period in the last century of the temple. And again, that's something that's entirely lost on most Christians.
Well, okay, I have to bring this up. The idea that the Pharisees were the ones who didn't like healing on the Sabbath. So Father Stephen DeYoung has a very novel and interesting interpretation, which
Is this the guy from Lord of Spirits? Because his
Yes.
name sounds. Oh wow. Okay, so
Yes.
you're rolling with the big boys.
I'm
That's
rolling
almost
with
Pajot
one.
level.
I'm rolling with one of the big boys.
That's great.
Yeah,
I've tried to take him to
shocked.
task too, but just on a much more less.
Well,
I just tried to tweet at him, and he just said, "I'm not a theologian," which I guess is an orthodox way of saying you aren't either. So don't even discuss these matters.
He's been on my channel 3 times.
That's great.
Yeah, and so I'm actually going to the Lord of Spirits conference in the fall.
Wow.
Where are you located?
Bottom of Florida.
Oh, okay. Well, that's closer than I am to where they're having it. They're having it in Pennsylvania.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so
So you guys have been
Father-
debating, yeah.
We've been discussing, and
Hmm.
to my incredible surprise, he listens to my channel.
Oh, that's great.
Yes, he wrote me he wrote me an email saying, "This is Father Stephen DeYoung. How would you like me to come on your channel?" And I was like, "Depends. Or is it actually you, or are my friends pulling my leg?"
So he reached out to you. That's fantastic. That just
Yeah.
shows the vitality of this whole ecosystem you guys got going on here. And particularly you, obviously.
Well,
That is a shining example.
So Father Stephen DeYoung, he has an interpretation that the Pharisees in the Gospels, and I guess specifically in the Gospel of John, are deliberately buffoonish and saying things that no Pharisee ever would.
Is that the theory of the Pharisees and Sadducees being different? The Pharisees or the Sadducees were on the side of the Roman Empire, and the Pharisees, they were on the side of Jesus because they were the ones that informed him to flee from Jerusalem.
Well, okay. I mean, there are, so historically, I mean, obviously, we know that the Sadducees were more in line with the Romans, and the Pharisees, there were debates among the Pharisees about how to deal with the Romans, but generally were not for fighting the Romans, whereas the Zealots were definitely for fighting the Romans. And then there's questions about various groups of Essenes and stuff. So, but what Father Stephen, his idea is more about the author of the Gospel of John, that the author of the Gospel of John has the Pharisees or the Jews say things which obviously anyone reading it who knew Jews would know that this is an insane thing for a Jew ever to say. Whereas a lot of people...
That's wild.
Yeah, whereas a lot of people will read and be like, oh, so this is the position of the Pharisees, or, you know, like being against healing on the Sabbath is one of them. Another example is, so when I read this in John, my jaw dropped, which is he has the Jews saying, we are children of Abraham, we have never been slaves. When I read that verse, I was like, and so
Yeah.
Father Stephen, when I brought this up to him, he's like, yeah, that's Christians not reading the Gospel of John the way he does, which is the Gospel of John is showing people reacting in obviously ridiculous ways. Because, I mean, there is I cannot imagine a single more heretical statement in Judaism than we were never slaves, other than there are multiple gods, right? Like, after that, the next most heretical thing you can say as a Jew is we were never slaves, right? Because remembering that our slavery in Egypt, like, it's first in the first commandment, I am the Lord your God who took you out of the Egypt, the house of bondage, right? So to say that requires you to be like an example of a bad Jew, right? And so Father Stephen's interpretation is, oh yeah, no. Don't think that John was trying to represent what Jews would say to Jesus. He's saying these people have lost their minds to the point where they're saying things like, we were never slaves.
Yeah, and it's kind of like a dialectical exercise, I guess, in those passages.
It's a really interesting view of it.
He says this on your show. I'll be listening into that.
Yeah. Because yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, I mean, if you're saying the Pharisees were the ones who were against healing on the Sabbath, like, that's like somebody saying, yeah, the Republicans were trying to defend slavery during the Civil War, right, in the United States. There very definitely was a fight between the Sadducees and the Pharisees, and the Pharisees, I mean, to this day, in a lot of our liturgies, we have a thing about violating the Sabbath to
do good
because somebody is sick, right?
Yeah.
There's a reading on Friday nights in most synagogues called Bameh Madlikin, which says that you extinguish a fire on the Sabbath so that a sick person can sleep, right? Which to the Sadducees was complete heresy, right? And 2,000 years later, this has become this was such a ingrained fight that 2,000 years later we're still, like, in our liturgy fighting this fight as the Pharisees against the Sadducees. So, like, when
I don't think are there a lot of Pharisees and does John use those categories?
There are no Sadducees. The Sadducees did not survive the Second Temple.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I'm thinking if John, if that particular book is saying it's saying Judahites a lot, I think, right?
Well,
like
there is some place where the Pharisees object to Jesus
specifically,
to Jesus healing on the Sabbath.
Okay, so it's still a Pharisee. It's not the Sadducees or something.
It's specifically so. I am.
That's
finding
fascinating.
Matthew chapter 12. So
okay.
Apparently, in Matthew chapter 12, the Pharisees are specifically being like, well, "How are you healing on the Sabbath?" Which is like, okay, this was definitely a debate at the time, and you've gotten the parties backwards.
Yeah. Though you could argue we have evidence for those manuscripts, going back. Like, I'll be generous to your argument and say, let's just say, like, end of the 1st century. And do we have examples from the Talmud going that far back, I guess, on those disputes?
We have things going into the Book of Maccabees in those disputes.
Okay.
Yeah, it definitely predated Jesus.
Okay, I trust. Yeah. I know. There's a lot of content that does go that far back. But
Yeah, and the Sadducees. I mean, the fights with the Sadducees ended after the Second Temple, because after the Second Temple, the Sadducees.
yeah, what are you gonna fight about? Yeah.
The Sadducees basically fell apart.
Yeah.
So the fight was lively for hundreds of years before Jesus, and the New Testament apparently has the parties reversed.
Does Stephen DeYoung think that?
I haven't asked him about that in particular. I asked him about the verse in John about not being slaves. And that's when he gave me his novel interpretation that the characters in the New Testament are obviously buffoonish. The other more convincing argument I've heard is that when the Gospels were originally written, because they had to deal with Romans, they were written kind of like Samizdat was in communist Russia, which is you would write things that were obviously the opposite of the truth. So, for example, in Acts, you have a centurion who builds a synagogue. And like anybody who knows the history of that time knows that if a centurion built a synagogue, he would be murdered. Like,
you don't think there'd be a God-fearing centurion? You won't give him
who built a synagogue? It's quite possible he was murdered, that such a person existed and was murdered. Yes.
Yeah.
What is not possible is that such a person existed and continued to be a centurion. That could not have happened. And so the idea is that it was written in such a way as anybody who knew what was going on would obviously be like, okay,
maybe he was attending a Herodian synagogue. We can give him that credit at least. An accommodator, an associator, even.
Okay, so honestly, to me, the story in the Gospels where the centurion says, "I command my troops. You don't need to come into my house," right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I were taking that story seriously, I would be like, okay, they're trying to express he wouldn't let a Jew into his house. He came out and said, no effing Jew is going to walk into my house.
Maybe there was some anti-Semitism there. Yeah.
And Jesus,
or he doesn't want to be caught with that scenario publicly.
And Jesus, yeah. And Jesus,
and yet he asks a Jew to heal his servant.
Well, see, that I don't think that. I think the story very obviously was like, okay,
written to make the Gentiles look good.
This is the.
It's fine. You can't. I get it. Yeah.
You are absolutely right that criticisms of Islam will get you killed in ways that criticisms of Christianity will not. I don't think even Fouad would disagree with the fact that just happens.
Well, it depends. If you're living under the Islamic Sharia, which you don't see any Muslim countries with these days. But if you're living there, yeah, that would be one of the laws.
Even if you're not living there, I mean, you can get attacked. A seminal experience in my youth was here in Los Angeles. The comedian Rafi Khachaturian being beaten severely and losing an eye by Muslim extremists here in Los Angeles. Like this happened.
So in India, have you ever been to India, Jacob?
I completely understand that Hindu nationalists are horrible people. That's not this is not a question.
That doesn't make it.
And what about
okay?
What about
and Jewish extremists? I will admit that there are Jewish extremists.
Yeah, wait a minute. What about Zionism, Jacob?
No, honestly,
Zionists are killing for land.
I am not.
Nobody's apologizing for that.
I will not apologize for Ben Gvir. That's you're if you're looking for an apologist for him, like you came to the wrong person, right?
Because you see, like, one of the things I would like to clarify, like when people say that you get killed for, saying something like that against, God or any of the prophets, like, literally, I can put on a T-shirt saying Moses is gay or Jesus is gay, and I can walk around over here or in the United States. I don't know about Israel, never been there.
Yeah, you
in
could.
Europe,
Yeah,
Yeah. No, like nobody would bother me.
Yeah, in Haifa,
right?
or
But
nobody would bother you even in Jerusalem. I mean, there was an attack on the gay pride parade in Jerusalem, which obviously I don't approve of. But like, there is a gay pride parade in Jerusalem. There is no gay pride parade in Mecca.
Yeah, right.
Or in the Vatican.
This is the point I was coming to. That, it's like when you actually are punished. So if you ask, like, because I think I'm not, if I'm not mistaken, you guys use the word punished, right? Because punishment is supposed to be from an authority.
Well, no. Okay, no, I am. Well, okay. In Iran, I could tell you stories about Iran.
No,
I lived
bad
in
example.
Iran. Well,
bad example.
That's a pretty good example.
The worst example ever. I can't come up with a worse example than that. First of all, like, Iran does not represent Islam. Okay, there are so many things I can tell you.
They
right
represent Islam. You can at least say that.
They do.
They don't.
There are millions.
They think they do.
There are
a lot of
Muslims who believe, yes, and I understand.
I get it. It's Shia.
Over the past 1,400 years, Muhammad's teachings have been corrupted. But
so at the same breath, you agree. And then at the same time, when Zionists, hold on. So when Zionists, when they think they are actually recapturing the promised land in the name of Bible, so you guys don't mention that.
I completely agree that there are Jewish
there you guys call them heretics. But Iranians, when they do something against the Quran and Sunnah, then you guys don't call them heretics.
Fawad, I'm sorry, but if that argument on my channel does not fly, because I have been very clear in condemning Jews who do horrible things in the name of Judaism, the same as Muslims who do horrible things in the name of Islam, the same as Christians who do horrible things in the name of Christianity. What I will say is very clear, Fawad, let me speak, it's my channel. What is very clear is that actually what will happen in, for example, Salman Rushdie's case, there are things which Islam religiously is far, far more easier to interpret. Let's put it that way. I'm not accusing you of having that interpretation, but there are certainly, and I would say it's a majority opinion in Islam, that if you insult the Prophet, you should be killed.
Punished, right? As you said, for one.
Authority, as I said, authority. It's not just the Prophet Muhammad, it's all the prophets.
Okay, so right? in Judaism, we do not have this idea.
Right. So why do we have to live by your standards? Like, why does Judaism have to be your?
You don't. That's the thing. That's the Western problem.
Standards, but when Phlebas is talking about, you don't have to be worried about he is absolutely correct. Like, one reason people are very, very hesitant to criticize Islam is because Muslims will violently attack you. That's just being realistic.
Can we admit, like, Salman Rushdie hasn't stepped foot? Has he ever stepped foot in a Muslim majority country?
Well,
And
I
yet
think
he's been attacked since the early 90s, like in non-Muslim countries. Like people are going out of their way to hunt him down for decades.
yeah, I mean,
who
this
killed them?
just happened.
Who killed them, Matt? Who killed them, Matt?
Well, he hasn't been killed yet, thank God. I don't think Salman Rushdie, but
I
like
thought he died.
but
Okay, whatever. Like,
Ayatollah Khomeini put
We
a
know where the
fatwa
fatwa came from.
put a fatwa on him that
what is
Iran still.
what does the
still
word
is
fatwa mean? What does the word fatwa mean?
That's just a declaration, right? Like a
No.
Okay.
Google it. Google the word fatwa. I, as a scholar, I can self-proclaim proclaim to be a scholar. I can put out a fatwa. The ijma and fatwa, they're two different things. Okay, ijma are the consensus of all scholars around the world. Okay,
What?
people actually conflate these two issues. If I'm actually knowledgeable enough, even if I'm not, for instance, in Afghanistan, there are some Taliban. Okay, they take things out of context all the time, and they could actually issue a fatwa against somebody else. But is that an ijma? Ijma and fatwa, they're two different things.
Okay, Fawad, honestly, I mean, I don't understand where if you're making a serious argument here, because all we're saying is that as a human being, when you're on the internet saying things about Islam, you have a much higher risk of having that blasphemy, according to Islam, here in Los Angeles, causing me to have to worry about my safety. That's real. If I say something about Muhammad or the Quran or about Islam, which is not the case for any other religion. And that's just a fact.
Yeah, we don't
I
have
disagree.
religious authorities issuing even fatwas.
Well,
I disagree.
I mean, look.
Yeah, okay.
So I will not pull this Onion article up because it was a very, very disgusting image. And it was an article that they put out, and they said, this image will not cause anyone to get killed. And it was an incredibly disgusting image that included every major religion in really disgusting ways.
Yeah.
But did not include Islam. And it was very obvious what they were pointing out. And it was a brilliant thing to point out.
Well, I guess, Fawad, would you say so what to this? You would say
if
you guys are corrupted in a way.
No, I mean, honestly, I say this to Muslims all the time. There is nothing that I, as a non-Muslim, can say that will desecrate the name of the Quran and Muhammad the same way. And that's why, Fawad, on my Discord server, there's a guy who claims to be a Muslim who acts in horrible ways, and I am sure he's not actually Muslim, because I think all he's trying to do is desecrate the name of Islam. And that's because there is nothing that a Gentile can do that will desecrate Judaism the way that if a Jew acts badly will reflect on Judaism. And the same is true of any religion, right? The people who claim to be members of that religion are the only ones. No one murdered because of this image. And it is an incredibly disgusting image that includes Jesus and Moses and Krishna. And I do not recommend Googling that image. But it's just a fact that Muslims who do things like this desecrate Islam and desecrate the ideas and of Muhammad and the Quran in ways that no non-Muslim ever could.
So can I respond?
Yeah, why are we wrong, Fawad?
Well, if you guys allow me to speak, because Jacob said it was his channel, I was respecting. I was letting him complete.
Thank you.
Okay.
I was just joking. I'm sorry.
So first thing is, you guys are comparing apples and oranges, and I'll tell you why. I would love to see me coming to Los Angeles, San Francisco, which is the gay hub of the world, okay, and me actually talking anything against the LGBT community and not being attacked. I would love that day. I would love it, absolutely. Okay, I would love to actually I live in Brazil. I know this for a fact. If I actually yell out from my window anything against gay people, anybody in my neighborhood, they can actually call the police. The cops arrive at my door. I will be arrested within minutes. Okay.
Interesting. Yeah.
What you guys, and this is something you can actually Google. This is something that everybody knows this. Okay. I would love to actually walk in the Times Square or somewhere in London and speak up against the LGBT community, and same thing for all over Western Europe, and not be attacked. Actually, there's a video right now. I will share it with you guys how a Muslim man, or was it a woman? I forget, that was attacked at a public rally just because somebody asked him a question. He was actually communicating with somebody in a very respectful manner, and how he was telling them upon being asked at the rally how brutally he was attacked just because he did not agree with the LGBT lifestyle. And there's plenty of material out there that you guys can find. Another thing I would say, free speech doesn't exist, not on the internet, not in the real world. All three of us, we know, everybody in the chat knows. Okay, so many people they've been kicked off Twitter, and from if the president of the United States could be kicked off Twitter, who are we? Okay, so free speech doesn't exist. Now, what you guys are comparing is the secular governments to the Islamic governments. We actually have, I'm proud as a Muslim, I'm proud of the fact that, the two most important prophets, even in your guys' religions and the Hindu gods that we don't even agree with, even they are protected in a Muslim society. And I'm talking about the Sharia law. I'm not talking about Afghanistan and some Iran or some that's their own thing. They could be doing.
Are you ready for Dimitude, Jacob? Are you? I'm sorry.
I'm proud of the fact that by law in a Muslim Sharia country, you actually cannot attack temples, churches, and as Muslims, we're supposed to protect them.
You can't repair them either, though. You can't build new ones.
Yeah, you can't build new ones. That's another polemic topic. We can actually discuss that. But the existing ones, and also, the jizya that people talk about, it's a lot less than the.
Fawad, I don't want to rehash. I don't want to rehash the internet talking points. And I have to say to Phlebas, LGBT might be sacred in some spaces, but it's not a religion. We are comparing it. It is a religion. And
it is a religion.
Oh,
it
man.
is a religion.
Based, Jacob.
Frankly, no. I mean, I am right now working on an article for my Substack on how, the LGBT thing. Look, in Los Angeles, I do have to worry about what I say about homosexuality is a dysfunction. If you don't like that, that's your problem.
That'll get you kicked off YouTube faster than saying something about Muhammad.
Exactly.
That
was the point I was trying to make.
It could definitely get me kicked
off. It's a very valid point, Fawad.
But it is something I will say because, and frankly, I criticize Islam as much as I want to. I don't actually have as many criticisms of Islam as a lot of people. I do have to say, though, that I think it's the exact same thing that with the LGBT and their sacredness laws is a comparison you are correct about with Islam, which is one of the reasons I don't like what's going on.
Are there authorities in the LGBTQ community who could issue permission for your assassination or monetary reward?
Let me let Fawad speak, but I don't want to rehash the things that the online talking points.
Yeah,
we've all heard them.
It's
so
not
the
very
jizya
estuary.
thing, I mean, yeah, whatever. That's So go ahead, Fawad.
Okay, so then, so what was Matt actually asking? I totally forgot my train of thought. Sorry.
Just now or earlier?
We were talking,
earlier, like where I left off.
Genuinely. I mean, and it was really Phlebas who was saying, would you criticize Islam as freely as you would Christianity? And I've said this multiple times, including on Twitter. There's a reason why people should rightly be afraid to criticize Islam in a way that they shouldn't be for Christianity, because and it is something, I mean, you're basically defending it, Fawad, that
of course
Christians, and I have to say, like, the Christians, I have to say, like, I think the Christians, their pacifism is a bit too far. I do believe that they take their pacifism too far, but there are inherent differences between Christianity and Islam, and one of them is this teaching that Christianity has of turning the other cheek and being happy that you are being criticized on behalf of thing. And okay, so yeah, and like Phlebas says, criticizing LGBT would count as hate speech in Canada. So yeah, that's exactly what's going on.
Yeah. So that's exactly what I was trying to point out, right? So religion to me is a way of life. To you or to me, it may not be, the quote unquote religion. For them, it is, like how you pointed out. Another thing is, and it's just semantics, doesn't matter if we want to call it religion, whatever. It's just their way of life, and this is our way of life, That's what they live by.
It's like a framework for interpreting the cosmos, right? With an ethical dimension to that as well, right? Like how shall we live, and how do we understand history? It's all of it. It's the whole package.
I'll say the Jewish concept of sacrilege and blasphemy, I like the fact that it refers to Jews, right? There's nothing and this was the point I was making earlier. There's nothing a Muslim could say about Judaism that would make me feel blasphemous. And in fact, Islam, at least some forms of Islam, have a similar idea where it's really not applicable to people who are not Muslims. It's much more applicable. And I think Salman Rushdie, partially the reaction was because he does come from a Muslim family.
It's like a betrayal in a way for him to do it,
Again, as I said, like there are plenty of people that were killed in the name of, Christianity in the past. Now it may have been Islam. In the past may have been, or, to this day, a bunch of Hindus, they're killing Muslims for eating beef. Every day you hear in Myanmar what happened to Buddhism, that's supposed to be like the most pacifist religion, how many Muslims they have killed. So again, we can go on and on and on. In China,
and let me throw in the militant extremism in Judaism, which is new but growing, and it's a fact. I mean, So I have to confess about that is something in the Jewish community that's growing, unfortunately.
It's Jacob, like what I'm basically trying to say is this. It's very easy to talk about pacifism when you actually don't have authority. I don't mean you per se, but in general, right? So for instance, a lot of people, they like to compare Jesus to Muhammad or to Moses, peace be upon him, right? So they do that more to Muhammad, peace upon him, for obvious reasons, that how he was a warlord and whatnot. And this is the part that I find extremely insincere on their part, is because Jesus had never been given an authority, right? His authority was more like a moral type of authority, but he was never a king. So same thing I would say.
Yeah, no one ever
it's
put a
very
sword
easy.
into his hand.
Yeah.
I actually, I have no problem. Like, I don't have anything like talking about the warlord Muhammad. Like, I totally get the framework. Even though I feel like it's an Abbasid characterization that's confusing him with Umar and several other characters and Muawiyah the first, but say that 5 times fast in Iran. But I don't like. I always feel like I get so sick of these speakers corners Christians who operate with that framework and then say Muhammad was like the David Wood types who will say that Muhammad was bad because he's doing something that looks programmatically like a Joshua type figure, and I think that's intentional. He's cleansing the land of the idolaters, and he's trying to reestablish right religion where it once stood. Right, like he's trying to get the pagans out, and he's trying to immanentize the eschaton, as someone once said, right? Like as a messianic eschatological figure. So if it happened in 1000 BC and it happened in 700 AD, or in 620 CE, it doesn't even really, like, I don't really understand, especially from a religious perspective, Christian or Jewish. I don't understand how you can critique that. Internally, like, it makes sense. So I'm not going to critique him from that perspective.
Yeah, the first 13 years of Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, when he was living in Mecca, that could be compared to, how Jesus lived during during his his prophethood or his ministry.
Sure, his
right? Yeah. So
and then the revenge started, right? And then the power happened, and then it was time to slay those idolaters. But
so it didn't even happen in that sense, like
I'm sorry,
but yeah,
you can tell I'm just trying to be free, which is to encourage you to be free as well. Like, I'm not trying to shut you up. I hope you're feeling that this is permission, and I'm doing this on Jacob's channel, but I'm not trying to tell you not to be free from your perspective.
No, I'm kidding, brother. No, absolutely. But this is what I was trying to point out, that it's very easy to talk about pacifism, and not and turning the other cheek when you actually
just
don't
assume
have,
it.
when you're given authority, right? But when the true test comes in, when you actually have authority, and then you actually forgive somebody, then you talk about pacifism. That's what I was trying to say. Like, all of these governments that you guys are pointing out these days in the West, they're all secularized, right? I bet you couldn't talk about Jesus being gay or even yourself being gay when the church had the authority, right? The same thing, for when the Jewish people, they were, in control of Jerusalem. I bet you couldn't walk around saying astaghfirullah,
Well, this is the thing. This is the thing, and I keep on pointing this out. That when in the Gospel of John it says that Pilate said to the Sanhedrin, "You put him to death," and they said, "It is not lawful for us to put anyone to death." So the king in Israel oftentimes would, in fact, put people to death. We have very, very, very few examples of even possible a rabbinic court putting anyone to death. And generally, rabbinic courts do not, there's a whole discussion in the Mishnah, and I bring it up. Honestly, hello, Michael.
Oh, hi.
Hey, brother.
I thought you were Michael Sartori. You're not Michael Sartori.
I'm not.
Okay. So, what was I saying? So in Judaism, I have to say rabbinic courts have always been very, very reluctant to put anyone to death, especially for blasphemy. But Michael, you popped in.
People.
Hello.
But people.
Welcome.
Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, people, I mean, whatever. So Michael, hello. How are you?
Good. I don't know if it's worthwhile, but I'm a voice that can represent some kind of Pentecostal Protestant background. Currently,
Oh, great. Pretty different.
currently, pretty deep on the Orthodox route via the usual suspects.
Yep.
With 15 years as a woke communist.
Oh, fantastic.
The former communists are the best communists.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Agreed. You know, I had maybe just at least a small remark to make on the you know, it's easy to be a pacifist thing. Yeah, fair enough. Before I went on the communist bent, I served in the Marine Corps. And, you know, especially after spending time with Gerard's work, I think that part of what made the Christianity as triumphant as it was hope for more tolerance, right? It was like Arianism within the first council, right, was declared a heresy outright, and yet that church continued to exist for 100 years. Now, look, that's not to say that you're not going to immediately find problems within Christian history of committing the exact same kind of crimes of intolerance and war that you all could easily point at. I guess what we would say is that especially from a orthodox position within Christianity, that's right. Like Father Stephen DeYoung's work, it's like God is a man of war, but you have to understand this through spiritual terms, and that the Christians who end up conducting this, not as, you know, Yahweh being the triumphant God over all of these other lower level Elohim, right? That if you don't see it from that lens and you start bringing this into the physical world, into the horizontal, right, and you're starting to kill people, well, you're not exactly loving your neighbors as yourself.
Yeah, they're
right?
building the kingdom of God, like making that eschatological vision of paradise here, now, through righteous action, right? Through zealotry,
Right.
even.
Mark-
However defined, you know?
Mark makes the point that Christians are for lions, and I think that that's actually something that the Christians are going to have to seriously internalize in the West if something like woke communism turns into something that looks a lot more like the Soviets. So,
yeah, I've been talking a lot about the Confessing Church and the Barmen Declaration and the papal encyclical Mitbrandr Sorga. And actually, Father Stephen sent me recently a, let me see where that was. So there is a Bulgarian holiday for Metropolitan Stefan, Exarch of the Bulgarian Church, who refused to deport the Jews under the Nazis. And I mean, one of the articles I like bringing up, and actually, why don't I find this? This is one of my favorite articles. The Nigerian imam who saved Christians from Muslim gunmen. So, if you're not aware, there are genocides being committed in Africa against Christians, and this village was being attacked, I believe, by Boko Haram, and they ran to the local mosque, and the imam stood in front of, and yeah, the cleric immediately came to their aid, hiding in total 262 men, women, and children in his home and mosque. And he stood in front of the attackers, and he said, "You're going to have to kill me if you want to kill them. You're going to have to kill me first." And thank God they didn't kill him. I mean, real people of faith exist.
Yeah. And the stories that we get out of what happened to the kulaks, out of some of the conflict that happened with the caliphate to the Greeks, a lot of the immigrants that came over, that started a lot of these little Orthodox churches in America, come from stories where there was some pretty serious things going on. Again, it's not to dismiss at all that you're not going to find these Christian examples of some kind of Protestant jihad thing that gets conducted, but
why has it got to be the Protestants? I'm just kidding.
well, like, as one, right, that like in 2003 was like, I'm gonna go do this thing. I'm in the Marine Corps. I'm an American, white kid from the Midwest.
Yeah, you're going to Iraq. Yeah,
serve my country.
Well, I mean, look at what's going on in Russia and Ukraine, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you have Eastern Orthodox Christians just murdering each other in the name
Absolutely.
of supposed Eastern Orthodoxy. And
So the point that I would drive at there, because you can find examples of the Orthodox Church failing too, or what we would say is failing. You might go, oh well, it's easy to say that you're failing. Yeah, well, that's kind of core to like the daily grind, right? Is that you're like struggling against these human passions of the way that I fail to eat the things that I should eat, the way I fail to love others as I should love them, the way I fail to, right? Like I'm constantly confronting these works of the flesh while trying to mortify that flesh and let the Son of Man work through me because I'm not good enough.
So you're saying by Christian standards, you're not being very Christian when you do those things.
That's right.
That's an important thing to, not to circle back, but yeah, like when a Christian is doing the things we're talking about, they wouldn't be acting very Christian, like by Christianity's standards, right? And it sounds like from Judaism's standards, there wouldn't be any denomination of that there wouldn't be any tradition that would be saying that you need to be.
Well, I mean, this is part of why I am so critical of Zionism, because after the Holocaust, there was certainly a certain strain which wanted, and most people don't know this, but there's a reason I am opposed to Orthodox synagogues that go by the name of Young Israel, because part of that idea of Young Israel was, we're fed up, we're not going to take it anymore. And there was a certain, and this was became a secular Zionist and then religious Zionist idea of, oh, you know, we're gonna be the strong guys. We're gonna have the Israeli Defense Forces, and you know, and I am highly critical of that. I am very, very critical of that, because
And you can do that from a Jewish perspective. You can do that from within Judaism. You can critique that.
I feel I have to.
Mhm.
I feel I have to. And I mean, honestly, when this is part of what got me into trouble with Khalil and with Jake less so, but Jake the Muslim metaphysician, was I was pointing out, and I still believe this, that the Islam you see on the internet is very, very different from Islam on the ground.
Sure.
Because it's been highly politicized and denominationalized, because this idea of denominations, which I have to blame Martin Luther for, has infected Judaism and is infecting Islam in ways that it really did not 100 years ago. 100 years ago, and to this day, I mean, when you talk to a lot of very believing Muslims, they will say, I have no mazhab. I have no, I don't choose among the schools of Muslim thought. And I mean, Fawad can correct me, but I believe a majority of Muslims, if you were to ask them, would say, I have no mazhab. I don't.
No, that's not correct.
Okay.
They say the complete opposite. They actually believe, if the Hanafi school of thought, they would believe that they have to call themselves Hanafis. For instance, in the Indian subcontinent, Pakistan, India, Afghanistan, they call themselves Hanafis.
Well, and you
They're
need
proud
to,
be
right?
called
Because how are you gonna, for jurisprudence reasons, you need to be able to understand how to apply, right? To apply the laws, you're going to need to follow us.
I have encountered a lot of what I would call non-denominational Muslims.
That's because they're mostly online, and that's the minority.
No, not online. Offline, I have encountered a lot of.
Yeah, in the West, mostly those people, they are very different than if you actually travel to India, Pakistan, and the Indian subcontinent in general. You come across people, they would right out actually say they would call the people from Saudi Wahhabis, right? Which is like a really derogatory way of they like, you know, they wouldn't like that, right? Or Salafis, or Ahl Hadith, right? Which is a very small minority living in Pakistan as well. And but the majority of people, they call themselves Hanafis. So, for instance, the imam of the mosque that my own dad built, they call themselves Hanafis, and you can't have them budge from that. And the funny thing is, it's more of a polemic issue, of course, but Hanafi, he did not write a single book in his entire life. That's the ironic thing. So,
and it may be the fact that I am dealing with, especially the expat community in Los Angeles, of people who have left Iran. A lot of the Muslims I encounter are people who left Iran. But what I mean, I have to say this there is a sort of militancy to denominationalism online that I don't think you see in real life. I haven't seen it in real life. I think people.
Have. What? I personally have. I have encountered that. As a matter of fact, what happened was just so remember I told you that a few months ago when I went to Pakistan and because my father, he was really sick and then he passed away. So when I was coming back, the imam called my my brother-in-law, and he wanted him to advise me and my brother that the way these guys are praying. So the way the Ahl Hadith, they would call us Ahl Hadith, right? I don't call myself from any denomination as you described, but they think that the way we, how even you Jewish people, when you guys are praying, you guys put the hands on your chest, if I'm not mistaken, right? So we do the same thing, right? But they actually put it below their navel. Right? So when they actually see me and my brother actually praying that way in the mosque, and we're the only two ones praying that way, the imam does not like that at all. So of course, he, like my father built the mosque, so he's not going to come to me directly, right? So he tried to come through my brother-in-law and try to advise us, right? And then they actually saw this one guy that we found out later on that was praying the same way me and my brother was praying. And so many people at the mosque, they got together and they were like yelling at him and everything. And me and my brother actually went to the imam. We said, what the heck is going on over here? Like this is a mosque. Anybody's allowed. Even a Shia person can come and pray over here. Like, what the hell is wrong with you guys? Right? So we actually encountered that over there.
Honestly, Pakistan doesn't surprise me. Partially because things are getting so much more politicized, and in mosques as well. And I do think it is the denominationalization. Although I have to say, the one thing in Judaism, we're not very strict about it, but you're not supposed to put your hands below your belt when you pray. So that's putting it below the navel is interesting.
Yeah. They put it below the navel, and there's just so many things. It doesn't really matter. If you do actually sajda is the prostration on the ground, right? So if you do that, let's say 3 times, then the prayer will be broken. But you can even have our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, hadith where even he had his hands by his sides, right, on his hip. Even that is acceptable. A lot of people actually don't know this. But the fact I shouldn't be walking up to another Muslim brother and saying, hey, you're not allowed to pray this way. So when I go to the mosque over here, they're mostly people from Lebanon, right? Lebanon, some of them are Syrians and even from Jordan, etc. So they actually have it, if I'm not mistaken, they have they also have it below the navel. But I'm not going to walk up to them and tell them, hey, brother, you're actually praying wrong, because I know that their prayers are still valid. But it's just out of ignorance to actually say stuff like that.
What do you think? What is spurring, if there is more, if whatever this denominalization is, what would be moving that globally? You would think the internet and everyone being more connected would actually flatten out a lot of these ritual differences. Practice would just kind of get less diverse.
I have to say, there is a huge part of it, which is if you were paying attention to the Twitter files, the U.S. security state, the Israeli security state, the Saudi security state, the Chinese security state, the Russian security state, they are manipulating the Muslim conversation online in ways that, they manipulate all the conversation online, I have to say. But the conversation, they so freely do it. And this was actually one of the things I kind of lashed out with Khalil about. If you look at the Twitter files, the CIA was very clearly running Arabic speaking accounts. And
that was really upsetting. Sock puppet accounts.
And Saudi Arabia does it, Iran does it, and lots of people are manipulating the online conversation in ways that, and creating antagonisms, and it's really horrible. It is absolutely, and this is part of what's gotten me, worked up about, like, Fawad knows, I was very critical of Friendly Muslim because he doesn't use his name, and I don't know who he is. And I am the type of person, and Fawad is absolutely right, I don't have any proof that he is a bad actor, but my suspicions, I am incredibly suspicious of someone who does not actually, and Fawad, I understand, especially because of Islam. I mean, he has to be careful. He doesn't like using his face. But I am really, really, and I mean, if you go on my Discord, there's this guy, he he goes by Elias, who claims to be a Muslim, and he's constantly, like, saying these horrible things that I don't believe any religious Muslim ever would. And all I can say is I think he's a bad actor.
Hey, I bet that's David Wood or Christian Prince, man.
Honestly,
there are plenty of them out there.
It's really weird how he's like defending Putin and claiming to be a Muslim at the same time. It's like, how do you square that circle? But whatever.
Well, that's more of a political issue that has nothing to do with politics. I mean, there are plenty of people even here where I live in Brazil. They because it's like the American media is so dominant over here, and even I personally know of so many people over here, and they also take Russia's side. On the whole Ukraine, and again, it's more of a political issue. I don't like to talk about politics.
Well, just that he's kind of anti-Muslim in Russia, right? Like programmatically.
Oh,
that's what you mean.
Oh yeah, he's been murdering Muslims in Chechnya. There's no question.
No. As I said, like these are more political
that
issues
would make it relevant.
Totally irrelevant for me personally, because politics is something. It's just there's always two sides to the story. The people that actually live over there, they'll have a different point of view. You and I, we're going to have a different point of view. Somebody living across the ocean, they'll have a different point of view. The media is all manipulated. Internet is all manipulated. So it's like, it doesn't really matter to me. I can sympathize with anybody dying, whether it be Christian, Muslim, Hindu, atheist, whomever it is, right? Nobody should be taking law into their own hands, and anybody dying anywhere, whether it be child, adult, whomever, may Allah bless them. And it's a horrible thing, whether it's the United States bombing Iraq or Afghanistan, or it's Russia bombing Afghanistan or Chechnya or whatever, like it's politics is dirty. It's going around like, that's why it's been for thousands of years. It's not going to change.
I hope it will change. I mean, I understand, like, no, but I have hope, and it's like I say, I'm a messianist. I do have this weird hope that makes my channel what it is, and a large reason why my channel is the way it is. I try to, as much as possible, have people use their real names and turn on their videos and use their real faces and be real people, is because I see these agents, and it's definitely happening. The extent to which it's happening is not clear, but I think if you deny the fact that this type of manipulation of our discussion is happening, then you're just at the very least ignorant.
No, I totally agree. I even agree with the fact that like Matt pointed out earlier, like how come these ritual practices and all these differences, they haven't been flattened out yet. It's headed there, but Matt, just like how Jacob pointed out, the internet is a funny place. It's so manipulated. Like, you know, that Wahhabism was actually, you know, who funded the Wahhabism in Saudi Arabia, and then eventually tried to bring it to Karachi, Pakistan, and the Indian subcontinent, right?
The
You're gonna say the
Ben Ladens-
British?
Well,
No, it was the United States. It was it's self-admittedly the United States. They actually admit to this.
Yeah.
You can watch Hillary Clinton's interviews, and she flat out she admits this. She admits
You're gonna
and
get
so many
you're
other
gonna get me to agree just by name dropping Hillary Clinton. But I don't know. You guys have some pretty strict jurisprudence traditions. Had nothing to do with the Anglos teaching it to you. But
well,
I respect
okay.
your pushback.
Michael-
Colonialism is a
Okay,
beast, and I don't endorse it.
Michael was incredibly nice to raise his hand. So, Michael,
Yeah, yeah.
what did you want to say?
You haven't spoken nearly enough, man.
I was just going to add in two things that I thought were pertinent to this. You know, I was reading a book by a Catholic bishop called After the War, and it was written, you know, sometime within probably the first 6 months after the bombs were dropped in Japan. And they were grappling with this, you know, stay out of world affairs, and also now we have to be solely responsible for world affairs problem. And so that I'm just going to bookmark that. I'm not going to say anything else about that necessarily. That was something that I found remarkable in his notes within that book. And then later on, so this is 2011, I'm heavily involved with Occupy Wall Street. I became an organizer of sorts.
Oh, wait.
During that time, you know, this is like, in a lot of ways, white people LARPing for an Arab Spring, right? And
Wait, it can't be legitimate just because it's white people? I'm just kidding.
however legitimate it was, I gave
Yeah.
up my apartment, my corporate job. I lived outside for a year doing this, right?
Yeah.
And so
Michael, brother, if you don't mind me asking, where were you stationed? You said you were in the Marine Corps, right?
yes.
Where were you stationed?
So I was in during the Iraq War. I did not end up in Iraq. I did my first year in Iwakuni, Japan, and then I finished it out in a little duty station in Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
But when I was while the Occupy Wall Street stuff was going on, right? I mean, this is like the beginning of the American left using Twitter to organize, right? And they had these in order to counteract or to deal with what was going on. We learned about these mayor calls that were happening. And so mayors from all over the country, they were having these little Occupy encampments all over their in their cities. They were all getting on these conference calls together in order to cross collaborate on how to deal with this problem. Now, they also needed outside counsel, right? And who else are they going to get that from other than intelligence experts on how to deal with mass dissent of governments, right? It's just a logical, understandable inevitability that you're going to get three-letter agencies involved to consult on how to deal with like an insurgency within your country, because they have to deal with insurgencies through all these like non-American campaigns, right? So they would take that knowledge, doctrine, that goes back 80 years, and tactics that they've been developing forever. They bring those tactics in, right? And then start infiltrating, whether that's directly in the crowd, right? To get everybody riled up so that they could have justification to send in SWAT teams in or something like that. Or you can do that in a digital space as well. Get people riled up. You're in a way, you're sort of like sparking up spirits online, right? You're antagonizing certain spirits to come out, and all of a sudden you have a raging principality, right? And then that will give you the justification, to lock these accounts down, to go and find those people, to IP track them down, whatever you got to do, because you were able to antagonize them to a point or bring dissent. And this is ultimately how they got the movement to shut down too. And they created a monster in doing it. Wall Street participated in this as well. They were donating a lot of money to the same people we were protesting against, because it was like the left, but don't get it quite twisted. We had a bunch of Ron Paul, anarchists, libertarian folks there too.
Yeah, there's a lot of populist stuff going on. Yeah, absolutely.
And
Bernie Bros.
That's right. We had pre-Bernie Bros. We thought he was a corporate sellout. And
you were right.
Yeah.
And so between Wall Street, who we were asking to eat them, right? We actually wanted to eat the rich, right? So we wanted to take down the top 1% of the 1%. Between them, the co-counsel of 3-letter agencies, and the mayor offices. So you're talking like full-blown corporatocracy along with the deep state. I mean, it's just, of course, that's going to happen. One of the tactics that they used was what you can always use against economic Marxists to turn against themselves, which is, okay, sure, you deal with the top wealthy 1% of people. Well, who's the top 1% of race and gender? Right? And now you're taking advantage of the part of that group that was like heavy social justice, that doesn't really care about the economics so much, right? That isn't trying to repeal Glass-Steagall, that isn't trying to get minimum wage up. They're not really concerned about that. They're concerned about equity, right? Once you start that conversation, now you've got that group that had a big tent coalition to turn against itself, right? And this is all pretty, like, you can do Freedom of Information acts, and like, so it's just to reinforce Jacob's point of, yeah, that's exactly what they're doing.
And you don't need to talk about, I mean, Elon Musk just today tweeted out free Jacob Chesner, or whatever his name is.
That is wild.
Yeah. I mean, to give that guy a 4-year sentence.
Yeah.
Seriously? I mean, this is what I mean. So my Discord server, like securing distributed cognition, that is what I believe is the most important thing we can do, is we have to secure our distributed cognition against this type of manipulation, because I've seen it happen over and over and over again, where and frankly, Eric Weinstein's Discord server, it was destroyed by relational aggression. And I suspect, people tell me I'm paranoid, and I kind of am, and yeah, call me paranoid, but I am very worried about relational aggression of this type, trying to keep down the reasonable sense making, which would change a lot of things. I mean, now we're going to get into Jacob's greatest hits, but it's my channel, so I'm sorry. But there is a discussion of the health insurance system at AEI, right, at the American Enterprise Institute, that it's on YouTube, and it has like 1,000 views, and 500 of those must be from me telling people to go watch it, because it's the damnedest thing. Like, they are referring to someone as he who shall not be named, so his name does not show up on the transcript, because he was going to have confirmation hearings, right? And I, as somebody who knows the health insurance system much better than most people, know that the ideas that are discussed there are worth billions, if not trillions, probably closer to trillions of dollars. And because of that, right, there is a whole ecosystem trying to keep the discussion. Like, I could talk about what's called the employer tax exclusion, and I have to point out, what all of those words mean. They are common words. You could Google it and you still will not find out what I'm talking about. And that's deliberate. So the employer tax exclusion, right? So this guy, who shall not be named, his name is Stephen Parenti, was somehow, he was nominated to be the Undersecretary of Health and Human Services by Trump for policy evaluation. And he had just come out with a book, an academic book, on a change we could make in our health insurance system, right, in the tax code, a small change in the tax code that would grow the US economy 1% immediately, permanently, and create much better economies in our health insurance system, right? And so his nomination went for 2 years with no hearings. There is not one review of the book he wrote in any newspaper anywhere. No discussion. Democrats, Republicans, and he did not get a vote on his nomination. Let me give you the excuse. Because he was supposedly too close to the health insurance industry. Right? So there are many, many things like this. There are many, many things like this. And the ecosystem that we have of controlled interaction is preventing these ideas from actually being propagated. And there are people who are desperately trying to hold on to power. And we are a real threat. And the fact is, they're failing. They are failing. I think it's very clear how they are failing, because we are having these discussions. And there's nothing they can really do about the fact that anybody, like, yeah, my channel's tiny. It's less than 1,000 people. But what are they going to do about somebody tiny like me in an ecosystem like this little corner? And that's really been my project, to help us become a secure source of distributed cognition. And I think it's possible, and I think we're winning. And I think Joe Rogan, more than anything, is proof that we are in fact winning, because they've tried everything to bring down Joe Rogan. And Elon Musk and the WikiLeaks and even Tucker Carlson and Glenn Greenwald and Jimmy Dore. And look, they are in fact failing. The New York Times does not have as much pull as I think obviously Joe Rogan does.
It's even hard to like think back the reality that we lived in like 6 or 8 years ago, you know, and to think that I couldn't even imagine, like I can't even like theoretically put my brain back in that time and remember what that was like, and feel like there were alternative ways for me to engage that distributed cognition. You know, it's exploded in a sense.
Okay, let me point one thing out though. Very unfortunately, people seem to think that we're seeing corruption, so that the corruption necessarily is worse than it was 50, 60 years ago. The corruption is not worse than it was 50, 60 years ago. It's visible in ways it never was 50, 60 years ago.
That, I guess that's the encouraging part, right? It's
exactly
that exposure level, you know.
The exposure of like, so 50, 60 years ago, like none of these discussions could possibly be had. And that's why we see Clown World. We see people so absurdly trying to hold on to power because they're losing it. I mean, let's face it. I believe the CIA killed JFK now.
Yeah.
I did not believe that even 5 years ago.
Was that on your feed too recently? Yeah, I kind of got converted on that too recently.
Yeah, they kind of sort of have admitted it. I mean, it's become clear. The CIA murdered JFK, which if you had told me I would believe that 5 years ago, like there's a lot of stuff I believe now that like, oh, and on my Discord server, I have a channel for extraterrestrials because I'm sorry, but with the evidence, like the preponderance of the scientific evidence is that there definitely are extraterrestrial. There definitely is extraterrestrial life. That's scientific evidence. Yes, most people don't know this, but if you're seriously looking at the scientific evidence, like either we're having a huge failure in a lot of things, or there is extraterrestrial life.
Yeah, there's at least UFOs. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, so there's what do you call it? Scouts, the first interstellar object that came through our solar system a few years ago, and it's and Avi Loeb, who was the chairman of the physics department, and I have to say, because of his Israeli intelligence background, I don't trust him farther than I can throw him. But he calculated that it was something like 10 meters in diameter and 10 millimeters in thickness. That's not a natural object.
Did it have a course that was pretty wild too? Like it made like a 90-degree turn or something?
Yeah, he says that it's a solar sail because it appears to have slingshot around the sun to gain the capacity to leave the solar system.
Well, if you take this, right, JFK stuff, the way
what's KFK?
The JFK.
Oh, JFK. Sorry, I misheard you. Okay.
The way the government conducts itself, right, the way that the last 2 or 3 years have been conducted, and the way that information is laying itself out, Twitter files, things, you know, what we're experiencing is sort of a fall of a Tower of Babel combined with a Protestant Reformation Gutenberg press problem, right?
Yep.
And what, so that's what, you know, even this little corner is maybe at the crux of, forgive the term, which is you know, I think I think Paul would talk about it as like a, at being the Protestant that he is, it's like here's another new thing that is emerging. And in some ways, yeah, sure, I guess. But it is birthing something, right? There's these birthing pains that are going on. Did you guys see the Jordan Peterson ARC announcement today? Whatever it did, yeah.
No.
I started this chat talking about it. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's.
I have to say, I wonder if he realizes how susceptible that is. I mean, I looked at the board of directors. It did not inspire confidence in me. I would like to think it will be successful. I am a little bit skeptical about how paranoid he needs to be and whether he is to prevent this from being sabotaged.
Yeah, I guess my Christian response to that or perspective on that would be something like needs a lot of forgiveness, right?
Fawad said bye. Pleasure to talk to you.
No, I will say salam alaikum to you, sir, and I love you. So thank you. You did not insult me. And like Jacob said, if you did insult me, I'd be insulted for the sake of Christ. So that I would wear that as a badge of honor. But you didn't even insult me, so I can't even claim that. So I appreciate you being honest. You honored me by disagreeing with me.
Amen to that. But yeah, a lot of forgiveness, a lot of discernment, because we're stepping into territory with strange bedfellows, and there's just I think that Peterson would talk about it and like, yeah, it's not perfect, but at least it's something.
Well, and I like that Gutenberg press analogy, because that it kind of it's a frightening analogy, because what happens after Protestantism breaks out? We've got a few hundred years of intense bloody destabilization, and we tend to think nowadays, like we get reset so fast, we just think, we think the Ukrainian war is going on way too long because it's only been 1 year. Like, I don't know, is it going to be hundreds of years of this sort of like populist, decentralized communication versus authority figures?
That's the thing. I'm actually very hopeful. I am actually very hopeful, because when you look at it, I mean, let's face it. Genghis Khan murdered 10% of the world's population, and he is the direct patrilineal father of 10% of Mongolia, right? Direct like they have his Y chromosome, right? So forget the fact that basically everybody is descended from Genghis Khan today, right? In some way. There are very few human beings who are not descended from Genghis Khan. But
especially the Russians.
Yeah, that too. But like he murdered 10% of the world's population, right? And I have hope that we are not going to have a nuclear holocaust where we're going to murder huge numbers of humanity. And we've already had a lab-designed virus escape and not kill 10% of humanity, thank God. It's.
But in light of all that, all that existential risk, you're hopeful. That's encouraging. I guess because you're a messianist, you would be.
I am.
And why would you? How could you be anything but? And how can Michael and I be anything but?
Well, that's one of the things I told PBK is I was surprised how little messianists Christians are, because the vast majority of Christians are not looking forward to the apocalypse.
That's a good, yeah.
So with that word, I actually love that you use that word. You know, the way that at least the communities that I try to find myself in, you know, even when it's sometimes concentric circles inside of concentric circles, is a few things. One, the sense that Christ is inevitable, right? That everything, like if you take Psalms seriously, that you know exactly how this plays out, right? And so that's part of it. And you see that same pattern, you know, happening through Daniel, through Revelation, through, right? This is the same thing happening over and over again, right? You can look at what went on with Rome, what went on with Edom. You know, here's these same things going on over and over again. So the triumph of the Son of Man is inevitable. It's absolutely inevitable here, right? It's maybe not on our time frame when we want it to happen, but there is to have anything, to be a Christian and to have anything other than hope, right, is to recognize that you are falling prey to something that's inherently rebellious.
Mm.
So Fawad, first of all, he said, Michael, brother, it was great to know you, even though we didn't get to talk much. Maybe next time, God willing, 1 out of every 3 are descendants of Genghis Khan. I thought it was larger. Can I reach you for a few questions on Tanakh, please? Please let me know when you're available. I have a few questions as usual. Certainly, but there is a link to my Discord server in the description. In the description on my channel, not on the Randos United channel. The best place, if you have fixed questions you want to ask me, the best place is on the Discord server, especially because there are other people who actually have better answers than I do. So, yeah.
So I have one question, and then I gotta head out. How would you categorize? Because I joined your Discord before jumping on, and I saw your categories. I really like your categories for how you classify the membership.
Yes.
How do you class, like, how would I get classified? How would Michael get classified?
Well, since I barely just met you, I'm going to put you in cherubim right now.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, the top 4, Elohim,
They sounded
B'nai
pretty
Elohim,
important.
Elim, and B'nai Elim. Those are people that I know are wise people who can be asked questions and give good answers.
Yeah.
And so, but within that, I actually let people identify themselves as whether they're Jewish, Noahide, or not. Within those 4, that's kind of a conversation between me and them individually. But generally, for people who are not very involved in the community, the highest level is Seraphim. Seraphim just means I actually know who you are and you seem like a nice person.
Cool.
Yes, it is a strict hierarchy.
No, I love the celestial,
like the rule says.
angelic framework you got going on. I pick out what you're putting down. It's beautiful. All right, I'm gonna head out. Thanks so much for the amazing conversations. This has been even better than I thought it'd be. Estuary is a very cool place. So.
We had a Jew, 2 Christians, and a Muslim talking about things.
Now, yeah, they're like just more of this. What are we, like 65% of the planet or something? Like we could get a lot done if we were doing this more. The three of us combined. Anyway,
Yeah.
have a good night.
Good night.
Nice meeting you, Michael and Jacob.
So, Michael, do you have to go, or you have some time to talk?
I do.
Okay, so tell me about yourself. Who are you? How'd you find my channel? How'd you get here?
I've been lurking on the corner for some time. You know, I've got hundreds, if not maybe thousands of hours of Peterson and Peugeot logged, not to mention, you know, who knows how many hours of listening to Pastor Paul break it all down, which inevitably you watch enough of that and you can't help but pay attention to the larger overall community, or be lurking in the bridges of meaning, Discord, or this thing and that thing. So I quite the definition of a lurker for sure. I found myself taking a more participative route after a serious enchantment moment, shortly followed by a conversation between Richard Rowland and Peugeot. And Rowland was proselytizing this little entity called Eighth Day Institute. It's out in Wichita, Kansas, and they're tightly coupled with a big Orthodox church out there, which, you know, a big Christian Orthodox church is basically like 200 people or something. At the time, I was maybe like an enchanted Jungian, something like that, right?
Okay.
But I wasn't really willing to take Christianity seriously. I just thought it was intriguing that the Orthodox Christians in the Peugeot sense like weren't what I was used to. Anyway, so I go out to this institute, one of their conferences, symposium thing, and I thought I was going to teach all the Christians about Jungian psychology, and they were very gracious and very patient with me in all of my megalomania. And between all the Jesus smuggling that Peterson did to me, and getting this exposure to the Orthodox Christian communities, a little Antiochian Orthodox folks, it's chased me down in a very C.S. Lewis sense. And now I find myself doing things like, you know, driving 14 hours to Denver to go listen to Father Andrew Stephen Damick talk last weekend. Right.
Where do you live, may I ask?
I moved to San Antonio.
Okay.
So I'm in Texas these days.
Okay.
But I'm from all over. I grew up mostly in the Midwest, and then spent most of my 20s on the East Coast, between, let's say, anything as far north as New Haven, Connecticut, down to DC, but most of it in like Pennsylvania, Philly.
Are you going to the conference, the Lord of Spirits conference?
I should have. I don't think that you can get tickets anymore, right?
Really? I don't know. I bought my tickets a while ago.
If they're still somehow available, I'll snatch one. I'll do it tonight.
I think there might be. Yeah, I think.
Really?
I don't. I haven't heard anything about them selling out.
Well, I'll do it if there is.
Yeah, as far as I know, they were not expecting to sell out because, like, they have the entire monastery.
Yeah.
So, and I'm guessing, like, if it sells out, it means it was like way bigger than they thought it would be.
Yeah. Yeah. I love that they're having as much success as they are. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
So how'd you find my channel?
Yeah. So again, I cannot believe how much time I spend listening to a Reformed pastor out of Sacramento. And so the larger community's efforts to break off into their own little pieces. I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention to your work, although I always appreciated the challenges that you'd throw to Paul, let's say. But I didn't pay close attention to your work until Father Stephen DeYoung did, and I was like, okay, I'm going to take this seriously. And in combination with, at that exact same time, I started to take his podcast more seriously and actually read his work. Mm-hmm. And so now I find myself reminding the people in the tradition that I'm participating in about their roots.
Yeah, there's a strong in the Ortho Bro community. There's a reason I don't go on Pageau's server. Is there is a very strong anti-Semitic current coming specifically out of the Russian Orthodox, most especially.
I know what you're talking about, and especially the like Jay Dwyer circles. I've seen a fair amount of that too.
I don't know exactly, but it also exists in the trad caths.
Yes.
And it also exists in the Lutherans. There are certain places that on Bridges of Meaning, when I was still on it, I was deliberately poking bears and making them expose themselves. And I did that several times, and people got mad at me for it. And it was like, you know what? I want this server to be a safe place for Jews. And it made it possible for Jews to stick around Bridges of Meaning.
Yeah.
Now I kind of have my own little Jewish community, and if you want to come in, that's up to you, and every once in a while I get those guys kind of sticking their heads in, and I have been involved in online communities, and I have to say, it goes back to the discussion we were having about the manipulated speech. You can expect bad actors in basically any community trying to manipulate the discussion in that particular way. And so I'm not surprised you're seeing it in the Orthodox community.
Yeah, well, I think of it. So the kind of spirit that I get out of that is something like a big otherness, right? It's this thing that wants to demonize others, right? And it's everything from the kind of communities that I grew up in that are now looking at the Democrats or the leftists or the communists or the woke people or the whatever word, whatever term you want to use, and they demonize those people, right? And they're lizard people, they're this thing, they're that thing, whatever, right? And I'm like, I was that 2 years ago, right? And let me tell you, on that side, here's what we said about you, right? And here's the deplorable that you are, and you're fascists, and you're and you're this thing, and you're that thing, right? And there's no Greek nor Jew, right?
Well, this is one of the things I dislike about Paul, but we can get into that.
but with these communities of people that I'm participating in, the funny thing is that both of them, especially in the Western American context, that say like the Trump loving Pentecostal Protestant groups, something, low church, that I came from. It's like, let me remind you of what you participate in here, right? Because you guys talk a lot about that Bible and you carry it around and you spend a lot of time there. Let me repoint you back to this thing, right? And then you got the other side who all of they've abandoned that Bible, but funny enough, they are unable to create values, right? In the Tom Holland sense, right?
Yeah, no, I hear exactly what you're saying. Yeah.
So it's like, here's these binding values that are inescapable for the West, from a tradition that they came from. And so when I encounter the problem that you're talking about, whether it's anti-Semitism or it's anti-communist or it's anti-Trump or it's whatever that thing is, I found a lot of, I don't know. I personally found a lot of peace in grace and forgiveness.
So what has been useful for me is to quote Paul, which is, we fight not flesh and blood, but, powers and principalities.
That's right.
And people get possessed by spirits. We don't think by ourselves or for ourselves. We think in groups with other people. And the problem, a large part of the problem is, and Mark says this a lot, if you believe you don't have a religion, then one will be provided for you. And there's a lot of religion. I mean, Fawad kind of pointed it out, like the LGBT blasphemy speech, right? It's like there's a Puritanism that has captured these supposedly secular people, right? And yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of that stuff. And what I've been saying is we need to create a cathedral, because a cathedral is a fortress for a spiritual battle. And that cathedral has to be spiritual. It has to be religious. You cannot create an army base because you want to fight a spiritual battle. You have to create a cathedral. It has to be a sanctified space. And I mean, that's been a large part of my project here.
So, powers and principalities. Yeah, absolutely. Everything. I mean, when I was first coming at this from like a newly enchanted lens with a Jungian view of sorts. And again, I came from a Pentecostal background, which I don't know how much you know about the Pentecostals, but
over the past 2 years, I've learned more about Christianity than I ever thought possible. So, oneness Pentecostal or normal Trinitarian Pentecostals, or
Trinitarian Pentecostal,
okay.
Assemblies of God kind of thing.
Okay.
The larger branch. They love Jews. Love Jews.
Yes, the philo-Semitism is quite uncomfortable. Yes. Yes. It's fetishizing.
It's fetishized.
It's unfortunate, because I'll tell you, there are plenty of people, especially secular Israelis, who take advantage of that philo-Semitism.
Yeah.
Because they just, it's unfortunate.
not to get sidetracked, but as far as I can tell, it's a there's something in their heart that is just drawn to the kind of ritual that they've been rejecting their whole lives in that tradition, right?
Yeah, the shofars are just like, you see these huge expensive shofars, and they buy tzitzit like you wouldn't believe. Like, I honestly, I think there are more like Southern Baptists wearing tzitzits than Jews in the United States.
That's probably true. I forgot where I was going, but I don't know. Powers of principalities, otherness. Yeah, I see. It's like, but there. So I was coming at it from this Jungian lens, and you could see like this cult of Zeus or something that looks a lot like that rising up in this Trump movement thing. You can see that the hedonist nihilists is like this cult of Dionysus thing right now. They're all in Denver getting high right now. And so you see these pagan gods, coming back up. I mean, Tom Holland is able to illustrate this quite well, right? But you can see it if you pay attention to any sense of religious ritual, and like, what are people doing? What are they giving their attention to? And what kind of God is this? Even if it's newer-ish gods like Set, if you will, which I think is fun.
Oh yeah. So Grim is our little shaman,
Yes.
and he has an eye for powers and principalities that I think a lot of people do not appreciate. Okay,
Yeah.
I really want to continue this. It's been almost 5 hours. Let me take a 5-minute break. If you want to come back, please. But I need to go to the bathroom.
5 minutes.
So I'm going to do a 5-minute countdown, and I will be back.
Deal.
You're back.
Back.
So I put the tea kettle on. When that goes off, I'm gonna have to go grab my tea. But other than that, I am all yours. And this discussion has been fascinating. So are you married, kids? What do you do? Who are you?
Yeah, single. Really had to do this had this road to Damascus moment of sorts, and then that was something. The language that I try to use, given the various communities that I'm talking to, is like, okay, well, that experiencing that kind of apocalypse or revelation, let's say, is something like a seed that's on stony ground that just might sprout and wither away, right? And so there's some there's some soil tilling to do if it's going to take root and become anything. So I had to disconnect from a lot of my previous life in order to get planted on better ground. So I found myself in Texas. I was married when I was young, when I was in the Marine Corps. It was short. It was just like 2 years. It was in some ways more of a right thing to do. She was joining the Marine Corps as well, and she got hurt. The Marine Corps said it was like kind of a pre-existing injury, which it wasn't. And if we got married, then I could get her medical benefits. And so it was just,
I see.
It's like the good Christian guy thing to do. And so I did that. But it was actually that and the divorce that stood out so much to me as a reason to walk away from my faith.
Really?
Yeah. Because in order to, I watched my parents stick it out, right? Like they went through all kinds of trouble, and it was like, no, this is a vow, right? This is a vow before God. And so I was breaking that vow, which meant I had to seriously contend with my faith, and I walked away. So I spent better part of 15 years as I would have said agnostic, but like atheist in practice. And found out exactly what it's like to be possessed by resentment.
So how long ago did you have your road to Damascus moment?
That would have been something like August of 2021.
Okay, so almost 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. And then did you become a catechumen? Are you a catechumen now? Did you get baptized?
So I'll be chrismated. As long as everything goes according to plan, I'll be chrismated on Lazarus Saturday, which is like 30 something days away, something like that.
Okay.
And it was, Peterson, man. COVID happened. I had just gotten out of this like 7-year relationship with someone who was going through things that powers and principalities, man. Got stories there. And that was true for me too, but I certainly didn't understand to what extent or that was even any kind of reality. But I had this time alone all of a sudden, and I had moved away to a new city for work, and everything was shut down. So I was up in my little ivory tower as a software engineer, right?
Yeah.
Smoking lots of weed. And I went, you know what? I'm going to do it this time. I remember we used to get along because I was, hardcore lefty, right? And constantly apologizing for my privilege as a white male, constantly, all the time. And I went, I remember I want to understand how it's possible that anybody could vote for Trump. Like how again? How could they do it again after all this time? How is it even conceivable that that would happen? And you know what? I might be able to understand the alt-right. I remember that there was some guy on Rogan who was some, transphobic bigot professor from Canada. So, I would only listen to the political stuff. I wasn't going to listen to any of the religious stuff, right? I was just trying to understand what was happening on this other side of the aisle. And I guess it just, over time, I couldn't help but start to notice the planks in my own eye. What really, I think, was the beginning of the end of that was I made a commitment. I always valued radical candor. That's sort of like a weird inversion of logos.
Okay.
So it's like I'll be brutally honest, but the brutal part is like a little bit higher than the honest part.
Right. Yeah.
So you're willing to just like say anything and cut
the excuse to hurt people with your words. Yeah.
And it's done with this righteous indignation of like how honest you are, right? But
yeah,
I decided that I was going to definitely, this was a Peterson inspired thing. I was like, you know what? I'll tell the truth all the time, including about my shortcomings. If I'm late to work, whatever.
Give me 10 seconds.
Yep.
Okay, so you were saying about brutal honesty.
Yeah.
What'd you call it? Radical
candor.
Radical candor. It's chamomile tea, Richard. So you're listening to Peterson for the politics, and what happened then?
So I don't know. I don't know if I'd say I was inspired, but that's maybe the best word I can come up with here. To try to tell the absolute truth all the time, like including about whatever my shortcomings were, just being really honest with myself about all, if I was late on a project, like not like I'm done with excuses, I'll play the card, like I'm willing to confront the chaos of wherever the truth will take me. Right. And if that's like, I don't think I should wear a mask, or I'm not going to do this, or I'm not going to do that. Or right. But it's like, there's too much weirdness happening for me to not be honest about not just what I saw in the world, but about where I fell short. And that led me to start to do this stupid Petersonian things, to making my bed, and whatever else, right? Cleaning my room. And then I think you'll like this actually. So that led me to being honest with myself about not being okay, because if I was getting work done, that was good, but a lot of it was bullshit time. I wasn't spending time with friends and family. I was playing video games. I'm curious to talk to Grizz about Overwatch one of these days. Just wasting my life away. And I mean, okay, I'm gonna see a therapist, but I know enough now that there's a whole bunch of these therapists that are like postmodern neo-Marxists,
Right.
and I'm not having that. So I'm scrolling over, 200 profiles on Psychology Today, looking through their credentials, just trying to figure. And I'm sure as heck not going to talk to Christians either, right? Because I don't trust them. I came from that background. I don't want to talk to these darn Christians. And I found this Jewish guy.
Okay.
I was like, that's safe. I'm cool with that, right?
Okay.
Because all my I had these years up on the Northeast with a bunch of like Brooklyn Jews, great people, cool with them, right? So that's what this guy is. He was living in Denver. He was a Brooklyn Jew.
Was he religious at all, or?
I wouldn't, in retrospect, I wouldn't say so, but I don't know him well enough.
Okay.
I remember telling a friend of mine before attending any of these therapy sessions, because I was coming off of Vervaeke Peterson, like the first Vervaeke Peterson discussion, maybe like phase 2 Peterson stuff, right? It was 2021. Anyways, they got into logos, which I didn't know what logos was, but I was like, there's something there, whatever that is, there's something there. And I remember saying to a friend of mine, I need a therapist who can explain to me what logos is. But I wasn't going to ask that, right?
Right.
I was just willing to put myself in the hands of wherever the therapist was going to take me. We get a couple of sessions in. I start hitting him with a bunch of deconstructionist nonsense, right? I'm like, I'm having trouble. Why should I do something or not do something? There could be some kind of great reason, but I won't care about that. Like, who's to say what you're saying makes any sense or has any meaning to me? It's like, oh, you're one of those guys. I said, yes, I'm one of those guys. That's why I'm here. Please help. And he pointed me to Viktor Frankl's work.
Okay.
And so I was listening to a bunch of interviews with Viktor Frankl, and then I couldn't help but Google, like, oh, Jordan Peterson, Viktor Frankl. I wonder what Peterson thinks about him. Now that I'm like 600 hours in on Peterson's work.
Okay.
And that was a real turning point for me, because when I was sitting there empathizing with what it was like to be an internment camp prisoner, because I had these, like, in my leftist, whatever, like I had these like Handmaid's Tale ideas in my head about, like, oh, the Trump people are going to come in and we're going to get locked in cages and it's going to be, so I've got all that imagery in my head. And in my severe depression and existential angst of civil war and all these things. And that's I'm doing that as a software engineer, making good money in my little ivory tower apartment in Denver, Colorado. And it strikes me all of a sudden, given that I'm this like white kid from the Midwest joining the Marine Corps when there was a problem with some brown people, and that I'm sitting in this comfy, cozy thing while there's this, like, oh, look at these like dirty Trump people thing. I realized that in a very serious way, I'm a lot more like the Nazi than I am the Jew. And And then that's like the road to Damascus moment. My psyche just shattered. And so in a Christian sense, it was something like realizing that I was a sinner, and that opened me up to what I soon after that would have talked about as this like new connection happening between the right and left hemisphere and the Ian McGillicrest sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it was also like this divine grace that I couldn't explain, and all of a sudden, all of that existential dread and anger and guilt and shame is all just gone. I give this people as a silly example what happened to me. 10 years. I grew up swimming when I was a kid. I used to ride my bike 7 miles. Grew up in the country, cows, nothing out there, right? I used to ride my bike 7 miles just to get to a public pool so I could go swimming.
Wow.
And loved it. As I got older, I wasn't like particularly out of shape or anything, but I wouldn't ever go swimming. I wouldn't take off my shirt, wouldn't go swimming. I was such a downer when I'd be with my girlfriend and like my best friend and his wife or any of that. I remember there was this one time it's like July. I'm in flannel. I still got like this flannel shirt on and jeans. And I'm just like laying by the pool, like just some jerk, right? And everybody else is like enjoying the pool, right?
What was keeping you from enjoying the pool?
Man, some combination of things that I had let possess me, and a lot of it was just resentment and shame. And I didn't, it was just like even something like taking off my shirt, right? And just being comfortable in my own skin, something, right? It was just deeply uncomfortable to even attempt to do anything like that. After this moment, like the next day, because I was living in this little apartment complex, I got a little pool there, whatever. I didn't even own swimming shorts because I hadn't gone swimming in like 10 years. Next day, I just found some like boxers that were good enough. I'm just out swimming in the pool, man. Repaired this relationship with my parents that I hadn't had in 15 years. Just hard U-turn. And
Metanoia.
Yeah, metanoia. And as a previously rational materialist, I was having a very hard time explaining what the heck had just happened to me. I'm literally Googling death of self. Like, what I just trying to figure out what the hell just happened to me. Which, don't get me wrong, there's a tremendous amount of THC involved.
Okay.
And the rest of it has been a harder fought journey of dealing with the passions and being humbled and reintegrating, the kind of tradition that I came from, and finding the Orthodox Church, having some, Christ chase me down in this C.S. Lewis sense. So yeah, it's been a humbling journey.
So how far away is your closest Orthodox church?
So I was going to this real nice one out in Wichita. It's been there for like 100 years. And when I knew I was going to move to Texas, I found one in the same jurisdiction that was in a little shopping mall. And So I moved not too far from them, and they've broken ground. They've now broken ground on their new building.
Mhm.
So they're in the process of building that. So I'm probably 10 minutes away from the parish, something like that.
Okay. And are you getting integrated in the community, or?
Oh yeah. I've made the church very much so my community.
Good.
And in a big way. I mean, right now I'm still a single guy, and so I have time to participate and to pay attention to this little corner and what have you. But by God's grace, I'll get married and have some kids and then not have that time.
Amen.
But I've tried to take Peugeot and Paul seriously, and part of this is get off of this and go participate. Go to church. This is a onboarding to go do that, and so I've tried to take that very seriously and gotten pretty integrated.
So this is somebody who's new here. This is the first time I tried religion. I genuinely took fascination with some of the spiritual aspects of it. Unfortunately, it ends with someone cramming an agenda down my throat. So I've kind of given up. So what I will say to that is religion is, so your relationship with God in Judaism, we compare it to three things. Relationship between a parent and child, between a master and servant, and between a husband and wife. And the thing about a relationship between husband and wife, hi Chezi, is you can't let somebody else get in between your relationship with your spouse, right? If I want to improve your relationship with your wife, me having sex with her is not going to do that, right? In a very similar manner, you can't allow someone else to get between you and God in that husband and wife relationship. There is no standard marriage. There's no standard relationship with God. God is, if you believe in a personal God, which I do, then you have to pray to God and you have to listen to the answer from God. And if people are getting between you and God, there's something wrong there. Now, Jesus, the most Jewish thing Jesus ever said is in Mark 12, which is, he was asked, what is the greatest commandment? He said, the greatest commandment is, hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one, and you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and mind and soul, and however you want to translate those words, because it's hard. And the second one is like it. Love your neighbor as yourself. And the fact, I mean, if you know Jewish exegesis, right, the way we understand Bible verses, the verse, and you shall love the Lord your God, starts with va'ahavta, and you shall love. And the verse, you shall love your neighbor as yourself, starts with va'ahavta, right? That same word. And so there is a link between these two. And what I am not saying in keeping your relationship with God is that it should not involve it has to involve a relationship with other human beings, but you can't let the fact that all the human beings you are going to meet are going to be people stop you from loving God, right? There is God, and then there's people, and wherever you go, and this is honestly, it's one of the most depressing things that has happened to me, which is the people I expected, like these rabbis I really respected, ended up being human beings. And it was really, really hard to recognize that they're all human beings, right? But they are, and I was silly for not recognizing that. And that's one of the things that for me, I've constantly been saying to people in this corner, especially about Jordan Peterson, but about everyone, right? Expect human beings to be people. And people are people. And if you let the fact that human beings are human beings get between you and God, that's on you. Because it just doesn't work. So that makes sense. I don't really have a direction, though. The way you describe it feels gentle and forgiving. I never really said this before to anyone, but I kind of pressured into taking on baptism as a Protestant when I was a kid, just because my father was with a church. I kind of felt like I didn't have a choice, and like I was a necessary variable. Mistake me not. One of my close friends talks about having a good relationship with God, and I definitely don't judge it. Pray. This is one of the most beautiful things that I constantly quote from the Eastern Orthodox, even though nobody can give me an actual citation, which is theology without prayer is dead. And it is. Pray to God, right? And genuinely, like just you and God. And that, I mean, if that doesn't work, I have nothing to say to you, right? My faith includes, the Psalm says, Karov Hashem l'chol korav l'chol asher yikrahu be'emet. God is close to all who call upon him, all who call on him in truth. And that's between you and God, right? And I mean, I think one of the things in this corner, hopefully, that we have is, at least I think a lot of people have, which is a genuine respect for an agentic God. Well, if it doesn't work, it implies I'm not taking the time to understand. I feel like you're too nice to say that, though, but I understand. No, honestly, and I've said this to atheists many times. Like, if you tell me, I am not going to judge whether or not you called to God out to God clearly. That is not my place. I can't get in the middle of that. All I will tell you is go ahead and sincerely, to your expectation, right? You're the one who's doing this. Call out to God and see what he says. And if he doesn't answer, frankly, I think you would be legitimate to say, and this is one of the things, so people tell me, like, I want empirical proof that there's God. And I say, oh, that's easy. It's easy. It's the exact same thing as I would tell somebody who tells me that there's no such thing as elephants. go to where there are elephants, either at the zoos or in Africa. Go and see an elephant. You will no longer doubt that there's an elephant. If you doubt that there's a God, pray to God. That's all. And if you don't find God, then I have nothing to say. I have nothing to say.
I have 2 cents if it's worthwhile.
Please.
It was so hard to walk back into a church of any kind for me. I had a burning hatred for Christians for a very long time. In that Occupy Wall Street circles that I was in, you'd find lots of different types of people there, but the one thing you wouldn't find was a Christian. And coming back into a church, and it's really just been the Orthodox Church. I went there and stayed there, but I knew that that I was going back to encounter real human beings with real flaws, and that there was going to be plenty of hypocrisy to go around, just like there is everywhere in everything. And that participating in a group that is bound together again is an opportunity to give them grace the way that God gave me grace and continues to give me grace, right? All the faults, all the stupid things that I do, as I continue to try to reorient and aim better, every time that I'm frustrated with someone, they set my ego off. It's an opportunity for me to check my ego, to give them a chance, and know that they're just like me. They're just like me.
Hey, Krish. I hope you're doing better. Also, to be respectful, thank you both for giving me your time, stating that right up front. You are very welcome. This is what Just Chatting streams are all about. What I tell people is, if my channel ever does get large enough that there's too many people who want to talk to me, I'm going to have to get somebody else to do this stuff as well. And because honestly, like, my channel is what it is because I am not that popular. And maybe one day I will be, but right now you don't have to worry about it. And I'm glad to hear you're doing better, Krish. So what are your plans, Michael? When are you making your YouTube channel?
I've been feeling this way for a little bit, given some of the conversations that are happening, but I'm tied in some of the conversations and communities within the Orthodox circles, like the Eighth Day folks, and helping them out with like their digital marketing and trying to help them orient to what's going on in this little corner and some of the other adjacent like community things that are happening. So helping some handshakes go on, I think is in some of these communities that have been trying to re-enchant culture, they have had similar ideas and mission statements of sort of know what's going on here. That seems like a good use of time. and anybody participating, even just in these conversations, just to have something that people are listening to. I've been the guy that's in the chat right now, or maybe not even in the chat, just listening and hearing that somebody else is somewhere near the same wavelength that I'm on, that's thinking about something that's similar to what I'm thinking about, or has gone through something that I'm going through or have been through. That's without that, then we won't bind together for sure. So every little bit that we put in, I think makes a difference. Anyways, so with all that said, I actually do had two questions for you specifically.
I was interviewing you.
I know. I'm turning the tables. I was curious if you think that. Well, one is that. Do you mind if I ask you two questions?
Oh,
okay, good.
What are
All
you?
right.
Stop being silly.
So with what Peterson's doing, one way we might try to talk about that is he's using something like Logos as a banner for the cathedral that you're talking about. Okay, right? Like that's close enough to get enough of us in the same room, right?
I've actually described the mission of the cathedral I'm talking about as to minister to people who have faith in the Logos.
Yep. Okay, so that's sort of I guess that sort of answers it, but the question was something like, is that good enough?
I have hopes that the word kalam is strong enough in Islam, and the idea of Baruch Shamar V'Haya Olam, or Devar Hashem, is strong enough in the Hebrew, and Logos is strong enough within Christianity, that we can bring together a community of believers in monotheism. Now, I have to say, I mean, for me, this project, and Chazi is actually the one who should jump in here, is part of a belief that ultimately the Messianic era is going to entail not just the few Noahides that I've gotten to know, but Christianity and Islam fully embracing the idea of being Noahides, fully embracing the idea of that we are Gentiles who believe in the God of Israel. And that, to me, I mean, if you've been listening to my discussions with Father Stephen, right? So my main point of disagreement with him is that I believe there's a priesthood of Israel, and he believes that there's a priesthood of the Antiochian Church. And that's the main point of disagreement. If we can all agree, at least, that we have the same God, who the priests are is a much smaller argument. When Fuad jumped on here, and I've heard this from Muslims, for example, Muslims who have said Judaism does not believe in the same God as Islam. And I disagree with that, and I think it's a lot easier to explain why that is to a Muslim than the Trinity is a real problem. The Trinity is a serious problem, and while it is
Can they grapple with logos?
who?
Islam.
Okay, you have to understand what we see of Islam on the internet and in the West is a poor, bad, pale monstrosity of what I have seen among Muslims. And part of the problem of that is the corruption within Islam. I mean, so let's look at Iran, right? Supposedly Iran is a theocracy, right? And the most senior Ayatollah in Iran is supposed to be the faqih, is supposed to be the supreme leader. What happened when Khomeini died was they took somebody who was not an Ayatollah, turned him into an Ayatollah in order for him to be the supreme leader, because all of the Ayatollahs that were available would not follow what they wanted. And to this day, the most senior Ayatollahs, right, do not agree with the regime in Iran and how it's constituted. So when you talk about, trying to explain to an American that the problem with Iran is that they're not actually listening to the Ayatollahs is a very foreign concept. But the genuine Ayatollahs, the actual Ayatollahs, are not like Khamenei.
How much do you feel like Persian culture is alive despite any reigning institution?
It's alive. I mean, one of the things, I live in the expat community here. Much of my family is expatriates. So with the protests, there's been a lot of people who have been very excited about the possibility of the regime changing. And I don't see it at all. Because I don't see a leader ready to take over. Now, when Khamenei dies, the question is going to be who's going to be the Ayatollah who's going to take over, and they don't have any candidates. None of the actual Ayatollahs are willing to be the faqih. They don't believe in it, right? And they're trying very hard to make Khamenei's son into an Ayatollah so he can take over. And it's like, good luck with that. I don't know what's going to happen when Khamenei dies. So I don't know what will happen. I mean, I can have my messianic hopes. And there are similar things, like the Arab Spring is not as fake as some people think it is. At the same time, like, there's a lot of uncertainty. And what this Gutenberg revolution with the internet is doing in the Muslim world is not obvious, partially because what's going on right now for us is we're blinding ourselves with all the stupidity. And I mean, if you want to be a messianist and you want to be really faithful, like, I think we're living in apocalyptic times, and I could see the apocalypse, right? So, yeah, I am hopeful. I am very hopeful.
I'm not sure how to ask this question. It's a follow-up to the theme here. Then I have a second question still, but what I understand from the persistence of Persian culture over time, and how it's overcome every invader, whether it was the Mongols or Islam in the past or what have you. Right, it seems like a matter of time. But the themes that go with that culture, including something like religious tradition and whatever kind of parallels that go with those traditions for your tradition and mine, do you feel like that's part of that banner?
I'm not sure I understand. I mean, so Zoroastrianism is really, really small.
Okay.
But it is thoroughly ingrained in Muslim, Jewish, and Christian Persian society.
Okay. Yeah, that's how, I mean, yeah.
Right? So, and Iran is not an Arab country. That's perfectly clear. So I don't know. I mean, it's very hard to know from here what's going on there.
Yeah.
Hello, Andrew.
How's it going, Jacob?
Andrew's a regular.
Yep. Yeah. Have you looked at the Syriac Church of the East at all? Because I would ever glean any bits of information about them I can, but they're kind of small, you know.
Okay, well, we can go into that if Michael wants after he asks his questions, and there are a few questions in the chat. But go ahead, Michael.
I was just going to ask if you had part of your one of your conversations with Father Stephen DeYoung sent me on watching a few lectures from Professor Daniel Boyarin.
Yeah.
Boyarin. And I was curious if you had any thoughts or suggestions on his work, or lack of which.
So Boyarin is an academic. He does go to an Orthodox Jewish synagogue. I mean, if you've noticed, he has an earring. He's not exactly your typical Orthodox Jew. I actually think the work of his student, Christine Hayes, is much better than his. There's his last name, Ido Dan. I think Dan is the last name. Is Edel, maybe is the name. He's the greatest student of Gershom Shalom, and he's working today. What I generally will say is that the older generation of scholars have not properly digested the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it is amazing how out of date archaeology can be.
Fair.
Yeah. No, I mean, seriously, when you consider the Dead Sea Scrolls have really only been printed in the last 20 years.
Yeah, well,
they just have not been digested.
It's half your fault and half Father Stephen DeYoung's fault, but the last month has just been full of me and Dead Sea Scrolls stuff, and understanding everything I could possibly get my hands on about the Essenes and otherwise.
I'm a big fan of Robert Eisenman. That's what I was talking to Michael when he was also named Michael, right? The other guy, Michael C, or was Matt? Matt. That's what I was talking to Matt about before Fuad came on. Is the work of Robert Eisenman, and it's interesting work. James Tabor is also doing really interesting work. And if you believe, like I do, that the Dead Sea Scrolls are a miracle, and I really do believe they are a miracle, I believe they are a revelation from God. I mean, this goes back to Jacob's greatest hits, but like, I think a proper integration of the Dead Sea Scrolls makes Christians recognize certain things about Judaism that 100 years ago you would get burnt at the stake for.
I think that's right. Do you think? All right, I'm gonna ask one more question, then please attend.
Hey, you're the one who came on, and I interviewed you for a long time, so you get your questions, and Roman is just gonna have to wait about Obadiah, and then Andrew.
Is part of how that plays out in reconciling the Masoretic and Septuagint? Is that part of how this plays out?
I have to say, I am delighted to hear Father Stephen say what rabbis have been saying for a long time, which is Septuagint refers to the 5 books of Moses. The rest of the Bible in Greek translation is by random people and should have no canonical status in any religion. And once you do that, that completely changes. There's a lot of people in Eastern Orthodoxy who are going to have to give up, well, certainly, I mean, the Peshitta supremacy. Actually, the Syrian church, I believe, still believes in Peshitta's primacy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, Peshitta primacy is hilarious because when you read the Peshitta like I did in Aramaic, what becomes absolutely clear is that it is a translation from the Greek. There is no question about it because they very deliberately did not translate words from Jesus to. I have a video called Son of Man where I go through and I show. So like there are places where instead of translating Bar Nash for Son of Man, they translate, and I quote, Bare Din Danasha, which I would translate to his son of that there man. Because if you read Jesus in the Aramaic and you just translate from the Greek straight into Aramaic without adding his son of that there man, what Jesus says is very different from what your Greek theology has been teaching for a very long time.
So in some sense, it's like with the Ethiopian Bible, right? It blows up to where it's almost like you have that same model going on, and you understand this core piece that gives you an understanding, and then you also here's these other books that are understood through a different lens, right? So here's your Pentateuch, and then it's sort of like we're packing in the Apocrypha in it, right?
So this is something that I have had to explain to Christians, which is very surprising. The Jewish Bible has 5 books in it. The Jewish Bible has 5 books in it. Now, there are other books, holy books, right? But those books are expansions and explanations of the 5 books of Moses. The 5 books of Moses are, and I mean, this was part of the debate back 2,000 years ago, was we as Pharisees said, oh, these other books are also important, whereas the Samaritans and the Sadducees were like, no, those other books are nothing, right? And so the Torah is on a different level of scripture from the prophets, from the writings, right? And there are at least some Christians who are now starting to see the New Testament as, at the very least, like the writings, and some even more along the lines of Midrash and Talmud. And that is an inversion of the idea of the Old Testament and the New Testament. And, you know, what Father Stephen DeYoung describes as his Christianity, I can comfortably say is, I would not be recognizable to most Christians for most of the time of Christianity. And he feels comfortable with that because he's like, Christians don't know their Christianity. Why are you surprised?
Yeah.
And I have to say, like I always do say, if Father Stephen can convince the rest of Christianity that his interpretation is correct, then more power to him. He can't. I am not convinced that his interpretation of Paul is correct. And he seems like a Judaizer to me, and I get surprised every time he tells me that he's not, like, he's writing the Sunday school curriculum for the Antiochian church. So, like,
yeah. Well, you know, so part of this Gutenberg ordeal that we're in is like whatever he's doing, whatever this little corner's doing, we are maybe even what Peterson's doing, whatever that cathedral is. It's sort of like pointing the nose, right? And so maybe you're able to point the ship 1 degree to the left. You know, and we're not going to see some of this stuff in our lifetime, right? But whatever this pointing is, it's setting some things in motion that it's like, okay, well, can Father Stephen DeYoung convince a whole bunch of people? Absolutely not. More than likely, I don't know at what rate we're dealing with given the technology, because the way ideas can transmit, right? Obviously, unprecedented, but. Stack that up over the next 20 years, 30 years, even just 100 years. I don't know.
Hey, I'm a messianist.
You know, or whatever that evolves to become. You know, the obviously the Christians are always going to see Christ as the fulfillment of all of previous doctrine to understand. So it's like, okay, well, can this fall? Because what you described to me is like a hierarchy of holiness of books, right? So here's how it falls on the hierarchy. And so where do the Gospels, right? Where do the Gospels fall in this hierarchy? And that's probably where some tension is. But anyways, from there, I digress. Thank you for being so generous with your time and attention.
My pleasure. Sterling, it's been a while since you've been on.
Hey, cheers. Thanks for having me back. I'm obviously going to have to work harder at getting banned from this channel, and I appreciate the opportunity, the second chance. No, I'm kidding. Thanks for having me, and please don't let me hijack the channel. Nice to meet you, Andrew, Michael. Cheers.
So let me grab some of these comments. Roman first said on Twitch and then switched over to YouTube. Hey, I'm reading Obadiah in verse 7. Obadiah only has one chapter. So they say that they that eat their bread have laid a wound under thee. In the Torah, they sometimes say, put your hand under my thigh when making an oath. Synthesizing these, is it reasonable to say that lay a wound under thee means have wounded your... No. Okay. So I can pull up Obadiah 1:7. In fact, let me do that. But so when they say put your hand on my thigh, that is actually a euphemism for put your hand on my circumcision. And I can explain that, but
No need. We all know. No, actually, that's the first time I've heard that. So if you don't, short explanation. Yeah, thank you.
But ad hagavul shelchucha kol anshe britecha, all of your brit, of your covenant. Hisiucha yachlu lecha anshe shlamecha lachmecha yasimu mazor tachtecha ein tevuna bo. I don't see where you see wound or tree. Let me. Yeah, I have no clue what you're saying, but what I will say about the Brit. So before the giving of the Torah on Mount Sinai, there was only one commandment, which was circumcision, and Jewish oaths are made on by holding on to something holy, and therefore before the giving of the Torah, oaths were made on the Brit, on the circumcision. And but the King James Version says, so let me see what King James for 1:7 says. Parallel. King James, all the men of your, the men that were at peace with thee, they deceived thee and prevailed against thee. They that eat thy bread have laid a wound under thee. There is none understanding. So let me see what they're translating that way. Anshe shalamecha lachmecha yasimu mazor tachtecha. Okay, so mazor means can mean to glean, to prune, and I'm guessing that's how they're trying to translate it, as a wound. But mazor. Let me see what Safaria says on So, Avadia. Where's the Tresar? Yov, Tehillim, Malachi, Chagai, Ovadia. 7. Yasimu Mazor, net trap, meaning dubious, wound. Wound. This is the BDB. Very dubious, perhaps net as something extended. Possibly matsod. Well, that's, yeah.
The thigh was extended.
Well, no. So this, I mean, here they're trying to translate. So anshe shlomecha, right? People who are part of your group, people who you say shalom to, peace to. Lachmecha yatsimu mazor tachtecha. They shall place your bread as mazor beneath you. Now, what that word mazor means is like nobody really knows. And let me see what the Mazor, Eben Ezra, Kamom Mezoro, Betechsar Chaf, and then that's Ein Keish, Asher Ein Tonan Kamohu, Ein Anim Atzmon. I am not sure what he means. Let me see. And it's not translated into English. Malbim, Vanshe Shlomecha Sir. Mazor Keilu Ratsu Lirapot Hamake Vahamazor Yamod Tachtecha Yeh Makomcha Latil et Artsecha Mani Tsar. About Ein to Mazor Hazeh. What is he saying? Apparently, he thinks Mazor means an edge, as in a boundary, which, I mean, is understandable. So he's saying, he's translating it like it means gavul, it means boundary, border territory, which actually makes sense to me. I tend to like the Malbim. So that's what I would say.
I like boundaries too, but I also don't say, come here and put your hand on my thigh. You know what I mean? Like,
well,
like,
yeah.
But I
swearing oaths back in the biblical times was done on, holy.
Okay, so let me back up because I've had a couple beers. I hope you don't mind.
That's fine.
So like when someone was gonna swear an oath to someone else, like, oh, I promise you that you know, I've been faithful to you. Well, no, that's not a good one. Or I promise you that I worked 8 hours today, and if you don't believe me, come touch my thigh, like that.
Well, so an example is Abraham says to his slave, promise me that you will find a wife for my son, not from the people around here. And he says to him, place your hand on my thigh and swear. And our understanding is that it was actually a euphemism. Thigh was a euphemism for the only holy object which existed at the time, which was the circumcision.
AKA a boundary, perhaps, maybe not, depending on how you interpret it. Was the slave Hebrew, Israelite, or whatever?
So Eliezer was not. So he was a slave of Abraham. Back then, there were no Jews. This was before the giving of the Torah.
But okay, so so there were no Israelites or Hebrews?
No, this is Abraham. Abraham was the grandfather of Israel.
Okay, thank you for catching me. I know that's a dumb question, but all right, cool, I got it.
Not a dumb question.
Well, my question was, would they say that to, like, what I was going to get at, like, to non-Israelites? You know, like, hey, come over here and you know, you can trust me. Come over here and touch this. You know what I mean? Like, I could see you.
I honestly would be surprised if this was only an Israelite thing. My guess is that this was common as a way of making an oath back to 3,000 years ago. And 3,000 years ago, touching other men's penises was not as strange as it is to us now.
You know, I always felt like I was born in the wrong time. Just trying to lighten things up here, guys. Hope you don't mind. Hope you don't mind me mocking the sacred.
I don't mind.
Book. You know, that's not a problem if I mock your sacred text and religion to anyone out there. That's not a. It's okay.
How have you been doing? How are things in South America?
It's terrible. It's terrible. And for the people around me, like I'm doing fine. No. It's good here. The people are nice. The weather's great. I love it here. It's cheap. The women are beautiful, and it's safe, and I love it. I'm in Colombia, by the way, Andrew. I don't think you knew that. I'm in South America.
Yeah, I've got a dad's coworker who's from Colombia. He's always great to be around.
Why is that?
He's just very warm, talkative, and provocative. You know, funny.
Oh, like provocative. Like he says, "Hey, come over here and touch this." I promise.
This tastes horrible. Why don't you try it?
Yeah. Why don't you?
So, Andrew was asking about the Syrian Orthodox Church.
No, the Syriac Church of the East.
Syriac Church of the East.
Yeah.
What was your question about it?
Have you looked into it that much? Because I try getting as much information on it as I can, and I can find.
Okay.
Hardly
I have to say, I think you're going about this in a very bad way, which is you're looking for the church that you love and is perfectly within your thing, and then going to go join it. And there is no perfect church.
Yeah, I don't think I'm doing that.
Okay.
I don't know. I just want to know the terrain, you know, because like you guys talk about Second Temple Judaism and whatnot, and you know those guys integrated that stuff too. So, also, I have this. Ever since I went Coptic, I've been looking into linguistic differences and how that shaped theology. And have I talked to you about how like the difference between hypostasis and feces in Alexandria and Constantinople might have led to? Okay, so hypostasis has the secondary meaning of nature, right? First meaning of instantiation, second meaning of nature. Feces is the opposite. It has the first meaning of nature and the second meaning of hypostasis, of instantiation.
Okay.
It's kind of because like there's the question of which came first, the feces or the hypostasis, right?
Okay.
So in Constantinople, it means instantiation first and then nature second.
The feces can never come first.
Yeah.
The feces, no.
Are you joking?
Yes, of course. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna stop.
Yeah. So at Ephesus, they first start hearing about this whole, like, in Alexandria, they're talking about miaphysis, right? And what's going on with that. So they agree that you say it one way, I say it this other way. We both know that we both know what each other mean, but when you go back to your diocese, you can say it, according to its meaning back there. So one question I want to ask Father Stephen DeYoung is, like, should we resolve our terminology, or should we keep that distinction where I can say miaphysis and he can say diophysis, and we both know that we mean the same thing?
I have actually heard. I remember something about this because I am really, really interested in, like, the various churches reintegrating, and apparently I remember reading something about this when they had they tried to have a pan-Orthodox meeting a few years ago.
Yeah.
And the Catholic Church has convened a sort of committee to try to discuss this stuff and they've been pointing to this idea that in the ancient church there was an agreement that we mean the same thing, we say it in different ways, and we can continue to do that, if I remember correctly, as an attempt to allow the filioque to not be a huge problem. Because in Greek, the creed is what it is. And in Latin, I guess the idea is that filioque does not necessarily mean that the Spirit proceeds from the Son as much as it was sent by the Son when he returned to the Father, type thing. Yeah, that's not going to convince a lot of Eastern Orthodox.
It's filio cray cray.
So the filioque, how interested are you in this stuff, Sterling?
Zero, but I love the joke material. So no, I mean, like, I know it's an interesting conversation, but, like, I resort to this because I'm ignorant now. Obviously, I know nothing, so I'm just making dumb jokes. But that doesn't mean I'm not interested. It's just that's all I got.
So the filioque is a debate between the Byzantine or Orthodox Church and the Roman Catholic Church that 1,000 years ago caused the first great schism in Christianity, because they were terming things in certain ways, and that word filioque, like, it's actually the cause of the first really big split in Christianity. Believe it or not.
I'll disagree with you there, but
well, okay. There are. So he belongs to non-Chalcedonian church, which split off 1,500 years ago, but it was a much smaller split.
Not at the time. Nowadays, it's a small split.
The church was a lot smaller back then as well. I mean, it did not cover, like, at the time of Chalcedon, I don't think Russia and Germany and England were Christian yet. Right? And so at the time of, like, the split between Byzantium and the Holy Roman Empire, basically almost the entire known world at the time was Christian, and it broke into two. There were definitely other factors, but the Filioque was certainly the theological crux. And over the past 1,000 years, as Christianity has been trying to resolve that fight, the Filioque has continued to be a point of contention, because it's a big point of contention.
Mm-hmm. The reason I bring up the Syriac Church of the East, though, is because they use hypostases like nature. And they say the two hypostases of Christ are united in his prosopon, his person. And that's why they don't use Theotokos. They say Christotokos. And I think...
Which church is this?
The Syriac Church of the East.
Okay.
It's the church under the Persian Empire at the time.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of them. Yeah, they're gluten free.
Really?
They're gluten free. They can't. My brother-in-law is one of those.
Really?
Yeah. He's got celiac. That's what you call it. Yeah. He's got a. No, but like for a country boy that's born on a dirt road, and hasn't gotten much smarter. Andrew, you belong to what church? And I'm sorry, what is this?
Mm-hmm. I belong to a Coptic Orthodox church. It's pretty much Egyptian Orthodox.
Okay, and so and for the not me, because I know, but for the people in the audience that don't, Coptic meaning, and then like this church is and again, not for me, but this is a Christian church, a Jewish church, or what is this?
Yeah. So the Copts. So the word Egypt actually has the same root as Copt.
He laughed at me. He laughed at my question. Did you hear that? You were supposed to mute.
My lips are sealed.
No, you were unmuted.
So we are talking about Christianity. These are all parts of Christianity from before 500 years ago. So these churches all split from each other like 1,000 or more years. And here in the West, basically all of the Christianity we know comes from Roman Catholicism, because Protestantism broke off from Roman Catholicism. But these are churches, regional churches, and the Copts were the church in Egypt, and they broke off 1,500 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, around there. Yeah. So pretty much it's the official church from Egypt from 1,500 years ago that's continued up to the present day.
Okay, cool. And so yeah, because Egypt they're not entirely Muslim. They're mostly Muslim.
Yeah.
But
mm-hmm.
they have some Christians and maybe others. I'm not sure what else.
Over the past 50 years, the Copts have been brutally murdered, cleansed, genocided, and especially over the past 10 years, actually. And so lots of Copts now live outside of Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the Christian community in Egypt has been
cleansed.
Genocide, maybe the best word. Yeah.
Cleansed. I like the way cleansed. Cleansed sounds better. It sounds more refreshing, you know?
Yeah, they got cleansed.
It's like if you're gonna you don't human traffic anyone, just maybe give them a lift. You know, give a human a lift. You know, just transport a human. You know, like cleanse a region of people.
Yeah. Well, I mean, part part of how this has been accomplished is not murdering people, but just making it horrible enough that they leave.
Right.
And so, yeah, they've been driven out of their homes, and that's why.
Yeah. Leave, or we'll murder you. Yeah.
Basically, yeah,
Yeah.
basically, yeah.
Reasonable. It's reasonable. You got a choice. There's a choice. There's a choice in all of this. Free will. That's what it comes back to.
So Michael says there appears to be more willingness to find bridges with the Filioque than I would think. Unfortunately, there's a pile of subsequent Western issues to contend with. I have to wonder. I have to say, I really wonder what would happen if, for example, the ecumenical patriarch suddenly agreed that the Filioque is fine, and if he would get murdered or nobody would care. It's not obvious.
I got this one. It is just become obvious, very clear to me that the problem here is that I have already thought about all these I've already entertained all these conversations, but go on. I'll let you guys. I'll let you guys
Try to that.
and I'm gonna try. I promise I'm gonna pipe down just a little bit. Sorry.
Good.
I'm having fun here.
This is actually a really good question. Do Copts, he forgot the T in Copt, recognize Augustine at all?
Okay. So there's this one priest at my church. His name is Father Augustine. And you can tell he loves Augustine because he has a book called The Daily Augustine on him at all times.
Okay.
He's memorized City of God like the back of his hand.
Okay.
And he's absolutely a joy to be around. It's wonderful.
Wow, he picked the worst saint after Justin Martyr, and
Why is that the worst saint? I'm not familiar with this.
Okay, so Augustine was the guy who came up with all sorts of Christian guilt, and was, I mean, you read. I haven't actually read most of his stuff. I first became acquainted with him because I was talking to a roommate of mine back in college when I was taking Hebrew, and I mentioned that there's no present tense of the verb to be in Hebrew, and he said, "No, that can't be." Like, yeah, it can. And he pulls out his Augustine, which he was just reading, which had 2 full pages of Augustine explaining why in the Bible I am who am is not in the past tense, not in the future tense, but in the present tense. And so I was like,
2 pages.
2 pages, yeah.
Okay, I could have done it. I could have done it one.
Well,
just
the
shrink the font size, and single space that shit, and
well, I mean, it was single space, but the problem is that it was originally in Hebrew, so what he was saying was garbage, and Augustine didn't know Hebrew, and this is part of his disagreement with Jerome, who was a saint at the same time, one of the church fathers, who I like at all. Much better. I am much more of a fan of Jerome because he knew his Hebrew and he went back to the Masoretic text. And Augustine was a fan of the Greek Bible and didn't know Hebrew. And there was also one other reason, but mostly, so Augustine, from what I hear, when you read him, he seems to be really, really guilty. And because of his personal guilt, he imposes that on everyone. And so, like, the line of total depravity that ended up with Calvin seems to trace its way back to Augustine. And that's one of the reasons I don't like Augustine. Like, he seemed to have been really, really guilty about things.
Wow. I haven't I haven't read any of that, and I feel really bad. I feel really guilty.
I mean, I think you do get that sort of stuff, but Augustine also has like really poetic language that I think you'd like. Let me pull up.
Okay.
Like
Saint Augustine.
the,
Sorry,
Mhm.
go ahead.
like the beginning of Confessions. Let me pull it up. Go for it if you want to say something.
Oh, no, my friend wrote a song called Saint Augustine. I guess that's in Florida. Is that in Florida? I think Saint Augustine. Yeah. Anyway, it's a beautiful song.
Augusta, maybe? I don't-
Augusta's in Georgia, but yeah, I think Saint Augustine is in Florida, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm not sure why they named the town after this, obviously after this person, but if the town is as beautiful as the song, and if the saint is as beautiful as the town in the song, must be a good story.
The classic Augustine line is, "Our hearts are restless till they find their rest in you."
Our hearts are restless until what?
Until they find their rest in you, oh Lord. Yeah.
So until you die, basically. Your hearts are restless
Maybe.
until you die. Yeah.
South Central and some North American Catholics might break from Rome depending on how some of the culture war issues pan out. I don't see it. No, I don't see any Catholics breaking with Rome, even with Francis being who he is. I just don't see it.
We don't need more Protestants.
No?
No, I don't think so.
What do we need? What do we need more of, Andrew? Tell me.
Coptic Orthodox. No, I'm joking.
No, we're getting somewhere here. You said
Yeah.
Catholic or Orthodox. Yeah, that's what you are?
Yeah, I guess so. I
Okay.
mean, I don't think we need more Protestant groups. Those things pop up every other week, you know?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We need to get back to the roots, to the original. We don't need that new
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Is that what you're
New
saying?
agey stuff. Yeah, that's all right.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of like reggae. It's kind of like reggae. I just got back from Jamaica, and they're like they only like that roots. They call it roots reggae, which is basically like, I'm just gonna say, it's like Jamaican reggae. It's black reggae. Whereas as opposed to like in the States, they got that white boy reggae.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
these roots, these Rastas will tell you, we don't need no more of that. We don't need no more of that gringo reggae.
Mm.
We need to get back to the roots. That's what I hear you saying.
Yep.
Am I right?
Yep. And they're right.
As you are, I'm assuming, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They think like me, so they're right, you know.
Okay. But man, I could put you on some really good white boy reggae albums that I've heard recently. They're bangers. Just saying.
You shouldn't have told me, man. You should have said this is original reggae, you know, Jamaican reggae, and I would have been like, oh my gosh.
Well, it's original, but reggae. It's just, yeah, I mean, yeah, no, it's not from Jamaica per se, but you know, tequila doesn't have to be from Mexico. No wait, that's not. No wait, that's not true.
Scotch doesn't have to be from Scotland.
Scratch that. No, scratch that. Scratch that. Carry on. I'm sorry, guys. Carry on.
No, so Sterling, what have you been up to?
Smoking a lot of tobacco plus.
How's your dog?
Oh, he's great. He's doing great. That's the only thing I don't have here in Colombia is my dog. Like, he's with my brother, and we got like a family property, and my brother's got a dog, and yeah, he's well taken care of. But like, that's the only thing I don't have.
But is he still surfing?
Well, yeah, my brother goes to the beach with his dog, and I have a dog walker that takes them to the beach like 5 days a week. So he's out there in the water and he's getting it on. And I wish he was here with me, but there's like really strict rules about the type of breeds you can have on a plane, and
Yeah.
yada yada. And not every country follows the rules that are supposed to be international. And so
Yeah.
Colombia is basically like, no, we don't care what they say. We're not. It doesn't matter if it's a service animal. You know what I mean? They're just.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
anyway, but everything's good.
Yeah.
He's good. He's good. I'm good, and everything's good. I hope you guys are good.
I am good. Yes. So when are you getting married?
No, I'm not. Oh gosh, we haven't spoken in a while, have we?
No.
No. Well, I got married and I got divorced.
Ooh, I'm sorry
No,
to
I'm
hear that.
I'm kidding. No, I didn't get married, but we broke up, and so I don't know. The question was, when am I getting married? Probably never, dude. I don't think it's for me. I don't think it's for me. But y'all don't want to get into that. But
Well,
I
I mean, if you don't want to get into it, we won't get into it. But
I don't give a
Yeah.
shit. I don't give a damn. I'm an open book.
you were saying you and your girlfriend were really meant for each other.
Well, I don't know if that was exactly my language. It was more so like me, like she's the girl that can say, "Hey, you believe me, right? Come over here and touch this." No, we dated like 10 years ago, and then we broke up, and so
Yeah.
we had rekindled things and gave it another shot, but it didn't work. And she's great, and I'm convinced that if I can't make it work with her, it's just not going to work. Like I can't be with just one person, but I've hijacked this stream. And I just think I should be single, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Go on, please. Check me.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So this is a conversation I've been having with a lot of people.
And I'm
but
listening. Go ahead.
I have become absolutely convinced that a human being, like, you will lose your mind if you're alone, and you need a life partner.
Too late.
And you've already lost your mind.
Been gone.
Yeah, I mean, I've experienced it myself, and frankly, I think I don't see how an individual who is without, that explains the cat, Richard says. But honestly, like, I think this idea of being an individual and living alone, I think it's just really, really unhealthy. And so I've kind of been very much like telling people, don't do that.
Well, unhealthy in like what kind of way?
Mentally, I think it's completely. Wow, it's like 11 o'clock and my mom is calling. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
What about you, Andrew? Are you a single person?
Yeah. Jacob's trying to convince me not to be, so
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a whatever Orthodox Christian club here that I should probably attend. I make
I've
the
heard
joke.
about those.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I make
go
the
ahead.
joke that maybe half of them will not call me a monophysite, but
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna laugh as though I understand that joke.
Mhm.
So clever.
How?
You're much better at jokes than I am, man.
No,
You have
I'm
to be
sure
a
it was-
nerd to understand.
Nah,
my
I'm
joke.
just not smart enough. Yeah, I'm not smart enough. I'm sure it was very clever.
Yeah.
What's up, Richard? How you doing?
Hey, sure. Not bad. How are you?
Dude, if I was doing not bad, it would be like a downgrade. You know what I mean? No offense to you, but like, you know what I mean? Like, not bad is like here. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? That's where you are, as I understand it.
Sure.
No, I'm just fucking with you, Richard. What's up, man?
Wait, Andrew, how many people are in this club?
Not too sure. I've never been to a meeting.
Okay.
On
That's
Sa-
kind of a problem.
On
You know?
Saturday nights, and like Saturday nights from like 11 p.m. to 2 a.m., the club is off the charts. Like,
That's
yeah,
right. We partying
yeah.
out there.
You got to
Are,
go ahead.
are non-UCLA students allowed to attend?
I've
was the
honestly
question?
got no idea. I mean, heck, if you wanna just pop on by. Let me see. I've got an email. I could forward you the schedule.
Okay, sounds good. Because yeah, I'd love to meet other college people who are also.
Richard trying to hit the club. Richard trying to hit the club. I feel you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you better look fly when you hit the club.
Yes, sir. Always.
So Richard, you're a single person as well?
I'm a freshman in college, single. Yep.
Single. Okay.
I just came on because I might change that soon, maybe. I know Jacob would be happy to hear that. So I have very vague thoughts about asking someone into a relationship. So we'll see how that develops. But
So wait, are you saying that you have like a significant someone that you kind of like have feelings for, that you're crushing on or whatever? Is that what you said?
yeah, so I'm in the honors college here, and we're grouped into like 13-person cohorts, and there's a girl in my cohort who, yeah, I just think would be very.
You said
That's
you
the
said
dandiest.
13 people in the group. Yeah.
You said 13?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Why do you choose 13? Like, why not like 12? Isn't 12 better? Like, I mean, like 13? Like,
Well. So
who's choosing these numbers?
it's because usually we're on the small side, so usually it's like 15.
Okay.
So that's
Okay.
a number, but we're on the.
Huh.
Yeah. You gotta have one odd man out just to make it spicy, you know.
So, so hold on. So there's this. I'm assuming it's a girl, a woman, a female, whatever. Okay, and she's a freshman. I'm assuming, or okay, and you know her name. She knows your name.
Yep.
And y'all have had one-on-one conversations.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Just the two of you.
Yep.
And she's interested in the conversations.
Yes.
And do you ever say, hey, come over here and touch this real quick. Put your hand on my thigh. Have you okay. Don't start. That's like third. That's like
that's bad advice. You don't take that, Mitchell.
Well.
Is that
There's a time and a place.
Yeah.
And the time is right now, and the place is my thigh. Come over here and get.
What is that? Is that like a Jacob reference?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, maybe you didn't see the stream from like 5 or 10 minutes ago, but apparently back in the day when they said they made a promise to you, like a promise that I'll pick you up at 9:00 and take you to the movies.
Yeah.
And come over here and put your hand on my thigh. And what that actually meant was put your hand on my.
I see.
Yeah. Do you see now?
Hopefully, I don't see.
So anyway, I'm so perverted and ridiculous and immature that I'm making jokes about it 20 minutes later. That's all that was.
No, you're very funny.
Thank you. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Not perverted at all.
Give it some time. Get to know me a little better, and we'll see.
Well, I tend to temper myself on the internet, but
no, not me. I don't know how. I would love to. It sounds appealing, but just I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered to filter stuff. You know what I mean? Like I don't have that. You know, I'm just the type on day one, and like on the very first meeting, I'm just like, hey, you, no. So no, I want to get back to this girl because she's a respectable girl, and and you, Richard, identify, and I need to put a label on you. So like you identify as like religious. What type of religion?
Yeah. This is a Christian college where all the people here are required to be Christians. So
I'm so sorry. So sorry to hear that. No, I'm kidding. No, but like, no, but like, are y'all the same denomination or whatever? You and this
We're
girl?
brothers.
what?
Oh, y'all are.
No, our churches are brothers.
Yeah.
Oh,
We both go to Orthodox churches. So.
so you and your girl are in the same Orthodox church or whatever,
No,
right?
I don't know what church she goes to, but it's not Orthodox. I can tell you
Okay. Oh, is that a problem though? Is that like
that. I haven't got that far, Joey.
One step at a time, man.
Yeah. First the thigh, and then
Yeah.
and then the church talk, and then the thigh. No, I'm kidding. All right. So what do you like about this girl, if you don't mind me asking? I'm just curious.
We are both we're both good at the give and take of the conversation is very good with her. We both have a way of caring for each other, listening to each other.
You pretend to listen when she talks.
I hope to say that I'm a good.
This is my sense of humor too. Like, I hope you catch on, but like,
Oh,
so
I got
but she's like one of those very, very rare girls that I've never met before that has something interesting to say. Is that what you're telling me right now?
This is true. Yes.
Okay, now that's cool, man.
Better
I have
snatch
to
her up quick, Richard.
I'm like my mother.
I know. What's her name? What's her number? No, I'm kidding, bro. Good luck to you, man. I hope it works out for you, man. I hope she deserves you, man. I hope you choose wisely. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we'll see. It's my first time even thinking about doing something like this for a variety of reasons. So
what you been thinking? What you been thinking about, bro? What you been thinking about? What?
Taking her to the movies.
Oh,
like what have I been thinking about before this?
no, it was a joke. You don't have to answer the question, but you were just like, "Oh, this is the first time I've been thinking about taking a girl out." Is what I thought I heard you say. I'm like,
yeah, well,
I was always thinking about it. It didn't always work. But.
So like the reason is the reason why I came on was to tell Jacob about this because me and Jacob have chatted about this, but I've had homosexual attraction since I was 11, and
you said you've been attracted to homosexual relationships.
Yeah.
Okay, go on. I'm listening.
Yeah. So since I was 11, those have been really the only kinds of relationships that I've entertained. Because I'm where I landed theologically on that I never pursued anything. I committed myself to abstaining from homosexual behavior. So this is really the first girl I'd say that I've thought about pursuing a relationship with. So.
And by the way, thank you so much for your openness and honesty. And and I know we just met, but you just seem like a cool dude. So I'm pressing you and asking you questions because I'm interested, and I really want I want this to work out for you. Like when I hear somebody say that like they don't have a lot of experience, I've been there. So like I want this to work for you. Yeah. So have you? And again, like if I'm out of bounds, let me know, bro. Because like I know my mind knows no bounds, and neither does my mouth and my tongue. If you haven't noticed. So have you ever, you said you thought about like homosexual relationships. Have you ever considered yourself gay? Have you ever talked to dudes? Have you ever dated a dude?
The online spaces are strange places. And so I guess you could say that I've like quote unquote the way I've been putting it is like sometimes you like it's like living through a romance novel for a couple weeks. And like it's not gonna work out and you just like do stuff
But
with people not. And so I've done stuff like that to my chagrin. So I wish I never engaged in stuff like that.
why?
But nothing in person ever. I've gone to Christian schools most of my life, so I was thankfully never really exposed or had the opportunity to do that in real life.
Why do you say thankfully? I'm just curious.
Well, I have the conviction that romance and marriage is reserved for relations between a man and a woman.
And intercourse is the same. Like you have to be married,
Yeah.
like even if it's a woman or whatever.
Yeah, I'm pretty traditional in all of those things.
Okay. So like, and again, I'm sorry, I can't. My brain just can't stop sometimes. So like, you're saying to me several things, and you're saying like, so you're interested in dating this woman, getting to know her, taking her to the movies, being a gentleman, and even if it means it, like not having intercourse before marriage. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's type of dude you are.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, tell Jacob the new. Maybe he didn't hear it. Go ahead.
What's the news?
I'm thinking about asking someone out.
Ooh,
Yeah. How about-
interesting.
Yeah.
He's ahead of me.
He is ahead of you.
Yep.
No one's surprised, Andrew. No one. Literally no one.
Yeah.
No, I would have thought it would be ahead of me. So
No, you sell yourself short, Richie.
Yeah. So that's a big change. That's why I came on, Jacob, was
Uh-huh.
to
Okay.
hear what the news to you.
I am very glad to hear it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm still in the thinking stage. Deep thought.
Worst thing she can say is no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
That's one of them.
the awkward thing there would be that we're in the same honors cohort, and so I'm with her for my whole 4 years. That'd be
You're
awkward.
gonna have to see her again. You run in the same circles. That's what you're saying.
Mm.
Yeah.
You go to a small Christian college.
I do. Yes. I do.
Well,
But we also like see each other twice a week for 3 weeks. So,
well, as someone who is, if I may, asked a lot of girls out and been rejected a lot, I'd like to give you a piece of advice very quickly. If I may. Because you have to see her again, give her like make it be very open-ended and optional. Be like, hey, listen, I know we're friends and I don't want to jeopardize that, but I do have feelings for you. I'm not gonna lie about it. And if you want to have a coffee, I'd really like that. But if that's weird, if that's awkward, then forget I said anything, and I'll try my best just to, just be friends because I do value that. But like you want to give her like a way out, you know what I mean, to make her feel comfortable. And I don't think she'd be a fool to take the way out. By the way, Rachel. She'd be a fool. But you want to give it to her. You know what I'm saying? Make sure she knows that there's an option out. You know what I mean?
And honestly, I mean, I think it's fine if you just say, hey, would you like to go grab coffee sometime?
Yep.
And that's fine.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
And make sure she's not Mormon before asking for coffee.
I will triple check.
Okay, good. Do they allow Mormons at Biola? Yeah, I didn't think so.
Well, I actually don't know what the rules are for conversion after you enrolled. Because I know, like, it's common knowledge that there are atheists here. People who, like, probably signed the contract when they were Christians and then became non-Christians. But yeah, I don't know what the rules are if you convert. So.
Yeah, especially if you convert to something like being Mormon.
Yeah, that would be suspect. Although I don't know what would happen though. because it's not obvious to me that the admin would have the balls to do that. To kick them out.
Well, I mean, you're already on shaky ground for being Eastern Orthodox. I imagine Mormon is way more shaky ground than Eastern Orthodox.
I mean, I'm not like, so as a student, I'm not that shaky. Like but like, you know, it's a whole different story for faculty. But I think because I had office hours last semester with one of the senior faculty at Torrey, and they basically said, "Yeah, you're fine. Like, we don't care." There's Catholics here. I've met a few. There's a Catholic club.
There's a Catholic club.
Yeah.
That son of perdition has a
The Antichrist club.
foothold in Zion.
Yeah, it's called Purgatory. It's open from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. only on the weekdays. Yeah. Good times.
Yeah, it's in the basement of my dormitory.
Communion is from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day.
So Andrew sent me the hours for the Orthodox club at UCLA. So I'm like,
Andrew should go to the Orthodox club at
Yep.
UCLA.
Yep, I definitely should.
There are girls at the Orthodox club at UCLA.
Yeah.
but most likely,
Why
it
should
could not be any. That's always possible. But
why should I'm sorry. Why should Andrew be in the club around girls? Why is that important, Jacob?
So that he finds a girlfriend. That's really important.
And it's important to find a girlfriend because
it's important not to be alone. Because being alone will drive you insane.
We were talking about that. I'm glad you brought it back to that.
Yes.
Do you Richard, do you mind if we circle back to
go
that?
ahead. Yeah, that's why it came on. So.
Did you ever watch True Detective on HBO? True Detective? Season 1 was phenomenal. One of the best series I've ever seen in television history. It was Woody Harrelson and Matthew McConaughey. Excuse me. And I think it was Woody who had a famous line that said, after he was talking about Matthew McConaughey's character. He said, after a certain age, a man without a family is a very dangerous thing. You know what I mean? I've never forgotten that one quote because I felt like he was talking to me. But I see your point. But like, I don't know. It's not quite that simple. You know what I mean? You're probably giving good advice, and I'm not. But it's just like, it's not for everybody. It's not for everybody. It's not for me. Like I can't.
Okay. So it's not for, well, getting married may not be for everybody. The fact is that, so for example, there are other ways of communal living. I'm talking to one particular person who shall not be named, but so for him, like, marriage seems to be completely out of the picture. And I'm like, become a priest. Like, at the very least, marry the church, right? And that's not something I recommend. That's not something I am for. But at the same time, like, just as human beings, living alone is incredibly unhealthy. Like, that's
Really?
one thing I have become completely convinced of, is you will lose your mind if you're not living in community with other human beings.
What if what if, and hear me out because I've never heard this before. What if I live in an apartment building and I have friends and I play pool with the guy down the hall. We play pool downstairs every Monday. I talk to this really cute girl out by the swimming pool every Tuesday. And they actually have bingo night on Fridays that I go to sometimes. But I do live alone here in my apartment. But I do have a girl that I could call. In fact, a few. And they come and they come over for an hour or a few. And now and then I'm being devil's advocate, but like am I unhealthy that way or?
Well, okay, so this is the thing. I think that we as human beings do our thinking a lot by talking with other human beings and being with other human beings and trying to decide what type of life you want to lead, what is important in your life, right? It's one thing. I mean, I have a lot of friends that are good friends, and I talk with a lot of you guys about a lot of things. And these just chatting streams, they're pretty nice. But at the same time, there's a level of intimacy that you have with your family and hopefully with your spouse / partner about how you're going to live your life. Like thinking about, okay, what maybe I want to leave Los Angeles, or maybe I want to change jobs, or maybe I want to, and these are important things in life that in order to actually think them through for myself and have direction and orientation in my life, I need somebody who is close enough to me that I can trust them and I can talk to them about these really important things. And without that, I think we end up losing meaning in our life, and we stop like actually caring about like getting out of bed. I think it causes depression.
I think
Yeah,
I think it's
you're right.
I think it's possible. I think it's possible, but I certainly know many people with spouses who can't get out of bed and they're depressed. So I don't know that it's correlated, 1-to-1. But it's interesting.
Yeah, I'm not saying that necessarily people have that with their spouse, and it's sad if they don't. And I'm not saying that it's not possible for people to have very close, intimate relationships that aren't actually intimate relationships. At the same time, I think there's something that really does. If you're missing a partner in your life, like I think that's going to affect you emotionally in a way that may not be 1-to-1, but it's for 90% of people, you're going to lose your mind and become a very bitter person living alone. And I mean, Los Angeles is the capital for people who live alone. It really is. It's like where a lot of people come to be alone, and it's horrible. And a lot of my clients, I mean, I help people with their Medicare. So I have a lot of clients who are over 65 and they don't have any family. And like, what do you do with that? What happens when you have only friends? Guess what? Friends are not going to change your diapers for you. Where, that cycle of parents changing diapers for their kids and then the kids changing diapers for their parents, that's just human behavior. And without a family, without intergenerational, I mean, I even think the nuclear family is not very healthy. I think you need intergenerational, multiple families. So yeah. And Charlie, yes, you have lost your mind that you're watching a live stream with some random Jewish fella at 2 a.m. Yes, you should probably go to sleep. Chezi, how you doing?
Hello.
Hello. Thank God I'm doing well. I was catching up on your very, very interesting chat with Fawad and Matt. I'm a fan of Matt so far.
Matt is an interesting guy. Yeah, and Michael actually.
I
don't know if you caught up to Michael yet.
Yeah. I'm like 30 minutes out, but I've caught up, I guess, like enough. It's
a 7-hour chat.
Yeah, are you trying to beat Mark? Jacob, what's going on?
Well, I mean, once I leave, Chazi's gonna have to keep this going for another 5 hours.
It always works out because you're streaming late, and so like when I wake up, you're streaming already, and I usually get to catch you on the back end. But so I appreciated that conversation. I also saw that you guys were. It's always difficult, obviously, for Fawad to answer like these questions with regards to Islam and its current more, let's say, violent reactions to certain issues, which make it very difficult for reformed religions, even if they're still in the way of reform, to sort of deal with them. But I always enjoy hearing Fawad.
You didn't have comments about me and Zionism?
You're against Zionism, okay? I get it. And I'm also against secular Zionism. I think that's part of what's tearing this country apart right now.
Yeah. Have you read the discussion I had with Schlief on
the Discord? There's a lot going on. I've poked my head in and out. There's like, I see you're really going at it with him about. I mean, it became fairly meta, but I don't know. I was talking about this with my client that because I still think because we're playing with power that we're not fully aware of its. We're playing with technology that we're not fully aware of its power yet, like social media, even though we know a lot now. I think the right was really hoping that this is going to be like sort of like a Band-Aid situation where they just rip it off and like plow through. And because of nefarious actors, because of social media, because of just the current climate in the world, it just ramped up to 11 so quickly where it doesn't even matter at a certain extent now whether like the consensus is now that like they're destroying the democracy, or at least that's like the loud majority. And if it's now making its way into the schools, into the institutions, into the army, we could yell as much as we want that that's ridiculous and and they're not being patriotic and like they're being tricked by the media. If it got to that point already where the fabric of the country is fraying, it's sort of like the right is sort of screwed because now they lost this game of chicken because they were hoping that the other side would like eventually swerve off. But I think the other side now is like, it's too late. Like now this is like everyone's, as far as they're concerned, there's no reform. Nothing could happen. Anything that the president's offering, as far as they're concerned, is like, we're not going to give them an inch. Then we're screwed. Because if you're not going to give an inch,
what's worse is there's no way Bibi can back down. If he backs down, he's screwed.
a real big problem, because you'll have the 2.3 million voters that are going to say like, well, what are you talking about? Like, we voted for this is what we wanted, and just because people are yelling in the streets, you're going to back down. And there's been plenty of offers to at least discuss compromise. Obviously, they're saying that discussion has to happen inside Parliament. It can't be happening on the streets, which I think is totally, that totally makes sense. But again, like, you can't, because of the media and because of external pressures. I really don't know what Bibi's going to do right now. I feel it's very depressing. It's very, very depressing.
You know what Israel actually needs, not that I expect this to happen, is a constitutional convention.
Well, that's what the prime minister is trying to do. That's what the president is trying to do right now. He's saying, like, I'm trying to basically establish like our constitutional, ground, because, this, we can't have this conversation again, like in a few years. Like, this needs to be solidified now. And clearly this is like the time where it has to happen.
So who's the president right now?
Bougie Herzog, who was attempted to be the prime minister, failed horribly. His father was a prominent figure back in the day. He's not an evil man. He's just not.
But before you continue, can you give me the headline version of what's going on right now?
Okay, so I'll try to give a headline version, because last time Chazi tried to give a headline version, it was very, very Likudnik. So Israel has been having political problems for a very long time.
Sure.
Those political problems include the fact that there has been a complete collapse of the historical left that established Israel, and the country is far, far, far more religious now than anybody really considered possible, certainly 50 years ago, but even 20 years ago. And what has been going on is that the Supreme Court, which is self-generating, so the Supreme Court chooses the new members of the Supreme Court, basically, has been standing in the way of the religious and the right wing a lot, to the point where it became a campaign issue for the right that we're going to reform the Supreme Court. And Israel's model of government, I kind of jokingly, kind of not, say that it's held together with duct tape and bubble gum. It is so. Supposedly, the Knesset is absolutely sovereign, meaning that by a majority vote in the Knesset, you can do anything. Okay,
and that's the parliament.
Yeah, and it's a unicameral parliament, which is actually a huge problem. So there's a unicameral parliament that has proportional, not regional representation, which is another problem. And it, by majority vote, it can change the Constitution just at all. Yeah. And this works with the House of Commons because the United Kingdom has a lot of traditions and institutions, historical institutions, and well-developed aristocracy, which allows it to function with a sovereign basically unicameral parliament, but Israel has none of these institutions, and much of the aristocracy is very, very anti-religious, and so a lot of things are coming to a head, and there's no real political institution to kind of moderate the political debate. Did that help?
Yes, that helps.
Okay.
Do you have anything to add?
Ezzy?
That I think it's important to take also in perspective that a lot of the brouhaha we're hearing right now is you are seeing, while there are legitimate concerns that any quote unquote democratic country would have. So whether you're on the left or on the right, you could say like some of these reforms seem to be over the top, what they're asking for. There's two things to take into consideration. Well, before I get to two things, I'm saying that the reaction is some of that is a concern that like there's going to be constitutional and democratic issues. However, another part of this is you're seeing a reaction of the left potentially losing its last stronghold of power, and that's because in '77 that was lost. In '77 the right wing wins in a very big upheaval, and while they controlled the government, the courts, the media, the courts and the media were always still sort of the ivory tower of the left, and which allowed them to really create a Supreme Court, which is, it also has two hats. It's supposed to deal with things that the other courts in Israel are not dealing with, and also things with regards to the Constitution and those kind of elements as well. However, they're spending a tremendous amount of time on those things and not with their hat as being the highest, the highest court in the land, dealing with what they're supposed to be dealing with most of the time. So first of all, there's a huge delay and a huge stress on the judicial system due to that, because they're not available to be doing those things because they're wasting time dealing with stuff that they shouldn't be dealing with. Secondly, Aharon Barak, a Supreme Court justice, former Supreme Court justice, he has really felt very comfortable in creating a very progressive court, and specifically because Israel doesn't have a constitution, his level of interpretation and a flexibility within interpreting laws really got out of control. So much so that the right is saying you have basically override things that the government wants to be doing, and we still have to be dealing with this other political figure called the Supreme Court, which doesn't let us function properly. And this would be
Barak isn't still on the court, is he?
No, he's not still on the court anymore. And there's also obviously within the court, within the courts also, or the committee to elect new Supreme Court judges, there's currently a majority to the judges, because it's 3 judges and 2 people from the Lawyers Guild, which usually work combined. And then there was a supermajority needed to bring in another Supreme Court justice that the judges decide. So it just became sort of like a sterile, a closed loop, that they only end up hiring and bringing in their people with their agendas. And we saw that manifest on the ground. So hence, there definitely needs to be some sort of reform. On the right wing, there are constantly reaching out across the aisle to say, let's have a dialogue. But that dialogue needs to be happening, again, within parliament, not in the streets. However, the left has also climbed up on a tree right now because their attitude comes the president and says, you know what, guys, this is getting out of control, which is also a problem that he's even picking up his head and saying this because that is not his job. But let's say he's doing this and he's coming out and saying, we need to try to figure out some sort of peace. The right wing comes and says, great, we're down to have this conversation. The left wing says, no. There's two think tanks. One's left wing, one's right wing that got together behind the president, and they're working this out. And the right wing comes and says, like, there's things to talk about over here. This looks good. The left wing comes and says, we will not compromise on one item. Okay, so that's going to be very difficult if you're not going to compromise on anything. And when I say the left, I don't mean, obviously the opposition is, because no problem. Just, news anchors, people on the street saying, like, we're not going to compromise. Like, but you did. It's called the elections, and you lost. And now the system is doing what it's supposed to be doing. And it gets to a crazy level because you have again, like, the rhetoric is being used, and the fact that they're involving the army in this is also nuts. And saying crazy things like, if these reforms go through and then the government tells the army do X, and soldier or a captain in the army, general in the army says, like, I think the court disagree with what the government's saying, I'm going to listen to the courts, right? So aside from that being like mutiny, the courts, are the courts going to tell you to attack Iran? Are the courts going to tell you how to use your, like, that's not what the court is supposed to be doing. So it's you just hear people saying insane in the name of, democracy, or all in the name of, this justice that they think they need. So I think the reform needs to be toned down. However, and I think the right is willing to do so. But again, we're stuck in a very, very difficult position.
So let me just explain, as far as right and left, you have to understand that the left in Israel has basically completely lost any representation in the Knesset. Okay? These are the people who established the country, thought they were going to rule forever, and they formed the aristocracy, including the journalists and academic class and the higher echelons of the army, and they thought they were going to be in government forever, and they had the Supreme Court. And what's happened is, over the past 30, 40 years, they have, like, no actual base in the population, right? Secular Zionism, like, first of all, they weren't having kids anywhere on the same number of kids as the religious and so there's the secular right in Israel, and there's the secular left in Israel. And the secular right was also having lots of kids and, a sense of nationalism, whereas the secular left was very internationalist, very communist. Well, communism completely has collapsed, and the international community, through the Labour Party, which was the main party in Israel, out of, like, the Socialist International, because the international left has basically abandoned Zionism, and a lot of the children of the internationalist secular left have left Israel, even the ones that they did have. So you have an old guard which had all the power and now has no base, and they're holding on very tightly
and being very loud.
So the protests are from the left, then.
Well, now it's turned in, because of the hyperbole and because of the sense of urgency, it has turned into, like, a very big. There's more of a consensus right now, in a certain extent, because you don't only have people there from the left, you do have some people there from the right, because the conversation turned into, wow, seemingly the news is saying that like this is literally the worst thing that's ever happened to Israel. So like I don't know, maybe I need to take it more serious here. Maybe I need to get out there. So I do think there was a horrible job on messaging from the right with regards to this reform. Granted, they'll say like, well, I didn't think I needed to do a whole messaging campaign because this is why we won the elections, because this is what we told people we were going to do. So I wasn't going to come out and be like, and this is why I'm doing what I told you I was going to, like, I'm doing. So I
have a question.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
And it's Chezzy, is that how you say it?
Hezi. Just
Hezi.
with a hey, yeah. That's
Hezi. Hezi, as a liberal yourself and a social justice warrior, that's all I got. I don't know.
So one of the things I mean that Hezi is pointing to is the fact that, I mean, what we call the left, we're calling the left. Honestly, and this was part of my discussion with Gilad on the Discord, is they're not actually the left. They are the remnant of the socialists who established Israel, and they control our Haaretz magazine newspaper, which is kind of like the New York Times, right, in Israel, unfortunately.
Now it's just
and people read that. People read that. People read that.
People unfortunately do read that. Yes.
Oh no.
And I call them Haaretz. I don't know how much Hezi likes that or not.
They read it when they're checking out at the grocery store, like in the line. They just like look at it and
no. See, you buy this. I'm saying people buy like this is like if you read or you have a subscription to Haaretz, that is like you're making a statement right there that you are like because that is just. I mean. Wow. I don't know, like it's seemingly they are. I call them like the Erev Rav, but like these are like self-flagellating and self-hating Jews. You also have to realize that there's in Israel there was the disengagement that happened, which was very very created a lot of trauma in Israel, and there was a strip of land near Gaza called Gush Katif, and you had many people living there. And this wasn't like a settlement or anything. They were sent there by Israeli prime ministers to move there, and they were considered like patriots and salt of the earth, and it's all great and beautiful area that they built over there. Now, during the rockets and wars that go on in Israel, they keep on getting like bombed, obviously, and during some sort of conversation to try to make peace, it is decided we're giving it to the Palestinians, all of it. And all you people, you 10,000 people, you guys need to be evicted. And everyone's like, what are you talking about? This is nuts, crazy. There were protests. People are angry about this. Now, the system, the government said, okay, we have to do this carefully because over 50% of the officers in the Israeli army or an officer school are from the national religious group in Israel. They're all religious soldiers. And this is like a religious attack on them, so to speak. So we need to see how all our officers or majority of our officers are going to react to this. And there's conversation with them. And basically it was uniform saying, we disagree with this, but of course, we're part of the system. We're part of the army. We will do what we're told. And some soldiers that said it was going to be too difficult for them to physically pull out other Jews were exempted. They don't have to do the physical disengagement, but no one was against it. And there was something beautiful about it because you see people protesting, crying, hugging other soldiers that are pulling them out of the house saying, we're not mad at you. We know you're our brother. And like, it's heartbreaking, but something beautiful about their heartbreak because it happened, so to speak, more or less peacefully. Now, people that were not peaceful, okay, for example, people blocking highways, the courts at the time were saying that is completely unacceptable. Those people have to be arrested. People that were talking about or planning to block block highways were arrested. No due process, no nothing. Arrested, in jail, women beaten by cops. Okay, now all that's wrong. And I'm not trying to do whataboutism, but currently right now, blocking highways, you don't hear one news anchor. You don't hear one judge open their mouth about like what happened to this being illegal. You hear, people got arrested for doing, illegal stuff. This is crazy. This is fascism. How are the cops doing it? So it's just, flip narratives. And we've seen this also in George Floyd. Suddenly the, COVID is not contagious anymore. Masks don't matter. So, it's seeing this. And again, people just forget that you see like politicians think in a certain way because they're still part of the old guard. I'm going to say something, then I'm going to change my mind and it'll be lost in the ether. And people don't realize like everything's recorded today. Everything's written down. Everything's aware. Everyone's aware today.
Yeah. And Chazi got a phone call, which allows me to explain a tiny bit, I hope. Part of the problem is in Israel, which newspaper you subscribe to is like, it's kind of like which party you belong to.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so people aren't reading the same newspapers. They're not listening to the same news. The religious people often don't have televisions, don't use the internet, and they get all of their news from these religious newspapers. And which religious newspaper, like it's kind of segregated like that as well. And so people aren't even talking to each other. And then
I get it.
Yeah. And then
go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah.
No, go ahead. Sorry. Finish that.
No, and then you just, it's just, it's an absolute mess.
What I wanted to say was it sounds like a mess because I've seen similar things happen here in well, I'm not in America anymore. I'm in South America, but when I still talk like I'm in South Carolina where I'm from. But you see similar things here. Like for example, you'll see people who will scold Bernie Sanders, for example, for going on Fox News. There are certain candidates who refuse to go on Fox News, won't do Democratic candidates won't do a debate perhaps on Fox News. We could name names. And then there are maybe even, I imagine, I don't know any by name, but there's probably people who refuse to go on MSNBC, perhaps. I don't know. But that's silly. And I remember Bernie said, no, I want to reach those people. Those are the people I'm not just going to write off their votes. I'm not going to say, okay, well, that's not my people, and I have nothing to offer those people, and I can't help those people, and those aren't my people. Those are my people, and I can reach them with common sense issues. And so I kind of like, I think I understand what you're saying as far as people can get in their own echo chamber and just listen to, like-minded individuals. And what a shame. What a shame. But then if I may add one more thing, I feel like, at least from here or like in America, the other problem with that is it presents a false dichotomy, and it tries to present to you that you have to choose one of these. Like I got a giant douche and a turd sandwich. I don't know if y'all watch South Park, but I got a giant douche and a turd sandwich, and that's it. Like choose something. Or you want to be hungry? Like which one you want? Like hurry up. Like this tastes a little bit better than that. Or well, but if you like, well, then it's a little bit. But like, and that's what they want. They don't want you to know that there's a salad buffet over there on the other side of the cafeteria. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I will say, but though, the thing with Israel, there are a bunch of political parties, and it's proportional representation, and that's actually made things worse, I would say. Because the parties are so fractured, and there are so many parties, and it's gotten better. Like there have been reforms which have increased the minimum amount you need in order to get a seat. it used to be a lot worse. There would be parties with only one seat, and now I think the minimum you have to have like at least 4 or 5 seats in order to actually be seated. But I believe there's something like 10 political parties right now in the Knesset, in the parliament, and that's also been a huge problem because people are so fragmented in their individual, like
even when there's 10 of them, is what you're saying.
Especially because there's 10 of them.
And
the religious, like there's 4 religious parties, and like they are divided by what liturgy you use. You know, it's like, imagine having a separate party for the Catholics and a certain party for the Protestants and a certain party for the Eastern Orthodox.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is not necessarily to advocate, and we might have spoke about this before. I think you're absolutely correct. I think the addition of a third party in the United States, for example, would just result in the exact same conclusions. The exact same thing would happen. Like they would get bought and sold, and if you added a 4th, bought and sold, 5th, bought and sold, up to as many as you want to add, to the point where I feel like, you know, we should do away with political parties and everyone should run on their own merits. And I'm not sure if we spoke about that before.
Well, I mean, that was originally how the United States Constitution was built, was so that there was not supposed to be political parties, but they formed anyway.
You're right, because there were only really one when it was like the Whig Party, like really when it started, right? Like there was really only
one. There, supposedly there wasn't supposed to be parties, but eventually, I mean, it becomes. This is the thing. Like, in order to make group decisions, like we think of ourselves as atomistic individuals, and it's like that's not how society works. We are, you know, and frankly, I think the basic unit of society is a married couple. I think, frankly, I would be fine if unmarried people weren't allowed to vote.
What? Huh?
The prophet Zachariah said, had some good South Carolina barbecue brisket this very eve.
Oh, that's what's up. South Carolina, we got the best barbecue, and Rodney Scott does the best. You got to find Rodney Scott. That's my guy.
Scott.
Rodney Scott, yeah, he's got his own Netflix episode, like on Pitmasters. Pitmasters did like a series of like 5 episodes of, it was Chef's Table on Netflix, and they did one series called Pitmasters. It was all about barbecue across the country, and yeah, my guy Rodney Scott got his own episode, and yeah, check it out. Shout out to Rodney. But anyway, we got to circle back to what you said.
Andrew, you were supposed to go to work, go to class or something. Go away.
Yeah, but he heard
food right now. Don't worry.
He heard what you said, and he was like, "I got to get back on here. It's about to go down." Because what I heard you say was that unmarried people should not. Well, you'd be fine if they were not allowed to vote, and you may even think. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you may even go as far to say that they shouldn't be allowed to vote. Is that accurate?
So I think our political system would work better if only married people were allowed to vote.
What else would you extend that to? Like, okay, so married, and what else? Jewish?
No.
Christian?
I just because I'll tell you what. There's one thing about being married. It shows that you're the type of person who can actually live with another person.
Bull. I know people who've been married 5 times. They're the opposite of that.
Yeah.
They show me that they cannot live with another person.
But you are selecting a group that is more likely to be able to compromise.
You're saying that because I'm single and want to be
I'm single.
Being devil's advocate here, yeah, you haven't offended me by any reason. But
I'm single.
Okay. So yeah. But I like for it to be about me. About me taking no, but like, so for me, like if I'm single, you're saying I'm less likely to, you said compromise?
Yeah.
Okay. And you feel the same way about yourself or what?
Oh yeah. I'm a very stubborn person. I am.
Yep.
And so, but like, is compromise always good? Certainly there's a situation where, if you feel like you're right and you stand on your convictions, that you might want to die on that hill, and who cares who's behind you, right? I mean, just because,
Correct.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
But
not-
when you're talking about a political process,
right?
like people being willing to compromise is like that helps a political process function better, I believe.
Yeah, it helps you get some watered down laws that we all agree on, and the things that we all agree on is that watered down BS that gives $14 billion to Ukraine, or the military budget, or something bogus that they all agree on because they compromised, but really it's not what we need. So I don't know. I don't know if compromise is always the solution. I know that's
I
a
mean,
hot take.
compromise isn't always the solution, but I think
Even though
if only married people were voting, we would also end up with more long-term planning, because married people tend to plan for the long term more than single.
yeah, I know. My worry there would be that the institution of marriage is already in quite big despair, and the number of people who would be voting would be increasingly vanishing with how things are going. So
You're completely disenfranchising a whole group of adults who are paying taxes. Like, I don't understand that. Like, if I'm paying taxes, I need representation, and just because I'm not married, or just because I am,
but that represents. So that's how we'll fix it. We'll only tax married people.
okay, now I might be on board with this. Tax those fools.
Well, I mean, when it comes down to it, I also don't believe that legal, like, the government should. I don't believe the government should be recognizing marriages. I think marriage should be a religious institution. So, like, I don't know how my perfect country would work where there is no legal marriage, but only married people are allowed to vote.
Well, let's see how your organization fares, and then we'll talk.
Well, that yeah, my organization. I mean, that's one of the things. Have I told you about the?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The board. Yeah.
Yeah, the board of directors, only married people.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
Not members, right? Like I can be.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we even considered for members, but that would mean I couldn't be a member, and of course I'm going to. But no, I mean, they haven't. I am hoping that. Well, I am not involved in the negotiations. I'm not involved in saying yes or no to things. Ultimately, Mo has taken over, and it's Mo's thing. So,
is Mo married?
Mo is married. Yes.
So he's in a better position to negotiate and make these sort of decisions.
He is also a CRC pastor, so
he's also pretty disagreeable. So
he is. That's one of the things I liked about him. He is pretty disagreeable. Yeah, and I've heard about his escapades on CRC Voices, so that made me like him even more.
Me and him were in lockstep. So.
You and him were in lockstep.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Me, him, and Eric Verhulst. We are the guys.
Yeah, you were the guys who were saying we are not going to marry gay people no matter what. Yes.
Well, it's a bit.
You are such a homophobe, Richard.
Takes courage.
It does take courage to be a homophobe.
That
It
is-
takes a lot of courage to be a homophobe.
I would say I'm not scared of gay people, but I
am not scared of gay people either. Some of my best friends are gay people.
well, so
No need to be scared of gay people, dude. No need.
is that
They're like the least threatening people. They mean you no harm. I promise you.
is that the definition of phobe? Like,
Well, so supposedly a homophobe is somebody who dislikes gay people because he's afraid that he's gay.
okay,
Yeah. That's where the idea of homophobia came, is people who like have a visceral reaction to gay people, and the only reason why you would have a visceral reaction to gay people as a heterosexual was you were not confident in your own sexuality.
got it. Okay, so that's where it came from. Got
Yeah.
it. Okay. Well, I am a. Well, no, I'm not gonna say that.
You're a homo.
I
homo-
believe in
Go ahead.
traditional institutions of marriage. There we go.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Repeat that for me.
Oh, I just said I believe in the traditional institution of marriage. That's how I said it. There we go.
And like, if two people were gay and they wanted to get married, you're not in favor of that. You don't support that, yeah?
No.
Should it be legal?
In this current time, yes.
Okay. And so all right, so you don't agree with it, but it should be legal. But how is it bad for like society?
I think if going off of what I think Jacob is getting at, talking about having married couples be the fundamental unit of society. The reason why I think I would agree with Jacob there is because of the concerns that heterosexual couples have based on the dynamic of having a male and a female in that relationship. And the dynamics of a heterosexual couple are vastly different from same-sex couples. They're vastly different relationships.
And I think the vast majority of heterosexuals don't understand that at all.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, but all right, so it's different. It's a different type of relationship, but like, is it better? Is one better or worse? And if so,
I would
why?
say one is better for building a society.
It's better for everything. This is what bothers me when people like. I don't hate blind people or deaf people or anyone who has any sort of physical ailment or dysfunction. But being gay is obviously a dysfunction. Like, if there is no if you know anything about biology, like the biological thing of the biological definition of function is reproduction. Like, that's just biology. So if you have a sexual orientation which prevents you from having children, that's by definition dysfunctional. Like, that is the definition of dysfunction in biology. And like, the fact that people find that in any way surprising or not something you're allowed to say, not something that's obvious, like, is just strange to me. And honestly, it causes a lot of people to be red-pilled in being like, F you. Like, you're just straight up lying to me about what everybody recognizes. And for me, like, as a young man, like, it was obvious to me that when people were claiming that homosexuality is not dysfunctional, it was just a lie. Like, it was obviously a lie. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, and to be clear, and I appreciate the conversation. I never argued that it wasn't dysfunctional, certainly not in the biological reproductive sense that you outlined it. I'm just wondering, like, if like a certain small percentage, let's say, I don't know what the percentage is of society is gay and they're in those relationships. And Richard, like you said, they are married. So the way Jacob was describing, that we need married couples, like it still kind of applies. It's just that they're gay, and yes, like you said, they can't reproduce. So in that sense, they don't function in that way. Okay, but my question is, how is that bad for society? And again, I want to clarify one more thing. I'm not saying that it's not. So I can't be dishonest. I'm just asking your opinion as to why and how.
So the reason why look, the way I would say it is that the fact that our culture recognizes homosexual marriage is a symptom of a larger problem, namely that the purpose and the original understanding of the institution of marriage has deteriorated.
So,
and
I don't mean that disrespectfully. I mean, but so what? So okay, so marriage has changed, and you feel like it's less than what it was, and okay, but like, how is that bad for society? I don't understand. Sorry to interrupt you, too. Please.
No, it's fine. Look, the fact that marriage has changed is causing social disruption, and that's why it's bad. There's a lot of relational trauma just between couples when, of course, divorce is a lot higher now. That causes a lot of trauma between couples alone, not to mention children, not to mention the effects of raising children with a single parent. And where that comes from is the idea that the purpose of marriage is something like happiness or self-fulfillment. The purpose of marriage isn't happiness or self-fulfillment. As a Christian, I would say that the purpose of marriage is to become more Christ-like. I think you can put that in a secular word by saying the purpose of marriage is to sacrifice for the relationship so that you can make it work, right? And that's not the purpose that we have for it now. It's become a means to happiness, a means to self-fulfillment. And when you have a society that bases things off of that and doesn't have a sense of duty and responsibility for foundational institutions like marriage, which is how children are raised, you are going to have a deterioration of that society.
When you say marriage is how children are raised, what do you mean?
In the human race, when a woman has a child, the most ideal situation, because of the biological fact of the all of the time and effort and labor it takes for a woman to carry a child and then bear the child and then hold this child for depending on one's privileges, although children do become quite self-sufficient early, but it's still like 3 years, 4 years that you have to be on this child. And when you have multiple, it's even more of a commitment. You're going to need a partnership between the man and the woman. And I think we can talk about different structures of handling these biological realities, but the way our culture has done it is to pair the man and the woman together. And also, like to Jacob's point earlier, traditionally we have been in intergenerational families, and that lightens the burden of raising children a lot. But the way you raise children is in this family structure that is going to include, at least in the way that we have arranged, the father of the child, because of the biological realities. Because the biological realities necessitate a partnership in doing life with the child.
Well, let me ask you this. I think I understand what you're saying. Is it possible that a child who comes from a single parent family turns out better in almost every measurable aspect than a child that came from a family that was married? Is that possible?
That is possible in some cases.
Okay,
That wouldn't be a result of it. See, this is the thing. Like being raised in a two-parent, two-gender family, it causes you to be a more competent and functional human being.
Okay.
That's a sociological and biological fact of human beings.
But I thought we just said that it's possible that someone could turn out better from a single parent.
Right, but that's a question of causation, right? So it's possible that you could get into a car accident and still come out being much healthier than me who didn't get into a car accident. But the car accident you are healthier despite the car accident, which could have hurt you. So yes, it is possible for somebody to actually end up in a better situation that way, but that person, that's happening despite the fact that they are from a single parent home.
Let me repeat back what I think I heard you say. That when it's good and it's from a two-parent household, we give the credit to the two parents. But when it turns out good and it's from a one-parent household where you can't give the credit to that parent, it's obviously from outside circumstances.
Well, there's a reason for that. I'm not just deciding I don't want to give credit. There's a reason, because we have done studies and we see that the way children grow up is by modeling behavior and by learning how their parents are dealing with each other. So it's not, I mean, there's no question here. This is something we know to be true.
Right.
That children are healthier in being raised in a family than being raised by a single parent.
Well, now a single parent could be a family. You could still call that a family.
No, they can't. No, they can't.
No, it's not a nuclear family, but like if you had like brothers and sisters and a mom, you definitely are a family.
But children need to learn like how to be like both adult sexes, not just one.
And how they interrelate.
Yeah. Okay. So it's been 8 hours. I do want. Chazi, if he wants to, can continue this after I leave. But I do want to point this out. Like, so Josh and Spencer are people I consider friends. I was actually there when Josh asked Spencer to marry him. And they're two of the nicest, most Christian guys I have ever met in my life. And they got married. Now, I don't agree with them getting married. I am very happy for them that they are happy together. And I would never do anything to decrease their happiness in any way. I don't even know what to tell them. Like, I don't think they would be happier or better people if they were celibate and not living the gay lifestyle. I think they would, in fact, probably be very miserable. And so, and them being married is no threat to me, and I don't think it's threatening to society as long as we keep our heteronormative. We understand that, okay, society has to, in fact, raise children in heterosexual couples. And actually, I mean, if you listen to Josh and Spencer has podcasts, and he recently wrote a book, which I haven't read yet, but he will tell you that, and he's very adamant that he is not somehow against heteronormativity or recognizing that heterosexual relationships are the foundation of social continuation. And so, like, what's not going on here is homophobia. What is going on here is just recognizing the pure fact that children who are raised by single parents will inevitably be worse off than if that same child was raised by two parents of different sexes.
Well, I want to argue with that. I think on average, you're right. I think by and large, you're right. And I was really just kind of getting my feet wet, because what I wanted to lead into was, well, what about kids from, because, and again, now we've gotten closer to a position I can agree with, which was, I think I heard you say now that it's really not a harm to society as long as we're keep our heteronormative views and aspects. Okay, so all right. But like, okay, so what about that? So, but I still want to press on like whether it's bad for society, because I want to make sure I understand. So like, okay, so one parent worse than two parents, sure, we'll agree, and there's exceptions, sure, we'll agree. Okay, fine. But what about when the two parents are the same sex? Like, do those kids turn out better, worse? Like,
worse. There's no question. There's no question because we are a gendered species, right? And a child, in order to grow up and learn how to deal with society, needs to learn how to deal with males and females.
What about a sister?
Well, no. See, you need adults. You need adults. And this was part of the discussion that Jordan Peterson had with Dave Rubin, who is a married gay man and had children. And it was like, okay, what are you going to do? And I think responsible gay parents, like, and I have to say, I am not opposed to gay parents adopting, because we are in no situation to say that a kid is not better off in a foster home or with a single parent than they are with two gay parents. I don't think. Although people will make that argument, I think that's a bad argument. And we certainly are having children living in non-optimal situations. But Mary Cohen, of blessed memory, was very opposed to Dave Rubin creating these children through in vitro fertilization.
IVF,
yeah. Because she's like, okay, I'm perfectly fine with like you adopting kids, but you're actually putting these kids in this less than optimal position, which I really disagreed with her about, because frankly, I think everybody who has a child is putting a kid in a less than optimal position, because that's just we're not exactly like, we're all bad parents. So Charlie wants to know what Chezi's take on gay marriage is.
But did we finish that thought? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I don't want to disturb you guys. My thoughts on gay marriage. I think, first of all, we have to be a very understanding and loving society. That's number one. Second of all, I think that in Israel specifically, like, there should be civil marriages. Like, it shouldn't be happening through the rabbinate, which would, in theory, like allow for there to be gay marriages. I think with regards to rights, assuming you have the status of a married person, then you should have all the same rights. I don't think that should be stripped away from you. Like, I don't think that's proper. But the concept, and I'm sure there could be there could be a great lesbian couple. There could be a great gay couple that love their kids and are great parents, and like, it's all good. Like, I'm not doubting that. However, just like Jacob was saying, I think there's the norm. There's what there's like on average what the human child requires, how they look at how they look at a world when there's a gender species, and how they understand the world and the prism they see through. So if you want to create a better adaptation for a child, it would be better for him to see a model that he recognizes, that he sees around. Now, you could say that, like, once the model completely changes and there's like a majority of, let's say, gay marriages in the world, then like maybe, yeah, you could say like then there's like a different reality. But I think there's what the norm is. However, I think ultimately.
And he got another phone call. Okay, it's been 8 hours of this live stream. You guys can keep on going if you like, but I have to get to bed and do stuff. And unless somebody wants to jump on who's an admin, Chezi is an admin, but he's at work and he's getting phone calls.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to have to end it for today. But you should come back, Sterling.
Oh, no, I'm just going to stay here until you do another live stream. Like, I'll be literally right here on the stream. Like, I'm not going anywhere. Yeah. So, yeah. No, thanks for having me, and thanks for entertaining me, y'all. And I like to be a devil's advocate, so I appreciate you.
No, it was great having you. It was yeah. You should come back. You're definitely welcome. I am going to end this stream though.